Chapter 1. In the forest under the scorching sun, a 7-year-old boy with black hair and starry eyes lay unconscious on the ground. Ants and beetles crawled over his white robe, and soon there was movement. Moving her eyelids slightly, Yan'an felt the weight in her eyelids and opened her eyes slightly, looking at the scene around her. Strange, why does it feel like the trees are getting taller? Suppressing the intense tiredness, Yan'an stood up and looked at the surrounding trees with an extremely stunned expression. The sound resounded throughout the forest, frightening all the birds away. Why? Why is this happening? Yan'an looked down at her hands, which had shrunk by at least 20 years, and fell into incomparable grief. What's more, the place where he appeared was not his home, but a strange forest. Exhausting his brain, Yan'an couldn't figure out why he appeared here when he was sleeping well at home. This was too ridiculous. Kidnapping? Time travel? Yan'an felt that he had encountered something magical. Ding! The Blue Eyes White Dragon training system is activated. A voice suddenly appeared in my mind. It was this voice that made Yan'an, who was already feeling extremely sad, feel a little surprised. System. A system is a must-have for time travelers. Without a system, life would be miserable. Yan'an calmed down a little and appeared in the deserted forest, turning into a child of only about 7 years old. The appearance of the system was undoubtedly a booster. System, system. Yan'an kept calling the system in his mind. This was his only life-saving straw. The system has been started. Please select the evolutionary branch route. Route 1, Blue Eyes Bronze Dragon, Blue Eyes Silver Dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, True Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Blue Eyes Dragon. Route 2, Blue-Eyed Half Dragon, Blue-Eyed Dragon, Blue-Eyed White Dragon, Blue-Eyed Ultimate Dragon, True Blue-Eyed Ultimate Dragon, Blue-Eyed Dragon. These 2 routes appeared in Yan'an's eyes, and he knew that this was the function of his golden finger. Can transform into a blue-eyed white dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon, this name is extremely familiar in her previous life. Yan'an is also half a dual king, so naturally she will not be unfamiliar with Kybalaran's Blue Eyes White Dragon. Even the original Blue Eyes White Dragon has an attack power of up to 3000. Undoubtedly a powerful dragon. It would be great to be able to solve the embarrassing dilemma Yan'an is currently in. After thinking for a moment, Yan'an had already made up her mind which evolutionary route to choose. System, I choose Evolution 2. Although Evolution 1 is not bad, he still prefers to be a human being. Evolution 1 is obviously not the evolutionary path of human beings. Evolution 2, Half Dragon, also considered half human, is undoubtedly the best choice. Evolution begins. Yan'an suddenly felt the severe pain in her heart, and her whole body collapsed on the spot, twitching continuously. What a miscalculation! After saying that, he passed out. When Yan'an was unconscious, silvery white scales appeared on half of the skin on her face, and her hands turned into sharp dragon claws. This change was not just about her appearance, her body was also changing. Boom! The sound of several trees falling to the ground woke Yan'an up. Evolution, yes evolution. Yan'an remembered something, her eyes widened suddenly, she sat up, lowered her head and looked at her hands. One of her hands had transformed into a dragon claw. Her mood was complicated, mixed with joy and sorrow. Yan'an sighed. From now on, I am half a human being. A shadow suddenly shrouded Yan'an's head. The culprit who had just fallen down a few trees and awakened Yan'an appeared in front of Yan'an himself. Roar! With an extremely powerful roar, the height of a building, and the domineering posture, there is no doubt that this is a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yan'an looked up at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the strange little insect below with contempt. Yan'an, the corner of Nan's mouth twitched, and a bad premonition surged in her heart. Could it be that I have arrived in the Jurassic era? With this premonition, Yan'an almost cried. The Jurassic period was not a good era. Dinosaurs were everywhere. There were no traces of humans, and even if there were, they were primitive people. Coming to the Jurassic period meant that the whole world he is the only intelligent creature in the vast world. Enduring the loneliness for thousands of years. Yan'an can't bear it anymore and wants to turn her grief into strength. Ah! Yet! Nan shouted. He was the only one left. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex exudes the majesty of being an overlord. Don't make any noise. Yan'an raised his head and stared at it, with the pressure of a blue-eyed white dragon in his eyes. Terrible. Extremely terrifying. The Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly lost all its power, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He lowered his head decisively. Yan'an sighed even more. Nothing happened. I'm angry, this silly dragon. You go. As soon as he said these words, the Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly turned around and ran away. At this speed, even Yan'an was a little embarrassed. In short, find a way out first. Yan'an still held on to the slightest hope. What if this was not the Jurassic, but a forest? Yan'an tried to walk out of the forest. Taking solid steps, Yan'an walked forward firmly. After walking a certain distance, he would use his dragon claws to make a scratch mark as a mark. I believe he would be able to go out soon. However, Yan'an ignored the sharpness of his claws. Soon after making the mark, the tree he fell down in response, and Yan'an was already gone. The sun gradually set. The day was over. A month passed suddenly in a flash, in a lively labor union. Haha, keep drinking. Why not? Look at me, you can't do it anymore. Come and guess the game. Kana, come together, ha 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 ha. There were tables set up one after another, with wine on them, and people there. They were all smiling, and they were all drunk. And on the reception desk, there was a short old man sitting cross-legged, holding a wine glass, and he was also drunk. Drink. Keep drinking. The people around you are even more cheerful. The president has said so, so feel free to drink. The president said it all. Drink. That's right, I won't go home until I'm drunk today. The house was filled with an atmosphere of joy, but it didn't last long. A man with red hair and a cloak came down from the second floor. He also held a parchment in his hand. President Makarov, he glanced at it, and he still had a drunken look on his face. Gildarts, I've accepted the mission and come down. The man named Gildas came to Makarov, with a bright and confident smile on his face, and placed the parchment on the table. President, I accept this commission. Makarov picked up the parchment and muttered the information on it with a drunken expression. Many trees fell to the ground in the forest, with scratches from unknown monsters on them. Chapter 2. Okay, Gildarts, be careful. Makarov stamped the Union seal without hesitation. Gildas took the parchment with a confident smile on his lips. Don't worry, President. After saying that, he took the parchment and gradually walked away, leaving only a long back. Gildas. Makarov sighed and continued to drink. It should be fine. Soon I heard someone shouting outside. Gildarts is here, activate Gildarts mode, everyone go and take refuge. Makarov took a sip of old wine and sprayed it directly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Gildas arrived at the location where the mission was released, Loxia village, frowned, and entered the village. This village looks harmonious and peaceful, and it really doesn't look like there are monsters. Gildarts came to the publisher of the mission, the village chief. I'm the mage from Fairy Tale. Gildas introduced himself and handed over the parchment in his hand. As soon as the village chief saw the mission, he immediately thought of it, and the confusion on his face dissipated and turned into a smiling expression. It turns out he's a mage from Fairy Tale. Sorry, I'm sorry. Please come over here. The village chief sat on a cushion, picked up the tea on the table and drank it. Gildas really couldn't imagine the crisis the village was facing, the village chief and the scene of the village. Gildas SI sat opposite the village chief. In a blink of an eye, the village chief explained why he issued this mission. It turned out that it was because the trees had fallen down these months and there were signs of monster scratches. He was worried that one day the monster would come to the village. Gildas narrowed his eyes. So you want me to help you solve this hidden danger? The village chief nodded. That's it. After listening to the village chief's description, there was no point in Gildas staying here. He got up and rushed into the forest. If there were monsters in the forest, it would indeed be a big hidden danger. Gildas didn't have any concerns. Although he is very strong, there is still the possibility of overturning in this magic continent of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Before the monster's identity is determined, it will never go wrong to maintain the highest vigilance. Gildas just walked into the woods. Not long after he got there, he saw the fallen tree and the monster scratches on it. Gildas became serious and ran over to check the situation. The monster scratches on the tree had penetrated the trunk of the tree. How terrifyingly sharp this is! Gildas made up his mind that after encountering a monster, he must not confront him head-on, otherwise he would be seriously injured if he was hit. If he encounters a monster, he will just use split magic. Gildas made up his mind. He stood up and walked deeper into the forest. He had a hunch that maybe the monster was inside the forest. Along the way, he saw more or less scratches of varying depths. Gildas' hanging heart gradually relaxed a little. Judging from the scratches, the monster's condition is getting worse and worse, and its power is far from what it was at the beginning. It seems that this is the monster's period of weakness, and perhaps it can take advantage of it. Gildas made a plan, taking every step with caution, not daring to be careless. The deeper he went, the fewer scratches he made. But Gildas felt that he was getting closer and closer to the monster. He scratched. It's not surprising that there are fewer scratches. Now is the monster's weak period. The fewer scratches, the weaker the monster's body. It seems that this task will be completed quite easily. Gildas observed the surrounding trees. Now he only needs to find the monster's body. A monster that is so weak, no matter how strong it is, can no longer be Gildas' opponent. In the depths, no scratches could be seen at all now. Gildas' figure in grey robe suddenly stopped. Reached? Gildas raised his head, looked at the cave in front of him, and curled his lips. After all these journeys, he has finally arrived. This is the easiest and easiest S-level mission he has ever completed. Without any hesitation, he left with a torch. Entering the cave, Gildas walked inside the cave, driving away the bats in the darkness. At the end of the cave, there was a world with a different world, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex lived in it. Gildas' face became solemn. Is that monster you? The Tyrannosaurus Rex tilted its head, expressing questions on its face. However, Gildas was unmoved. He stepped forward directly and split the magic with one hand. The Tyrannosaurus Rex split directly into several small dragons. Looking at it so easily, Gildas the whole person was stunned. He thought it would be easy, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Such a powerful monster, even in a weak state, shouldn't fall in a second. Gildas shook his head. He was not a people who are good at using their brains can't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time, so they simply don't think about it. Never mind. Just when I was about to go home, a voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. Zioba, it's time to eat. The small Tyrannosaurus Rex split into several small ones. Hearing the sound, they ran over quickly. Gildas was a little ashamed of his speed. Damn it! Gildas' eyes widened. That was a weak monster, and that person outside was obviously just a person. Could it be that? Gildas thought about the monster predatory man returning to his weak state, that's why he was so excited. Damn it! Careless! Gildas slapped his forehead and ran over quickly. If he hadn't run, he would probably have eaten all the bones without leaving any bones. Use all your strength to speed up. It turned into an afterimage, at the door. He caught a mouthful of Tyrannosaurus rex and burned it in a campfire. It was very fragrant. Yan'an knew it was ripe by the smell. There was no way, since he had come to the Jurassic, he had to adapt. For this reason, he also used his blue eyes. Under the pressure of the white dragon, she accepted a Tyrannosaurus rex as a pet. These dragons are very intelligent. Soon, Yan'an saw the familiar figure in the cave. Strangeness? Why don't the sizes match? Yan'an had a look of confusion on her face, and in the blink of an eye she saw a bunch of baby Tyrannosaurus pounced on the piece of Tyrannosaurus rex meat, eating it extremely delicious. Yan'an had a look of astonishment on her face. Is this giving birth to cubs? Good guy, his master has no partner yet. Yan'an looked at this pile and counted at least hundreds of little Tyrannosaurus rex, and she felt a little numb. Good guy. How fertile is this? Yan'an touched it holding his chin. He observed these little Tyrannosaurus rex and found that they all looked exactly like his own Tyrannosaurus rex. The boy over there, run. A mature voice full of human male magnetism sounded in her ears. Hearing this voice, Yan'an was so excited that she felt like she was about to cry. It turns out, there are humans. Woohoo! Chapter 3. His name is Yan'an. After a month, I still couldn't get out of this maze like a primeval forest, during which I saw all kinds of dinosaurs. We were all desperate and prepared to survive in this Jurassic era, but we didn't expect people. Yan'an's eyes filled with tears, and she pounced directly towards him. Gildas couldn't dodge in time, and he was unprepared. His eyes widened when he saw the figure rushing towards him. What? Push! Yan'an threw Gildarts to the ground. Gildarts pushed hard and threw Yan'an away. He stood up covered with leaves, patted his clothes to clean the dust, and then I looked over. His face was full of displeasure. You boy! Gildas had the word well all over his head, and looked at the figure in front of him with black lines. When he saw it clearly, he suddenly froze. You! Gildart's eyes widened. Yan'an also stood up and dusted herself off. She was also unhappy, but she was mostly moved. Finally, I'm not the only human being. Gildarts said, why does this sound like a primitive man? But still. Hey, you kid, could you be that monster? Gildas looked at Yan'an's right hand. It was a pair of sharp claws that he didn't know what they were. But the light coming in from the sun and the sharp light of silver reflected showed that, it's a pair of extremely sharp claws. It's hard not to remind Gildarts of the sharp scratches on the fallen trees along the way. He has a hunch, those scratches were probably made by the kid in front of him. Yan'an did not answer the question directly, her mind was full of black threads. What a monster, why are you so rude? Yan'an turned around and threw away a small portion of the pet Tyrannosaurus Rex's unfinished meat, and picked up a handful of meat herself. Want to eat? Before she finished speaking, Yan'an started to move. Gildart's mind was filled with dark thoughts, and he glanced at the pile of small Tyrannosaurus Rex. Are they sure they are not leftovers? I thought so, but he was a foodie. Erdas didn't pay much attention and bit into the meat. For a moment, his eyes shone. Tasty, resounded throughout the forest. Seeing Gildarts eating so happily, Yan'an was relieved a lot from worrying that the delicacies she cooked would not be popular, even though he had already cooked home-cooked meals in his previous life. But who knows if these home-cooked dishes are suitable for people from other worlds. Fat but not greasy, with a bit of game in the deliciousness. Not only that, the fishy smell is perfectly handled. There is no disgusting fishy smell after eating. It is just like coming to Tyrannosaurus Rex paradise. Gildas took a bite and was intoxicated. When he came to his senses again, the meat on his hands had long disappeared. Gildas was shocked and angry. Who stole my meat? The hatred of stealing food is life and death. Yan'an felt a little moved by being recognized, but also a little speechless. She silently reminded, "Didn't you just eat your meat when you were in a daze?" Recalling the memories in his mind and the impact on his taste buds, he seemed to have such a feeling. Gildarts looked at the bones on hand, and after a period of silence, he bit into it. Yan'an quickly snatched it away. "Stop it! Are you crazy? How can you eat bones?" Gildas stretched out his hand and said with a scoundrel look on his face, give me back my bones, Wang Wang." Yan'an was speechless and threw the bone into the grass in the distance. In an instant, a gust of wind blew by, and Gildarts had a bone in his mouth. The happy eating time was over soon. Yan'an ate. After finishing, he touched the recovered Tyrannosaurus Rex next to him, and his expression became much more serious. "Friend, what is your name, and are there any other humans besides you and me?" Gildarts finished licking the bones, and his taste buds were still a little unfinished. When he heard the question, he laughed. "My name is Gildarts. I am a wizard from Fairy Tale. Outside this forest, there are many wizards." Fairy Tale? There was a trace of suspicion on Yan'an's face, and there was some observation in the suspicion. The name Gildarts. Yan'an carefully observed Gildarts's appearance and dress. A striking red hair. Wearing a black cloak, those who didn't know thought he was the red-haired brother of One Piece. The more he looked, the more he thought of someone in his memory. The more he looked, the more he thought of someone in his memory. Yan'an had seen the past life after the appearance and dress of the person in the fairy tale anime overlapped with that of the person in front of him. He turned to stone. The match was 100%. He actually came to Fairy Tale. After understanding the current situation, Yan'an sighed more and more as he thought about it. "The more I think about it, the more I feel that life is not worth it." What kind of world is Fairy Tale? A real high-risk world. The level of power is still one of the top power systems in the entire two-dimensional world, not to mention that there are only a few words in the original work. The god, just a black dragon, came down with his claws. Yan'an still estimated whether his small body could bear it. There was a high probability that he would not be able to bear it. Just when Yan'an was still thinking about where to go in the future, Gildas extended the invitation. "Boy, come to Fairy Tale and become the mage of our union." Yan'an raised her head and asked. "Why?" Although Fairy Tale is indeed a good place to go, and the plot also revolves around Fairy Tale, it is also very dangerous. If you go to other unions, at least before Zeref invaded, you were in a relatively safe state. At least, you don't have to go there. Tianlang Island is about to face the Black Dragon. Because you are also a mage, come and join our Fairy Tale. I believe you will not be disappointed." Gildas looked at Yan'an's claws and laughed. "Magic is the gift of miracles. And these claws are the gift of miracles. The Fairy Tale, whether fairies have tails, whether fairies really exist, this it is also a miracle. Their union is looking for people to create miracles." Yan'an did not refuse. Everything has pros and cons. Although Fairy Tale will be a lot more dangerous, it will also be beneficial to the progress of the template. Can. Yan'an thought for a while, then nodded and agreed. "So, let's go." Gildas stood up and laughed. "President, I brought a monster back for you. Should you treat me to a drink?" "Hold on." Yan'an shouted to stop, turned to look at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, touched it with her dragon hand, and said warmly, "I'm leaving, remember to take care of yourself." The Tyrannosaurus Rex burst into tears, looking reluctant to leave. Yan'an smiled, stood up, and waved goodbye. Bye-bye. Chapter 4. In the lively street, people who were laughing and laughing were still selling vegetables and buying meat. Walking on the street, they casually walked into a hotel, ordered food, and started drinking. A piece of peace and harmony. However, I don't know whose words destroyed this rare beauty. Things are bad, Gildarts is back. Just such a sentence, but it showed amazing lethality. The smiles that appeared on everyone's faces suddenly disappeared, and instead they were filled with panic. "I don't know who," shouted again. "Quick! Activate Guild Arts mode, hurry up!" The staff member in charge of Guild Arts mode shouted loudly, "It's already on, it's already on, it still needs a little time, wait a minute." The observer in the crowd: "Oh no, Gildas is only 100 meters away from here." An older man's face was full of anger, and he punched his leg to express his inner anger. "Damn it, it's too late. The people are all dark grey and full of despair. Damn it, is it too late? God, why are you doing this to me? My house! House!" At this time, the staff responsible for turning on Guild Arts mode was full of joy and fear, and wiped a cold sweat. "Okay. All right. Guild Arts mode is on. This good news does not need a loud voice to spread." The moment Guild Arts mode was turned on, an empty avenue appeared on the road from the city gate to Fairy Tale. There was nothing on both sides, and the surrounding houses disappeared out of thin air. Backed a lot of distance. People were in a safe place. Step. A heavy step sounded at the city gate, and Gildas with Yan'an appeared at the city gate. His appearance caused heated discussions on the street. "It's really him, it's really him. The sinful man is back. Damn it, I still can't forget my house, it's my home. My grandfather left it." Yan'an listened to the noise in her ears, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Most of them were bad words, and she turned her head away. "You are really unpopular." Gildas laughed loudly and didn't pay much attention to these comments. "Ha ha ha." Yan'an turned her head, secretly admiring the unparalleled shamelessness of the man next to him, and felt deeply inferior. The two of them just walked like this. During this period, Yan'an also heard a lot of comments about him, among which the most part is: "Who is this child? I don't know, but standing with Gildarts, the King of Destruction, will he become a new generation of King of Destruction when he grows up? So scared." Yan'an is not as shameless as Gildarts. When she heard these comments about him, her face turned slightly red. How could he be the new generation of King of Destruction? The power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, in addition to destruction, there are also effects. Yes, effects. After evolving into the various forms of the blue-eyed white dragon, they will have various effects. Gildarts looked at Yan'an's with this look. He joked, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that our little Yan'an would also blush." On the way, Yan'an had already told Gildarts his name. The corner of Yan'an's mouth twitched twice and she said hard, "Who do you think is responsible for this?" Hearing this, Gildarts smiled even more happily. Under the laughter, Gildarts took Yan'an to the wall of Fairy Tale. It was relatively quiet for the time being. Yan'an had a bad feeling in her heart. Recalling the plot of Fairy Tale that he had almost forgotten, his eyes widened. "Shouldn't it?" The words had just come out, accompanied by a sound. "I'm back." The wall split, and the sound of laughter and laughter appeared inside. Gildas took Yan'an completely to the inside of the Union, but the wall could not be repaired completely. The members in the Union were still used to it. "Oh, it's Gildarts, you're back. How's it going? Did the mission go well? Hello. Macau, you are drunk, drink less, and don't put your legs on me." There was laughter and laughter, but it was also messy. Some people put the stool on their stomachs and drank wine below, and some stood up and danced. Not just these, in Yan'an's eyes, there were all kinds of things. Yes. Gildarts was still smiling on the spot, looking triumphant. He destroyed the Union wall. He was not ashamed of it, but proud of it. A huge shadow suddenly appeared, covering Yan'an and G'Erdas. Yan'an raised her head, and it was Makarov with white hair looking at him with anger. No, to be precise, he should be looking at Gildas. Gildas touched his head. Haha, he laughed a few times and said, "President, I have brought new people back, you should pay more attention to your image. In Yanan's eyes, Makarov, who was just like a giant and calm and self-confident, turned into a little old man in the blink of an eye. He looked drunk and jumped on the table with his legs crossed. Sit together. Oh, it's a newcomer. Makarov's eyes were drunk, and he raised his hand to say hello. For some reason, Yanan always felt that Makarov's eyes were on the pair of dragon claws on his right hand, and he couldn't move away no matter what. Yanan was brilliant. Smiling, his pair of dragon claws were indeed more conspicuous. Gildarts hugged Yanan at this time, with a smile on his face. How about it, President? This guy is pretty good, and I'm still with you, you said. Xiaonan is also good at cooking. Makarov's energy suddenly appeared. He became a lot more serious. Yanan's heart also rose involuntarily. The momentum of the Ten Saints' great mage was really unmatched. Although he was confident that he could surpass it, that was no longer the case. He didn't know how long it had been, but he had no doubts about the power and potential of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. But now, he was still too young. According to nature, he was just a little dragon that had just broken out of its shell at best. Even a young boy, it didn't even count. Makarov's aura relaxed instantly and turned into a smile. This is Fairy Tale, welcome, Yanan. Yanan glanced at Makarov and didn't know why the blood in his body was aroused. He really liked this kind of atmosphere. I can only say that it is indeed fairy tale, with such a magical ability. Infectious. Please give me your guidance in the future, President Makarov. Yanan also laughed and agreed. Gildarts next to him kept smiling from beginning to end. He had already expected this ending. Fairy tale is so charming. Chapter 5. Wait, I regret quitting fairy tale. Don't come over here. Yanan's screams rang out in the union. Yanan backed away repeatedly. Even if he hadn't been molested now, he was almost there. Makarov held the seal in his hand and laughed playfully, full of ill intentions, and kept going. Looking up and down Yanan's eyes. Xiaonan, don't be shy, just stamp the guild seal and let it pass. Yanan didn't even listen. The corner of her mouth twitched and she kept stepping back. Is this a matter of sealing? This is a matter of his moral integrity. This matter is a long story. In short, it's just one sentence. Makaro, this old man, who is so shameless, actually wants to put the union seal on his butt in public. This is simply a shame and humiliation. There are so many people watching. No. Everyone in the union attracted the attention. Haha, it's time for the president to bully newcomers again. How miserable. Ha ha ha, but why do I want to see it so much? Come on, president, catch Xiao Yanan. The younger Konaxiu next to her blushed, her eyes kept drifting, but her gaze always stayed on Yanan without moving away. Yanan said that she would not be caught, so she spread her legs and walked towards run outside the guild door to seize this last dawn. Guys, catch him. Makarov was full of smiles and kept approaching with the seal. This was no less than the coming of death. Goo. Yanan swallowed her saliva, with a look of horror on her face. She kept retreating. Bang bumped into a figure. Yanan, when he turned around to look, his eyes widened. The person blocking his retreat was none other than his leader, Gildas. He saw Gildas with a bright smile on his face. A real warrior must dare to face the enemy. Faced with difficulties, how can you escape in the face of battle, Xiao Yanan? Yanan felt a chill in her body. He seemed to have lost his integrity, which was not good. You have to run, otherwise the seal will be on your butt and you will be embarrassed to see others. Yanan made up her mind, and just when she was about to run away with all her strength, she suddenly couldn't move. It turned out that Gildarts had immobilized him. Fairy tale, the guild. With a scream of deep hatred, the streets were filled with screams. Everyone heard the screams of sadness for those who heard it, and tears for those who saw it. They looked towards Fairy Tale. Gildarts, I hate you. With a sound that resounded through the sky, it stopped completely. Until 10 minutes later. Fairy Tale. Yan'an drank her drink and looked at the Fairy Tale logo on the back of her hand sullenly. He thought that his virginity was not guaranteed. But I didn't expect it was just a joke. Number. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted to drink but couldn't. Makarov didn't allow him to drink at all because he was still a child. This made Yan'an very angry. Counting his previous life, he is now considered an uncle's age, so why shouldn't he be allowed to drink? In the end, compromise. Yan'an drank the drink angrily and kept chanting 30 years from Hedong to 30 years from Hexi. Don't bully young people into poverty. Wait until my blue-eyed white dragon fills up and stamps my mark on someone's butt. Yan'an scanned the people present. Everyone will remember the hateful faces of these people deeply in their hearts. When she spotted Kana, Yan'an suddenly raised her eyebrows. Kana also enlisted. The two looked at each other, and Kana looked away almost instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment, never expecting that she would be caught peeking. Yan'an also turned around and continued drinking the drink, shaking her head. Woman. He has been struggling in society for several years. Although he looks like a child now, he has already lived up to his youth. Naturally, he will not blush just because he looked at each other. This little girl is still too thin-skinned. Yan'an touched her cheek and pinched it from time to time. Is he really so handsome? He is so handsome that he can enchant a little girl. Yan'an can't imagine this skinny appearance. Xiaonan, are you thinking about women? Haha. Makarov's voice sounded next to him. The shy old man clearly saw the look between him and Kana just now. Yan'an took a deep breath, glared at her, didn't say anything more, and drank her drink to vent her anger. Makarov laughed again and again. The happy time passed quickly, and it was already dusk in the blink of an eye. Yan'an should also be preparing to leave. She was almost numb after staying in the guild. She will officially take over the mission tomorrow so that she can improve her blue-eyed whiteness. Dragon's template. At this time, almost all the guild members around him had left. There were not many people around. When Yan'an was about to leave, Long's hearing made him notice that there seemed to be some sound behind him. One of the sounds Yan'an still heard. It is quite clear that it is the voice of that hateful old shameless Makarov. Something happened to him. Yan'an was a little gloating. She didn't expect that the shameless old man would be where he is today. It was really karma. Out of curiosity, Yan'an came to the backyard where the sound was coming from, hid at the door, and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. Makarov at this time, her husband, completely lost his free and easy mood during the day. Even though they were far apart, Yan'an could still feel the anger and hatred in Makarov's words. Laxus, do you still think that way? There was unspeakable heartache and seriousness in Makarov's words. Laxus, who was facing the confrontation, still didn't feel it, or he had been blinded. Fairy Tale only has a group of weak guys around. Everyone despises Fairy Tale. Makarov roared. Did Yvonne teach you a bad lesson? Fairy Tale is not weak. Laxus' body surged with aura and thunder, and lightning emerged, showing the uneasiness in his heart. That's just false power. The current Fairy Tale, without you, old man, is just a third-rate union. Pa! Makarov slapped Laxus. Laxus didn't say anything. After glaring at him, he quickly walked out of the door with an angry look. Yan'an was eavesdropping at the door. When he saw Laxus walking towards him, he didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Laxus walked to the door, turned his head, and glared at Yan'an with a vicious look. You new guy, when are you going to eavesdrop? Yan'an was a little confused. He didn't provoke Laxus, so why did he vent his anger on him? Seeing that Yan'an didn't reply, Laxus turned his head, snorted coldly, and walked towards the door of the guild anyway. I must eliminate all the weak guys in the guild. Seeing Laxus disappear from sight, Yanan didn't say anything, but walked out and came to Makarov. Makarov's face was full of frustration and loneliness. You've seen it all. The deep voice didn't seem like Makarov. Yanan nodded and didn't say much. Qingming reading gift. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 6. Alas! With a sigh, Makarov didn't know how to describe his mood at this moment. Maybe he hated iron but was heartbroken. At this moment, Makarov was like an ordinary old man who was heartbroken by his unfilial grandson. Confused. Yanan quietly listened to the old man venting his emotions. When a person has very serious emotions, it may be a good idea to find someone to vent to. Most people do this, but some people choose to be bored. Deep down in her heart, all Yanan needs to do is to be Makarov's trash can and vent all his bad emotions. Laxus, why did he become like this? What kind of ecstasy soup did that guy Ivan pour into Laxus? Makarov said to himself, and when he talked about Ivan, there was an unknown look in his eyes. What kind of look is this? Yanan is really familiar with it. Although even the original work of fairy tale does not mention the story between Karlov and Ivan, but even if they don't tell it, Yanan can guess it. Without him, they are just different people and they are not conspiring against each other. Makarov's regret and hatred for Ivan are ironclad. Buletinchin Gang's feelings for Laxus are the same, there is no difference. Xiaonan, tell me, am I not suitable to be your elder? Makarov's voice became deeper and deeper. Yanan remained silent in place, not saying a word. Makarov suddenly raised his head, looked at the little man in front of him, completely laughed out loud, and laughed at himself. I really am too, you are so young, how can you understand this? It's my fault, it's my fault. Makarov stood up and was about to go back. At this time, Yanan suddenly said, aren't you the best elder now? Laxus is just a child now, he will be sensible when he grows up. You are really good at comforting people, Xiaonan. Makarov shook his head. This comfort could not shake his heart. Yanan looked at Makarov and turned his head again, smiled, and walked out. If someone wants to be a coward, I won't do anything. Say what? Makarov was at a loss for words. Yanan's words completely hit his heart. He is the great magician of the 10 saints. He has overcome so many difficulties. A mere failure in education can actually will it completely defeat him? Are you kidding? Makarov's fighting spirit was rekindled in his eyes, and he felt a fire burning in his eyes, symbolizing his immortal heart. You are right, even if I give up my old bones, I will still educate Laxus. Yanan smiled and didn't express any opinion on this. As long as Makarov doesn't give up. A strong fairy tale is not what Yanan wants to see, and Laxus, who has not yet transformed, is not. I don't understand the truth. Only bonds can make people stronger. Anyway, just keep working hard, President. Yanan still couldn't control this half-dragon body and couldn't take it back at all. He walked directly towards the door. Makarov was quietly watching Yanan's departure from behind. He always felt like he was not facing a child. Since Yanan left Fairy Tale Guild, she has lived in the dormitory arranged by Fairy Tale. This is the benefit Makarov gave him today. In fact, it is not free. She has to pay back with the magician's money. This is naturally not difficult for Yanan. Just as she was about to walk into the boys' dormitory, Yanan suddenly stopped and shifted her gaze to a corner, where she spotted Kana peeking from the side. Kana saw it. When he was discovered, his face turned red and he quickly shrank in and ran away. What is this girl doing here? Yanan is a little confused. The little girl's thoughts are really unpredictable. Is it possible that his body is really so attractive? Haha, Xiaonan, you are here. Kildas appeared wearing casual clothes. Yan'an turned her head and said fiercely, "You guy." A dragon claw went down. Gildarts smiled and dodged directly, ducked to the side and waved his hands. "Xiaonan, you can't blame me for this." Yan'an didn't even listen. "Go to hell, you weak soul." Having said that, Kana's doubts as to why she was peeking here were cleared. It turned out that she was here to see Gildart's father. "Ah!" Gildarts screamed. The next day, Gildarts came to the guild listlessly, took a task, and threw it on the guild stage. It happened to be thrown in Makarov's face. The word "well" appears on the top of the head. "Gildas, what are you doing?" Makarov put down his glass and glared. Gildarts looked innocent. "It's all Xiaoanan's fault, she didn't sleep well last night." When Makarov heard this, he looked at Yan'an, who came to the guild almost at the same time. On the contrary, Yan'an was still in high spirits and smiling. "President, you don't know how much of a monster this kid is," Gildarts complained. He had been harassed by Yan'an all night, but the next day the boy was still in high spirits. It was completely impossible to tell that he had stayed up all night. Makarov turned his head and looked at the already dark Gildarts, whose eyes were filled with circles, had sympathy in his eyes. He took out the guild seal and stamped it on the parchment. He handed it over. "Have a good rest." Makarov spoke earnestly. Gildarts took the parchment and without saying much, yawned and left the guild door. Matteo was still a little confused with a confused look on his face. "Strange, Gildarts, at this time." He walked out the door without saying a word. Makarov closed his eyes and remained silent, continuing to drink from the glass in his hand. "President, I want to take this task." Yan'an appeared with a parchment, and what he held in his hand was a mission to defeat the devil. Makarov half opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of wine. The spray hit Yan'an's body. Veins popped out of Yan'an. But before he got angry, Makarov took the lead. "What are you thinking about? This is an S-level mission. You must become an S-level magician. Also, isn't this task placed on the second floor? How did you get up there?" Yan'an pretended not to know. In fact, he had already known it after watching Fairy Tale. He had almost finished the tasks, and only some of the tasks on the second floor were interesting. "No." Yan'an tilted her head, trying to pass the test cutely. "No." Makarov's face was very serious. He did not doubt Yan'an's potential, but this task was still too early for Yan'an. Just after he finished speaking, Makarov found that Yan'an was missing. Makarov's eyes widened as he watched Yan'an take the seal and put it on it. "You boy!" Makarov got angry. "President, goodbye." Yan'an turned around and ran outside the guild. Makarov was left alone in the wind. Chapter 7. "Come back to me, kid." Only Makarov's roar resounded throughout the guild. Passers-by were wondering who actually made the famous 10 Saints, President Makarov, so angry. Makarov didn't even think about it at this time. He is concerned about his reputation in the guild. The most important thing now is how to recover Yan'an. The current S-level mission is still a bit too early for him. But apart from Gildarts, there is no other S-class magician in the guild. Makarov's face looked a little heavy. Gildarts is not in the guild now, and he has gone to rest with a mission. However, the entire guild has no one suitable to bring Yan'an back. Makarov the husband slowly put down the wine glass and jumped off the table with a slight jump. The originally joyful scene suddenly became quiet. The surrounding guild members all cast doubtful glances. Strangeness? President, keep drinking. Matteo was already drunk at this moment. Makarov shook his head and looked very serious. "I want to go out and bring some idiot back." Belch. Hitting a wine burp, Macau didn't think much and waved his hand. "Go and come back quickly." He didn't realize what he was talking about at all. Makarov nodded and walked quickly towards the guild gate. He must save some fool from a dangerous situation now. And Makarov, the idiot in Love's words, Yanan is already on a small boat, holding the back of her head and blowing the sea breeze, looking very comfortable. It's great to come out like this once. Enjoying life, without the harassment of Makarov and Gildarts, Yanan felt that life was not so good. The rowing man paddled silently, looking unconcerned. When he arrived at a small island, the time finally stopped. Lord Sorcerer, we have arrived. The guy has an unspeakable fear about this island. Yanan also understands what his fear is. It is nothing more than the devil on this island. Since the mission has been released, the devil on this island should be common to all passers-by. I know, it's impossible for a guy who specializes in doing this not to know. On the other hand, it also shows how powerful this demon is. Everyone knows it, and it's obvious that this demon has still not been defeated. Yanan doesn't have the slightest bit of strength. Careless. Nodded. Yanan jumped from the boat and landed on the island. His current physical fitness is simply not the same as before the time travel. Come on, Lord Mage. The boatman looked over with worried and expectant eyes, then turned the steering wheel and left. Yanan watched the boat leaving, slowly turned around and walked in. Entering the depths of the island. 4 miles away, it was deserted, and Yanan was here. After walking for a long time, I haven't met anyone yet. There are flowers, plants, and trees all around, which is very suitable for hiding. Which demon went where? Yanan looked around but couldn't find any traces, and he was still a little bit road crazy. He had no choice but to use the old method. Yanan accurately carved a mark on the tree with the dragon's claw, and now it's not like he just got this power a month ago. He can control the force accurately. Done. Looking at the scratches with satisfaction, Yanan continued to walk deeper into the jungle, leaving some traces every time he passed. After walking around for a long time, there was still no trace. Until Yanan saw herself staying. After her scratches, Yanan held her forehead. Maybe he was really a road fool. Just when he was worried about it. Ah! There was an exclamation from the direction of the grass. It was the scream of the little girl. Yanan raised her brows and looked in the direction of the sound. Her expression became much more serious. Maybe the devil had taken action. Run! Yanan ran towards the direction of the sound. Very fast. Elsewhere, Lysina looked at the scratches on the tree with a pale face. The monster's scratches deeply hurt her timid heart. The original curiosity and excitement suddenly disappeared. All that's left is fear. Sister Myra Jane, how about we go back? Lysina hesitated, looking frightened. The other girl, Myra Jane, was just the opposite. Her eyes were full of excitement. She grinned and said to herself, haha, okay, this just shows the majesty of my eldest sister, she is just a devil. Lysina looked even more like she was about to cry, and turned her attention to another burly boy, his brother, Elfman. Elfman smiled, how can a man back down? Another progressive party. Okay, Lysina, if you are a coward and don't dare, go back to the village. Your brother and I will leave first. Myra Jane always showed her majesty as the eldest sister. Hearing this, Lysina also stopped thinking about going back and said firmly, I will go wherever my sister goes. Mirage laughed directly. Just as he was about to continue walking deeper into the forest, there was movement in the grass next to him. Myra Jane reflexively protected Lysina behind her, her eyes fixed on the grass, full of vigilance. Who? Mirage showed a fierce look. Lysina hid behind and shivered. Although Elfman was still calm, the sweat on his face was already flowing down unconsciously, and his eyes were fixed on the grass. Bang! A little head emerged from the grass and looked at the Myra Jane trio. Mirage, Lysina, and Elfman were silent. Are they on guard for nothing in terms of relationships? Myra Jane still didn't completely let down her guard, her eyes were still fixed on the little head. Who are you? What are you doing here? The little head's body was completely exposed from the grass. Yanan's figure walked out of the grass with a smile on her face. I'm also here to explore this forest. If it's convenient, how about adding me? No. Myra Jane said decisively without hesitation. Lysina next to her was startled and shouted. Sister Myra Jane. Mirage turned around and cast a reassuring look at Lysina, but was still wary when she turned around. What is your purpose? Yanan slowly shook her head and prepared to leave. It's just that we have someone to take care of us when we act together. Since you don't believe me, then I'll take the risk alone. Okay. Mirage agreed. Why didn't this girl follow the routine? Yanan was silent. Originally, his idea was to follow Myra Jane and meet the demon Satan. Now he can only follow secretly. Just before Yanan made up his mind. Myra Jane said something unexpected. It's not impossible if you want to go with us. But you have to recognize me as your eldest sister. 3-day summer promotion, recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, August 13th to August 15th. Chapter 8. Be my eldest sister. Yanan's face looked a little strange, being told by such a little girl that she wanted to be his boss. This feeling is really novel. How about it? Myra Jane grinned, her face full of confidence. Yanan also showed a smile on her face and agreed. Of course, there is no problem. Ha ha ha, you are discerning. Myra Jane patted her chest and said, I am the most powerful person in the village. If you follow me, I promise you will not suffer any loss and will send you back safely. Yanan touched her chin and nodded in agreement, but she didn't listen to a word of Mirajana's words. With the appearance of Myra Jane, it seems that the demon here is Mirajana's satanic soul in the original work. You can definitely encounter demons by following her. Yanan licked her lips, with a strong fighting spirit in her eyes. Who is stronger, the devil or his blue-eyed white dragon? When Yanan came back from her thoughts, a pair of big round eyes appeared in front of her, blinking her eyelashes. From Yanan's perspective, she could clearly see the girl's fair skin and a pair of pupils that revealed liveliness, and wildness. Hello. Are you even listening to me? Seeing that Yanan was still dazed, Myra Jane became even more angry. As the boss, she really didn't show her respect. Her younger brother didn't even listen to her. Yanan took a few steps back, waved her hands and kept saying, really sorry, I was a little distracted. Myra Jane saw that he didn't look like he was lying, and sighed, forget it, I forgive you, and move on. After that, Mirage led the way, and Yanan and others followed behind and watched Mirage open up the road. Sister Myra is so amazing. Selina sighed and admired her from the bottom of her heart. Elfman nodded in agreement. This is what a man does. Yanan was also observing Mirajana's every move, her eyes never straying away, touching her chin from time to time, and nodding in agreement from time to time, saying, you are indeed quite powerful, Myra Jane. Hearing this, Serena became even happier. Nothing makes people happier than praising her sister. Right, right. Serena kept smiling. In her eyes, Myra Jane was the most powerful person in the world. Yanan didn't say much. He hid the dragon claws under his grey robe. Now he saw he looked just like an ordinary child. He wasn't that strong. At this moment, Serena suddenly asked a question, catching her off guard. Are you from other places? Yanan stopped and turned her head away. Elfman's eyes widened in disbelief. So you are from out of town? It's amazing, I didn't expect it at all. At this time, Myra Jane, who was opening the way in front, also stopped and turned her head to look at Yanan. Obviously, she had just heard what Serena said. I am indeed from out of town. Yanan spread her hands and admitted it directly. What else could she do? In the forest, the atmosphere gradually became silent. The chirping of birds could also be heard. For a long time. Amazing! 3 exclamations sounded almost at the same time. Yan'an was completely unexpected that this would be the result. Serena first wrapped her arms around Yan'an, acting like a baby, looking particularly excited. How is the world outside? Is there a lot of fun stuff? Myra Jane didn't speak, but her curious eyes had betrayed her. Elfman was also extremely excited, clenching his fists all the time, eager to try. The man from outside is really too manly. I feel like youth is here again. Yan'an looked at it with shame. In the outside world, these 3 sisters seemed to be full of longing for the outside world. By the way, Serena, how did you know that I came from outside? Somewhat unable to resist these 3 gazes, Yan'an had to change the subject and shift her attention to others. Serena almost said firmly, because I haven't seen you in the village. Yan'an was almost vomiting blood. Myra Jane walked over with a wild smile on her face. The chatting time is over here, Serena. Selina listened to her sister's words and immediately shut her mouth. Yan'an turned around resentfully, speechless. Selina, you are too much. In the end, Yan'an still couldn't say the last 2 words. At this moment, Myra Jane suddenly took the topic in an irreversible direction. Speaking of which, Yan'an, how is life in the city? Is it better for them or us? Yan'an was sweating coldly. What a life there! Yan'an pretended to remember. Although she only lived there for a day, she can never erase it. So. I only know fairy tale, you must be needed there. It was a lively guild, full of adventures. Myra Jane sighed after listening to Yan'an's summary, and her expression became even more excited. Great, I want to become the wizard of fairy tale. This is what a man is. Elfman said. Serena also looked envious. All 3 of them were full of desire and expectation for this kind of life. They were no longer as enthusiastic about the devil as they were at the beginning. Master Mage, when will you take me to see fairy tale? Elfman kept talking along the way. Serena stared at it carefully. There was also desire and excitement in the depths of Marajana's eyes. She turned around and decided to go outside after exploring the devil. Let's see how wonderful the outside world should be. Don't worry. Yan'an still had a smile on her face. Suddenly, Yan'an's face turned cold. He asked about a smell, a very disgusting smell. There was no doubt that it was the devil. As a blue-eyed white dragon, he decided to send her there. Superborn. In the original work, Myra Jane absorbed Satan because of receiving magic. Later, due to her inability to control her abnormal physical characteristics, Myra Jane was finally changed in physical appearance. The villagers all despised Myra Jane, who was as powerful as a god. This time, Yan'an decided not to let Myra Jane absorb the soul of Satan, but to kill her directly when she encountered her. After walking for a while, she did not find any trace of the devil, which made Yan'an and her party feel like this. Dumbfounded. Myra Jane suddenly realized. I understand. Look at her frustrated look. There is no demon in this at all. Selina came to a conclusion. This is disappointing. Elfman was a little unhappy. Don't give up yet. The 4 of them were preparing to come back another day, and the devil would definitely appear. Behind them, a voice full of domineering and charming sounds suddenly sounded. They gave up their idea of retreating. Satan! Yan'an turned her head and looked at it. For the first time, she had some fighting spirit in her heart. The soul of the blue-eyed white dragon was burning. Summer 3-day promotion, recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now, event time, August 13th until August 15th. Chapter 9. Allah, there are 4 children. Satan is right opposite. The devil has sharp claws, a ferocious face, and a look of madness in his eyes. The elements that this child is afraid of are basically all there. Serena was trembling with fear. Elfman was also afraid. Not much better, just stagnant in place, cold sweat falling continuously. This is the devil. Goo. Miraj's whole body was trembling. She felt the crisis of her life for the first time. All the cells in her body kept warning her. Run! Run! This is not an opponent that humans can face. Even though the three young people didn't know it, what is the concept of magic? But the soaring spell and malice still deeply affect them, making them unable to move. But this must not include Yan'an. The soul of the blue-eyed white dragon deeply protects them. Under the malicious intent of Chang Xiao, Yan'an took the initiative to stand up and stood in front of the trio, with his black cloak spread out. Under the gaze of the trio with wide eyes and disbelief, Yan'an said a pair of beautiful silver-white dragon claws shining under the clouds appeared, the cloak fell, and the face of the half-dragon was revealed, half of which was covered with silver-white scales. As long as I'm here, you can never hurt them. Yan'an's eyes were fixed on Satan and she spoke word by word. The three people behind were still in shock and could not recover for a long time. So handsome Serena's eyes kept flashing. Myra Jane was a little unconvinced. Humph, that's it. Elfman, I will become a man like my big brother in the future. Yan'an has become the eldest brother. Satan looked at it, the corners of his mouth cracked, and his eyes became more dangerous and crazy. Who am I? It turns out to be a little wizard. Yan'an didn't react at all. In his eyes, the attack was coming. He saw the corners of Satan's mouth opening wider and wider, and the spell power rose into the sky. The whole demon suddenly burst into flames, shouting, "But he is too young. Those guys from the Magisters Guild actually sent such a young child here. It's really shocking. You underestimate me." Under the crazy and loud words, Satan disappeared directly. Where he had just stood, a depression the size of a stone pit had appeared. Yan'an's eyes moved accordingly, as if he could see. Satan teleported behind him. The sharp claws were swung away. This was really too dangerous. The three people behind them all widened their eyes and were shocked. "Brother Yan'an, be careful." Selina was panicked and her eyes widened. "Damn it. Miraj wants to take a step forward." "Brother." Elfman's eyes widened. Under the worry of the trio, Yan'an smiled softly. She didn't look like a person in a dangerous situation. "It's okay." Telling it softly. Bang! Yan'an's dragon claws and Satan's demon claws collided together, making a metallic collision sound. "Cut!" Satan snorted. He didn't expect this attack to fail at all. Yan'an's dragon eyes stared at the past, confronting the devil's claws, without the slightest hint of cowardice. "What's wrong, devil? It's just this level, but it still can't deal with me beside." "Okay, awesome." Selina covered her mouth, her expression in disbelief was extremely cute. "Hey, this is pretty cool. He is indeed my little brother." Miraj turned her head proudly. Big brother." Elfman was so moved that he almost cried. He vowed that he would become such a man in the future. He was so manly, so manly, so manly. But as a demon, Satan was not so relaxed. Feeling the huge force coming from his arm made Satan grit his teeth and refused to let go, thinking he is just a child, how can he have such great strength? If you can't even compare to a child of a magician. She, Satan, is going to hang out in the demon world. She is going to hang out too. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Satan roared angrily, and his eyes just met Yan'an's pupils. In an instant, Satan's eyes shrank sharply. No longer competing with strength, the whole person teleported to the original place, sweating profusely, and constantly panting. Sighing. "Who?" Satan's eyes still showed some lingering fear. "Just now, that was a dragon." Satan looked down at his trembling hands. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stop his trembling hands. "Just now." Satan seemed to see a dragon from those eyes. It was a silver-white dragon. Arrogant, mysterious, nobility, indescribable temperament, and power are all there. Simply. Just like the legendary dragon god. Cut. Satan inserted his fingernails into the flesh and blood, and the pain finally stopped his trembling hand. At this time, Satan turned his attention to Yan'an again, and his whole person became much calmer, and did not suddenly become violent like before. Maybe you must have known how powerful Yan'an is. Satan suddenly asked, "Who are you?" "No ordinary magician." Yan'an didn't know how to speak. After thinking for a while, she came up with a line that she thought was interesting, so she was ready to say it. "I am a goblin." "This is just the beginning." Satan interrupted the following conversation with his hand, and raised the corners of his mouth, as if he had seen through everything. "I know, you are the legendary dragon slayer mage who has been lost." Yan'an. He has some question marks and he doesn't know whether to talk about it or not. No, although the dragon slayer is a magician, he is not. Although the dragon slayer is a magic that is passed down from dragon to man to destroy dragons, and this seems to be passed down from dragon to man. Although the dragon slayer mage will eventually transform into a dragon after training, well, it seems, probably, almost, he should also be able to transform into a dragon. Look at it this way. He seems to be a dragon slayer. What the hell? This is not a system at all. I'm not. Yan'an just wanted to explain that he was not a dragon slayer. Satan interrupted again and said, "Don't quibble, no matter how you quibble, I will never believe it." Yan'an. Why? Even though Yan'an had millions of words, she still didn't know what to say. And behind. Dragon Slayer Mage, so awesome. Selena's eyes were shining. It's really awesome. But, what is a Dragon Slayer? Elfman asked. Myra Jane suddenly said, "I read it in an ancient book in the village, and it said, the magic of destroying dragons." Elfman nodded. "Yeah, the magic to destroy dragons. Etc. The magic that destroys dragons." The sound resounded throughout the forest. The birds were frightened away. 3-day summer promotion, recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now, event time, August 13th to August 15th. Chapter 10. Okay, awesome. Selena's face was full of admiration, and her respect for Yan'an in her heart had reached the same height as Sister Marajana's head in a short period of time. Yan'an's face was filled with helplessness as she listened to the words of the 3 people behind her. Who would believe that he is really not a dragon slayer? Okay, I don't know what kind of dragon slayer you are, but damn dragon slayer, take the move. Satan shouted, and 2 dark balls appeared in his hands. She didn't use all her strength just now, she just used her physical power. And the most terrifying thing about the devil is the magic power. Ha! The 2 balls were thrown out from his hands. Yan'an looked calm, squinted her eyes and looked at the 2 attacking people, and gently raised the dragon's claw on her hand. Since you used your real power, let me be a little more serious. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. A brilliant light bloomed in the jungle, with Yan'an's hand as the center, illuminating everyone here. When the light spread over, 2 darkness disappeared in an instant without a trace. Damn it! What kind of power is this? With an angry curse, Satan decisively opened the demonic wings behind his back and flew into the sky, barely dodging the light. Purify. Yan'an slowly opened her eyes. This is the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Powerful, noble, and invulnerable. Even if he is only a half-dragon, his power cannot be compared to that of a mere demon. A newly awakened person like Satan, the little girl absorbed the devil. This power is her nemesis. Trash like this can be destroyed with a snap of your fingers. Yan'an is very confident in the power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yan'an turned back and smiled. It's okay now. The trio were also relieved and heaved a sigh of relief, but at this moment, "Kid, you underestimate me too much." Satan's angry voice sounded, and at this moment, his body teleported behind Serena. "Kid, I'm going to make you regret it." The claws grabbed it. "With this blow, Serena will definitely die." Not good. Yanan's complexion changed drastically, because of her own negligence. However, at this moment, a shout came from the side. "Stop it!" Miraj's body erupted with magical light, right next to Lisana, and the light covered Satan. "Nanny! This is impossible!" Satan's expression changed drastically. She had no time to react at this time, and the light enveloped her. The light dissipated. There was still some figure of Satan, and only Myra Jane existed. "Elder sister." Lisana supported her unconscious sister, with tears still in her eyes. Elfman also came over and squatted down gently. The two of them were still silent in sadness. "Feel sorry." Yanan's apology came from the side. If he hadn't been negligent, such a thing would never have happened. "It's okay, brother Yanan, you have done a good job." Lisana didn't blame Yanan for Mirajana's incident. "If it weren't for Yanan, I'm afraid the three of them would be buried in the claws of the devil." "Brother Yanan, you are a man, and I will become a man like you in the future." Elfman's tall figure gave a thumbs up. Yanan smiled softly, then walked to Mirajana's side, took off her clothes and covered her up. "She is fine now, the devil has been absorbed by her." The worry in Lisana's eyes still did not disappear. "Then will there be any side effects after the demon is absorbed? If Sister Myra Jane incurs scars that will never go away in order to save her, she will feel very guilty." Elfman also has some worries in his eyes. An unknown smile appeared on the corner of Yanan's mouth. "Goo." The worry in Serena's eyes deepened. Yanan stood up and said with a lot of seriousness in her eyes, "How about you three, do you want to go back to the guild with me?" Selina had a bad premonition in her heart, but she still said, "Brother Yanan, why do you say such things at this time?" Elfman also said at this time, "Yes. Brother Yat, although it is true that we yearn for fairy tale, we have to say goodbye to the people in the village." Yanan's eyes were as quiet as water. "You can go, but Jeremy can't." "Why?" Lisana was very puzzled. Then, a sudden scream answered her doubts. "Ah!" Miraj was unconscious on the ground, wailing in pain. Even though she was unconscious, she could still feel the huge pain. "Sister Myra Jane." Lisana quickly ran over and hugged. "Big sister." Elfman also shouted, clenching his fists. "Damn it, what on earth is it?" Yanan looked at Myra Jane and took a deep breath. "She is going to become a demon." "What?" Lisana and Elfman's voices sounded at the same time. At the same time, devil's scales appeared on Mirajana's body, and her hands had already turned into devil's claws. There was no trace of the graceful and beautiful girl she had just now. The whole person has transformed into the appearance of the devil Satan. "This is Satan." Lisana was panicked and quickly pushed Satan away. Looking at Mirajana's appearance at this time, she covered her mouth and tears flowed from her eyes. "How come? How so?" Elfman fell to his knees and kept beating the ground with his fists. He blamed himself for his own powerlessness. "This is not manly at all." "Sister Myra Jane!" Lisana cried. Sister Myra Jane sacrificed herself to save herself. Yanan was calm on the side. "Calm down, your sister is not dead yet." It was these words that made Lisana and Elfman stop crying. "Sister, isn't dead." Lisana murmured to herself. There was still a touch of hope in her heart. Yanan looked at Mirajana's devilish posture, which was indistinguishable from Satan, and said word by word, "What your sister awakens is to receive magic. Receiving magic and receiving a demon, she will naturally become like this demon, but in essence, she is still your sister Myra Jane." Everything is explained clearly. The demon in front of me is Myra Jane. Listena's face turned red with embarrassment when she thought about pushing her sister out just now. How could she? How so? So shameful. Elfman accepted it easily and breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why I want you to go to Fairy Tale is because you can't go back. Ignoring the two people's stunned look, Yan'an continued, when Myra Jane, who is now in a demonic state, returns to the village, I'm afraid it will cause a commotion, and even put her life in danger. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 11. How come? Lisena covered her lips, and the guilt in her eyes deepened. Because of her, her sister became like this. Lisena's tears couldn't help but fall from her eyes. How so? Elfman hammered the ground hard, then stood up, his eyes very firm. Brother Yet, is there any way to restore Sister Marajana's head to its original state? Yan'an slowly shook her head, saying that there was no way to restore Myra Jane to her original state. Seeing Yan'an shake her head, the expressions of Elfman and Lisena instantly became desperate and disheartened. At this time, Yan'an spoke again. But I have a way to restore Myra Jane to her original appearance. Really? The expressions on Lisena and Elfman's faces were suddenly filled with surprise. It doesn't matter even if they can't change back to their original state. As long as their appearance can change back, then the three of them can return to the village and live as usual. Yan'an, he nodded. He strolled up to Myra Jane and gently picked her up. Looking at the demonic face, Yan'an's expression remained calm. The key to returning to her original appearance lies in herself. The soul of Satan has been completely integrated with her soul, and there is no way to separate it. However, her body remains within her body, and as long as she can use the switching magic again, she can return to its original state. Yan'an talked about the principle of receiving magic. After understanding all this, the worries on Lisena and Elfman's faces disappeared, they patted their chests and looked relieved, and their faces showed smile. It's great, Sister Marajana's magic is so powerful. Understanding Satan's soul, Lisena and Elfman didn't have any jealousy. They were just sincerely happy that their sister had obtained such a powerful magic. Yan'an completely picked up Myra Jane. Therefore, if you want to completely restore Myra Jane to her original state, you must go to Fairy Tale for training. You'll be able to come back again in a few weeks. Yan'an said the approximate time. The smiles on Lisena and Elfman's faces became even happier. Wow! We would like to join Fairy Tale. They all said in unison. A strange smile appeared on Yan'an's face. This old man, he recruited 3 people for the union. Lisena and Elfman felt that they were a little bit hairy. Brother Yan'an? Yet. Nan came back to her senses instantly and touched the back of her head. Sorry, I was lost in thought. It's okay, no problem. After all, the tolerant Lisena spoke up first and expressed her request. Bowed again. Brother Yan'an, I hope I can go back to the village one last time to say goodbye to my parents. Elfman also turned his head with a firm expression. Brother Yet, me too. Yan'an had a smile on her face and she cared about her parents' hometown. This made it even more worthy to be recruited into the Fairy Tale Guild. Okay. After the words fell, the 2 people said goodbye. Goodbye, Brother Yan'an. Goodbye, Brother Yet. Yan'an also smiled and waved goodbye. Goodbye. After seeing the 2 people leaving, Yan'an breathed a sigh of relief and the expression on her face became relaxed until they disappeared. Then, the mission is over. Yan'an's eyes shifted to one of the grasses, her expression was a little helpless, and she shrugged. Master, how am I doing? There was movement on the other side of the grass, a shaking sound, and a short figure emerged from the grass with a smile on his face. This is not the president of Fairy Tale, who is Makarov. Makarov the husband looked at the little girl in Yan'an's arms and murmured to himself, another little monster. Being able to awaken at such a young age is considered a powerful receiving magic among a series of magics. Mirajana's talent potential is obvious. How about President? Not bad, have you seen enough? While Makarov was still conquering the gods, Yanan's evil laughter rang from the side. The word well appeared on Makarov's head. Perhaps only Yanan could provoke him. The mood swings, cut the nonsense. I haven't even settled your account for taking on S-level missions without authorization. Yanan's face was full of disapproval. Isn't this done? Makarov's eyes widened and he was furious. Is this something that can be covered up with just one sentence? All in all, you have to reflect on me. Makarov almost shouted these words. Yanan clasped her ears and said, I know. The more perfunctory you want, the more perfunctory you want. In the end, Makarov sighed slightly and sat on a stone anyway. As long as everything is fine, don't be so reckless next time. What will I do if something happens to you? Said the second half of the sentence. At this moment, Makarov's big tears rolled down his cheeks. Yanan felt distressed and said warmly, Okay, not next time. Makarov grabbed Yanan's hand at this moment, raised his head with a gloomy face, there were no tears anywhere, and his face was full of a smile of successful conspiracy. Good boy, you admit it. The gentle expression on Yanan's face froze instantly, and her face turned ashen. Damn Makarov, you plotted against me. The sound spread throughout the jungle, frightening away the birds. Zhang, after all, he is still hot with age. Even if Yanan has 2 lifetimes put together, she can't compare with Makarov's age. He is already considered an antique. Anyway, go home, go home. Makarov took Yanan's hand and walked towards the outside of the jungle. Yanan felt very embarrassed and gritted her teeth. Old man, I can walk by myself, I don't need you to hold me. Makarov let go of his hand, turned his head, suppressed his smile, and pointed to a pile of scratches next to him. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was full of contempt for Lu Chi. Yanan's face fell and she finally sighed. Forget it, let's just hold it. He still compromised. He didn't want to get lost again and be unable to get out of the jungle for a long time. Makarov took Yanan and the unconscious Myra Jane on the boat and rowed away from the island. This one, the S-level mission was successfully completed. Yanan looked at the sea and the island gradually disappearing, with a little aftertaste on her face. Makarov was rowing aside. How? I still miss those 2 little guys. Yanan turned around and said. Of course, after all, they are my only friends in this world. Makarov replied. It makes you feel like you were in another world. Yanan chuckled. It really is. Chapter 12. You. Makarov shook his head and didn't say much. He just thought Yanan was joking. The boat rowed farther and farther. The next day. Early morning. Yanan was in her dormitory, washing her face and brushing her teeth. Lying on his bed was Myra Jane, who had already changed her clothes. Don't get me wrong, it was the dormitory aunt who helped me change it. Really, I don't know when to wake up. Yanan glanced at Myra Jane, put on her clothes, and was about to go to the guild to pick up a simpler mission. Mirajana's eyelids trembled slightly and she made a sound. This sound makes people think a lot. Yanan stopped, he had already heard Mirajana's voice, and turned around. Wake up. Then get up, you lazy idiot. Well, Myra Jane stood up, rubbed her eyes, and looked over with blurred eyes. It's Yanan. Still haven't recovered. Moment. Myra Jane was stunned for a moment. Wait, why is Yanan here? You, why are you here? Mirage stood up from the bed, looking furious. She was extremely angry now. Her memory still stayed at the time when Satan attacked Lysina, and she had no memory of what happened after that. Yanan spread her hands and said matter-of-factly, this is my home, where would it be if it weren't here? Your home? Mirage's eyes were hazy, hesitating, and her cheeks were red. Even though she usually has a hot temper, she was still confused when faced with this situation. Mirage then remembered something and looked at her clothes. She found that her clothes had been changed at some point. Mirage's face instantly turned red, and she was on the verge of breaking out. Yan'an was even more reasonable at this time. I said, should you pay me the accommodation fee for this night? Blow the pot. Yan'an's words simply stabbed the girl in the heart. Myra Jane couldn't bear it anymore. She was originally a hot-tempered little girl, how could she endure such an insult? Go to hell, you bastard. Mirage directly took the pillow and threw it over. Yan'an caught it in one breath and sighed. It seems that you are not calm enough. So, bye. 36 strategies, the best policy is to take action. The little girl was really a bit untouchable, so Yan'an ran away decisively, closed the door, and left her dormitory. Ah! Yan'an! Mirage's roar sounded in the room. Yan'an quickly evacuated the dormitory, followed closely by Myra Jane, who was full of murderous intent and was in a rage. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! You trash! Mirage kept swearing and throwing things, her face still flushed. Mirage, won't you thank me? I am your savior. Yan'an was dodging the things thrown at her, while looking back at the berserk Myra Jane, she accelerated her firepower. No road race. Myra Jane gritted her teeth and threw the things in her hand more accurately and harder. On the way, Yan'an met the listless Gildarts, her eyes were shining, as if she had met a savior, and she ran over quickly. Uncle Gildarts. Yan'an had a bright smile. Gildarts turned around and greeted with a smile. Oh, it's Xiao Yan'an. I heard that you... The words are not finished yet. Gildarts looked at the murderous Myra Jane behind him, and a cold sweat broke out on his cheeks. He was in a flowery jungle, why didn't he understand the situation? Seeing Yan'an coming with a bright smile, Gildarts ran over at a faster speed, sweating profusely. You kid, could you please stop chasing me? Yan'an smiled even brighter. No. Chasing the murderous Myra Jane behind him, he was completely berserk. Satan's strength could not be controlled at all. Every time he threw something, it was like a cannonball hitting him. Under the continuous attack of artillery fire, Yan'an also felt a little unable to withstand it. He quickly shouted towards the front. Uncle Gildas, stop quickly. I have something to discuss with you. Gildas didn't stop for a moment, but ran faster and faster. You boy, don't think that I don't know what bad ideas you have. You can deal with the debts yourself. The three of them ran and chased each other, in Gildarts mode, and the crowd watched. The shells hit and the houses disappeared. Ah, my house! The passers-by were heartbroken. The three of them came to the vicinity of the guild. Bang! Bang! Like a cannonball, the ground in the guild was shaking, and everyone who was drinking in the guild was stunned. Strange, is it an enemy attack? What's the situation? Are those guys from the Dark Guild attacking our guild? Hateful! How dare you offend our fairy tale? Everyone was treating them seriously and were about to go out to meet the enemy. Makarov jumped in front of everyone, his face was drunk, but his expression was a little serious. I'll go out to see what's going on, and you guys will follow closely. Makarov walked out of the guild door. With just one glance, Makarov's eyes widened and he was stunned. What did he see? He actually saw Gildarts, Yan'an, and Myra Jane covering a street. How much compensation does this? How much compensation does it cost? His coffin should be compensated at all? Makarov, he, is angry. What on earth are you three doing? Quickly turning into a giant, Makarov grabbed the three of them with his hands and prevented the subsequent serious destruction. Makarov glanced at the miserable streets with his peripheral vision, his eyelids twitching. How much money will this cost? Everyone in Fairy Tale who came out next was also stunned. When they looked at the three in the president's hands, they suddenly realized. They showed expressions that are worthy of you. This destruction has set a new record. For sure. Alas, the president is so miserable. Everyone in Fairy Tale was talking a lot. After hearing everyone's comments, Makarov's face became darker and he roared. What the hell are you doing? The two of them were embarrassed and laughed, while Myra Jane was completely unconvinced. Hey, you old man, put me down quickly. Old man. Makarov was stunned for a moment. After many years, no one dared to call him an old man like this. Unexpectedly, Makarov's face turned gloomy, and he was about to explode in the next moment. Yanan swallowed. He salivated, thinking of the last time he made that bad old man Makarov angry. Never mind. Makarov returned to his amiable expression, quickly shrank, and put the three of them down. Smiling. Welcome to Fairy Tale, newcomer. Makarov turned his head, looked at everyone, and shouted. There's a party. Ouch. Everyone cheered. Chapter 13. At this moment, inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Ha! Myra Jane stared with displeasure on her face and said, so this dress was not changed by this pervert, but by the dormitory ant. Next to her, Yanan nodded stiffly. He didn't dare to provoke Myra Jane now. Damn it! Mirage grabbed her hair in dissatisfaction. She was still in her demon form and had not changed back. She clenched her fists and trembled all over. Mirage's whole body revealed a dark aura. So, President, can you explain why I'm in this pervert's room? This. Makarov was directly asked this question, and a large amount of cold sweat kept flowing down his cheeks. Goo. Kildas, who had been among the flowers many times when he was young, felt something was wrong for the first time. Well, President, I still have a mission, so I'll leave first. Kildarts ran away decisively. He ran out of the guild door at a speed that even Makarov could not react. Makarov and Yanan were stunned. Yanan also understood something at this time and looked excitedly. Looking at the president, he said to himself, old man, I also accepted a task today, so I'll see you another day. Bang! Yanan fell down from the chair and was about to run away. Wait! The hellish ghost's voice sounded from the side. It was too late. Yanan thought in her heart, and when she felt silent for herself, Mirajana's chair next to her suddenly turned around. A ghost-like face appeared. That's the white-haired devil. Can you explain it? Yanan. Mirage is on the verge of going berserk again, to the point where she could turn black if she's not careful. Goo. Yanan turned her attention to Makarov, hoping to get a little help. Makarov responded with a look of this is your own debt and shook his head helplessly. Yanan completely gave up. Be gentle. Yanan's cheeks were covered with cold sweat, and she kept waving her hands to beg for mercy. Go to hell! Myra Jane roared. Under the teasing gazes of everyone in the guild, Yanan's miserable scream spread throughout the guild. Ah! The voice resounded through the sky. Then, from the task list on the first floor of the guild, Yanan casually picked up a task with trembling arms and threw it towards the guild counter. Take this mission. The voice was so unclear that I couldn't even tell it was him. Ptaha! The moment Makarov saw him, he spit out a mouthful of wine. The word well appeared on Yanan's head, and she said angrily, hey, I'm not shy, what's so funny? Sorry. She said sorry, but there was no apology on her face. She was still laughing. Without him, Yanan looked so funny at this time. With panda eyes, half of her face was black and blue, and part of her face was black and blue. There was a big swelling, which showed how ruthless Myra Jane was. Yanan once again said the word well and shouted approval quickly. Is it so funny? Yanan's expression was full of resentment. Makarov suppressed his laughter and stamped the guild seal on it. Be safe. Also, it's best to take a break. Yan'an took the mission parchment, glared at it, and then walked out of the fairy tale gate. Bang! Closed. After Yan'an walked out, in an instant, the guild, which had been quiet just now, suddenly became lively and burst into laughter. No, stop. Have you noticed? It's so funny. Haha, Xiao Yan'an's expression is so overturned. Having 2 girlfriends at such a young age, how pitiful are the bachelors in our guild. All I can say is retribution from heaven. There was the sound of drinks and laughter in the guild. Myra Jane was at the counter, looking at this scene with an unhappy face, and then looked at the Fairy Tale Guild logo on her body. This feeling is not bad. Today's fairy tale is still in the stage of laughter and laughter. Except for a certain person who is particularly unhappy on the mission. At dusk, after Yan'an recovered from her injuries, she kicked open the guild door. I'm back. Carrying a travel bag. Yan'an saw Myra Jane, who was still in the guild. She walked over and was about to ask a question. But Myra Jane stopped her with her hand. Sex demon, more than 1 meter away from me. Miraj's face was full of displeasure and disgust. Yan'an knew she was in the wrong, touched the back of her head and asked. Where is the president? Miraj sighed, and pointed at the backstage area with her other finger, without saying anything, indicating that Makarov was inside. Ah! Finally sorted out. Makarov's figure walked out from the background. He saw Yan'an returning. Oh, I'm back. How are you? How's the mission going? Makarov jumped on the counter. Yan'an took out the parchment and threw it over. It was a mission to capture the Dark Remnants. Makarov took it. It was me who took the lead, and of course it was done. Yan'an's face was full of confidence, then she turned around and waved her hand. Then I'll leave first, old man. Miraj next to her was completely unhappy. This hateful guy is so cool. Although she was unhappy, Myra Jane still had no way to control this attitude, so she did not go out to do the mission. What's wrong? You want to go on a mission? Makarov on the side noticed Miraj's expression. Miraj curled his lips in displeasure and did not answer. Makarov shook his head. You still need to get used to your receiving magic, or at least control it. Only then can you go out and take on the mission. I know, I know. Miraj's words were full of perfunctory. Bang! Outside the door, Frog in white clothes appeared at the door, holding a lot of lists in his hand. Makarov didn't know why. Why are the people from the Senate here? What's the matter? Rana didn't say much. He walked over and placed the pile of lists next to Makarov. Here, President Makarov, please sort out the things that your guild member Yan'an destroyed while hunting down the remnants of the Dark Guild. These lists are almost as high as Makarov's. Horrible lists. All are documents for damage compensation. Makarov was directly petrified, and his soul left his body and ascended to heaven. Makarov, who was constantly petrified, still continued liquidating. Including the reward for this mission, the total is almost 13 million short, President Makarov. Makarov responded, clenching his fists and almost going berserk. He really can't afford this money. Yan'an. The voice resounded throughout the guild. Myra Jane covered her smile and taunted. Is this the result of a person who can go out and do a task? It's really funny. Ha ha ha. Myra Jane couldn't stop laughing. It's great to read books on May Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 14. Within the next few days. First of all, early the next morning, Yan'an, who had just arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild, was scolded by Makarov and was forced to go to the library to learn a few less powerful light attribute magics. Back. Makarov reluctantly let him go. However, it is still clarified that the money he paid this time will be deducted from his future tasks. According to the current rate of making money, it will take at least a few years to pay it off. Yan'an was in agony, but it was him who made the debt, so he could only grit his teeth and bear it. In addition, in the past few days, Lysina and Elfman also told their families and came to the Fairy Tale Guild. One of the most noteworthy things is that Elfman awakened the magic of beast transformation. Among all magics, it can be regarded as a magic with quite good combat ability. Myra Jane was quite happy to see the two of them, and unusually, she started talking more. But she still doesn't have a good attitude towards someone. Yan'an went out to complete several tasks in the past few days, although they were all relatively high-paying tasks. However, there is still a long way to go before the payment is fully repaid, and this day. Guild. Myra Jane was still sitting on the counter, drinking wine boredly. She only had 3 days left before she could control her demon form. This bores her to death. When can I do the mission? Mirage was scratching her hair at the counter, looking crazy. Her appearance made the people in the guild laugh. Hurry, hurry. Xiao Mila, please bear with it for a few more days, as long as you control your appearance, otherwise don't go out to scare people. The people in the guild still looked heartless. Myra Jane was very depressed. The little girl next to her, Lysina, also comforted Myra Jane at this time. Okay, Sister Myra, come on and control it. And soon we will be able to do tasks together. Still so gentle. Myra Jane is still depressed. Lysina has comforted her so many times in the past few days. In the end, she can only stay in the guild. It's so boring to stay here. All she can do is eat and drink every day. Drink and wait to die. Bang! The sound of stamping attracted Mirajana's attention. She couldn't help but move in the other direction and saw a figure that made her very unhappy. Yan'an. He was the one who prevented her from going out. The culprit. Mirajana's complexion became even darker. Especially when she saw the parchment of the mission, there was even more envy and jealousy in her eyes. Goo. Full of anger, Myra Jane took several sips of the drink. Originally, she wanted to drink. However, she was rejected by the president because she was too young. Helpless, Myra Jane could only make a compromise and drink. Drinks? Damn that guy! That noisy look! Mirage smashed the drink bottle on the counter angrily. The ground seemed to shake once or twice, and her cheeks were a little dizzy. Lysina next to her was helpless and cast an sorry look at Makarov. Makarov returned a "it's okay" look. This is not the first time. Myra Jane does this several times almost every day, venting her depression about not being able to go out. But today is a little different. Want to go on a mission with me? Yan'an's figure appeared in front of Myra Jane, shaking the mission parchment. Makarov. Lysina shouted. Brother Yan'an. Yan'an responded and cast a reassuring look at her. Her eyes were still fixed on Myra Jane. Myra Jane was still awake, looking at her expression a little unhappy, gritting her teeth. Who do you think is responsible for this? You still want me to accompany you on a mission, why don't you go to heaven? I can't go out like this. Mirage was very upset. Sister Myra. Lysina was shouting from the side. She didn't know why as soon as she came to this guild, she found out that Sister Myra and Brother Yan'an had a falling out. Hearing Lysina's call, Mirajana's expression became slightly better, but she still turned her head away. Snort. Yan'an didn't pay too much attention. He had already experienced Mirajana's poisonous tongue in the past few days, and he was almost immune. He took off the black robe on his body. Yan'an tossed it lightly. This is... Although she didn't understand Yan'an's actions, Myra Jane still subconsciously caught the black robe. Looking at the black robe, there was silence for a while, and Myra Jane suddenly raised his head. What do you mean? Yan'an shrugged and said without paying too much attention to the other party's tone, put on a black robe to cover your appearance, can't you go out and do the mission? And you? Myra Jane frowned and looked at the scales on Yan'an's body. This state was not much better than hers. Yan'an didn't care anymore. Pout slightly. Look. Subsequently, under the attention of all the guild members, Yan'an's dragon claws and half of the dragon's face turned into normal skin, and a cute face appeared in front of everyone. What's happening here? All the guild members were shocked. Anyway, that's it. Yan'an shrugged, without saying anything, just looking at Myra Jane. Tisk, I understand. I will accompany you to complete the mission. Mirage put on a black robe and was completely shrouded in it. The devil's appearance was completely invisible. That's great. Yan'an touched her chin and spoke as if to evaluate. Myra Jane pinched her waist and said viciously. Stop talking nonsense. Looking up at that cute doll-like face, Myra Jane became even more upset and curled her lips in a low voice. No matter how cute you are, you can't hide your devilish heart. Because it was too quiet. Yan'an didn't hear this sentence. Myra Jane felt the unique smell on the black robe, and her face turned slightly red. Why do I have to wear a sneaky black robe to accompany this hateful person? The guy is doing the task. Makarov on the counter looked at this scene and smiled like an ant. Go and come back quickly. Waves. Goodbye. Old man, we will be back soon after completing our mission. Yan'an showed a hearty smile, then took Mirajana's hand and ran towards the door of the guild. Etc. Miraj's eyes widened, her hand was held, and her body could only run. The speed was very fast. She broke through the guild's gate almost instantly. With the blessing of the power of Satan. Mirage was still at this speed. Within the range you can bear. Why are you running so fast? Mirage kept shouting on the road, and her eldest sister's appearance could not be seen at all, showing a somewhat panicked expression. Yan'an turned around, and under the rapidly changing street, her cute face said as it should be, I'm still here since I owe money, of course the sooner I complete the task, the better. So, Myra Jane suddenly thought of something. Yan'an laughed, a bit devilish. Of course you are the toolman who helps me work. Chapter 15. Go to hell, bastard. Mirage was filled with shame and anger. She no longer held back her hand. The dark light ball condensed on her hand and hit her. Ah! Myra Jane, you murdered your husband. Yan'an ducked away, shouting deliberately, and kept dodging. Hearing this, Myra Jane became even more embarrassed and angry, so angry. Go to hell. Go to hell. Asshole. Go to hell. Mirage directly raised her hands, condensed a super large version of the dark light ball, and hit it. Ah! The screams spread, it was too horrible to watch. There were some bumps along the way. But it was okay. The seaside. The beach. Is this the location of this mission? Mirage's eyes were filled with brilliance, and she was shocked by the beautiful sea surface. It is already dusk now. The sun continues to sink along the sea surface, and the magnificent sea surface is filled with colorful waves. This scene is very beautiful, and the beauty of nature beautiful. Yan'an's face was bruised and purple, but he didn't care about the injuries on his face. He laughed when he saw this scene and explained, this mission is a mission for us to catch 1,000 fresh fish. Then the corners of Mirajana's mouth twitched. This seemed a little different from the magnificent scene she had imagined, where the two of them were adventuring together. Yan'an ignored Myra Jane and opened her backpack. I took out 2 pairs of fishing rods from my backpack. Give. Yan'an threw one of the fishing rods over. Myra Jane took the fishing rod. She still didn't come back to her senses. The gap was too big. Yan'an took out the bait from her backpack again, and then the earthworm was hung on the fish hook, the fishing rod was opened, and a transparent line was thrown out. After doing all this, Yan'an explained. Most of the tasks are like this. Some traders often ask magicians to solve some difficult problems. We are now doing this task. The merchant wanted 1,000 fresh fish, but he couldn't guarantee that the fish on the market were fresh, so he left the job to our magicians. Anyway, keep going. Myra Jane then reacted, and also took the bait, threw the line, and came to Yanan's side. Myra Jane looked at the sea in the distance. I have to say, this is a bit different from how I imagined the life of a wizard. Yanan didn't say much. She held the fishing rod and shrugged. The kind of adventurous life you imagine also exists, but it requires an S-class magician. S-class magician? Myra Jane was puzzled. She had just joined the guild, and she really didn't have any common sense about magicians. Anyway, she was idle, so Yanan simply continued to explain. The guild divides mages into ordinary and S-level mages. Ordinary mages can only accept quests below S-level, while S-level mages can accept quests above S-level. Yanan smiled. Most challenging missions are S-level. There are flames in her eyes. This is why Yanan must accept S-level missions. Without him, missions below S-level are too boring. That's really exciting. The fire of fighting spirit appeared in Marajana's eyes, and her goal appeared, which was to become an S-class magician. Bang bang! Suddenly, she was patted on the back. Jeremy was still a little confused about this sudden attack, and she was a little unaware. At a loss. What are you thinking about? You don't think you can become an S-class mage? Ha ha ha, you're the only one who can't even control your own magic. Yanan laughed, and there seemed to be deep contempt in this laughter. You guy! Marajana's face was as gloomy as water, and the feeling that just arose in her heart disappeared in an instant. Go to hell! You bastard! The water surface exploded. Yanan's screams echoed on the seaside. It lasted until night. Starry sky. The bright stars illuminated the earth, and the most dazzling ones were these 12 constellations, which were particularly dazzling in this magical world. Myra Jane opened her dark eyelids and looked at the unobstructed view of the sea. Yanan, how long will we continue to fish? Yanan was also listless. She looked at the sea and fell into a daze. Have no idea. Then should we go back? Have no idea. Then go back. Have no idea. No matter how many questions Myra Jane asked, Yanan still had only one answer, and that was I don't know. There was obvious anger on Marajana's face. You've had enough. Just after he finished speaking, he saw Yanan's thread suddenly swaying. Yanan, who had been dull just now, seemed to be energetic at this moment. She stood up. Marajana's expression also became energetic, and she stood up and clenched her fists. Called finally a fish got the bait. Just follow this momentum and catch 1,000 fish quickly. Yanan also became energetic, activated her strange power, and pulled hard. Strange, why does this feel wrong? Just when Yanan felt something was wrong. Next to her, Marajana's voice came. Yanan, look. Yanan raised her head and looked up, her eyes widened. What kind of fish was this? It was clearly a dilapidated wooden boat hanging on the hook. And this already dilapidated wooden boat was pulled down with all her strength by Yanan. Collapsed in an instant. With her keen eyesight, Yanan saw the appearance of a red-haired little girl in a coma among the crumbling wooden boats. She was covered in rags that barely covered her body. She was dirty and embarrassed. Bang! Falling into the water. Yanan fell into silence and speechlessness. Myra Jane also saw the red-haired little girl of the same age who was about the same age as her, and she was also silent for a while. It seems you made a mistake. Yanan nodded dully. A little girl fell into the water. Yanan nodded even more dully, her heart was filled with despair. Go and save people. Myra Jane almost shouted the last sound. At this moment, Yanan finally reacted, her eyes widened, and she jumped directly into the water with lightning speed. There was a splash of water. Myra Jane couldn't dodge, and her clothes were soaked by the splash of water. This guy. Mirage had blue veins on her face, and decided to settle the score with that guy later. At this time, underwater, Yan'an swam, blowing bubbles underwater, her eyes constantly shifting left and right, searching for the unconscious person little girl. Where? Where? Feeling very anxious, Yan'an frowned. Suddenly she felt something in her heart and looked somewhere. Yan'an's eyes suddenly widened and she shouted in her heart. Found it! Swimming over quickly, Yan'an picked up the little girl and swam toward the shore. The little girl seemed to open her eyes. Then she closed them again, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Is it an illusion? Jalal. Chapter 16. Phew! Yan'an jumped out of the water, dragged the little girl to the shore, and with great effort, she and the little girl were finally able to get to the shore. Hoo! Yan'an gasped. It's really tiring, even when I was with Myra Jane, I wasn't this tired. Yan'an was lying on the beach, exhausted, and her tone was full of emotion. The devil's words rang out next to her. Oh? Does it mean you feel tired from staying with me? Mirage's cute face appeared in front of Yan'an, and she laughed inexplicably. But Yan'an didn't think it was cute at all. The ultimate reason was Myra Jane was about to turn black. Almost reflexively, Yan'an only then did she remember what he was doing. She stood up quickly, extremely upright, and broke into a cold sweat. Sorry Mirage. Before she finished speaking, Yan'an raised her head and looked at that moment. Eyes widened. This figure, tisk tisk. Mirage's face turned slightly red, with disgust on her face, she covered her body and took a few steps back. I almost forgot that you are a pervert. Only then did Yat Nan react and quickly changed the topic. Not to mention this, the little girl next to me is still unconscious. Myra Jane then reacted and shifted his gaze to the unconscious little girl. Her face was calm. A sense of calmness, pity, and tenacity filled this face that was as dazzling as a ruby. Even Myra Jane had to admit, this is the most beautiful little girl she has ever seen, even her temperament is so perfect. It's so beautiful. Myra Jane sighed with emotion. Yan'an Zhengshen next to her suddenly read out a name in a daze. Urza. Urza? Myra Jane suddenly recalled this name, turned around and looked with suspicious eyes. Yan'an reacted and waved her hands. Don't get me wrong, I don't even know this little girl. Tisk. Mirage's expression remained unchanged, with a hint of disdain. This look on your face is like, you are treating me like a fool. Yan'an smiled brightly and skipped the topic anyway, let's find a way to save this little girl first. She is drowning now, and the water must be removed from her body. Myra Jane was a little flustered and didn't know what to do. What to do? What to do? No matter what, she is just a 7-year-old little girl. She doesn't know how to save people no matter what. Yan'an already has an idea in her mind. I do have a method. Yan'an's face was full of confidence, as if it said only I can save her. Myra Jane looked at it with suspicious eyes. Yan'an turned around, her face filled with confidence. Take a good look. Mirage's face was slightly flushed, and she had to admit that this man was quite handsome when he was serious. Myra Jane nodded. Yan'an walked over and squatted in front of Urza. She came slightly closer. Finally, the lips of the two kissed together, and the starry sky was dazzling. Mirage's eyes widened. At this moment, her face was livid, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. For a long time. Yan'an then stood up and turned her head. Good. As soon as he said a word, a flying kick came. Kick Yan'an down directly. Myra Jane appeared at Yan'an's original place, her face was extremely red with shame, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Go to hell. Sex devil. The soul of Satan was full of power. Myra Jane raised her hands, and a ball of dark energy 10 times larger than before was condensed. There was no hesitation. He threw it towards Yan'an. Yan'an just stood up, touched her head, and saw a huge energy ball coming towards her. Her eyes widened. Aish those ohms. Ignore these countless words. Ah! Screams hundreds of times more miserable than before sounded from the beach. The night passed. A cabin. Urza seemed to be having a dream. A dark cell, a handsome face with blue hair, the final dark and stormy night. Ah! Urza woke up with a start and her eyes widened. I am. He lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Urza showed her clean hands, lowered her head, and blurted out in confusion. Am I not dead yet? Of course you're not dead. A voice came from the side. There was another bed. Urza looked confused and looked in the direction of the voice. Yan'an, who was covered in scars, wrapped in gauze, and was cursing someone unknown, he screamed in pain. But I'm dying. Damn Myra Jane. Mirage, seems to be the name of a person. After a long absence, Urza felt a strange feeling. She couldn't help but smile. Is this what joy feels like? Yan'an looked at Urza, who was smiling and was a little crazy. This was the first time he saw such a beautiful smile. You have such a beautiful smile. Yan'an praised unconsciously. Urza suppressed her smile. Thank you. Yan'an didn't care. She just wanted to continue chatting with Urza. Bang! The door outside suddenly opened. Mirajana's figure appeared at the door, and the atmosphere was stiff. For a moment, almost reflexively, Mirage Urza stood behind her, staring at Yan'an with vigilant eyes. Yan'an was ashamed, and now he didn't have the strength even to shrug his shoulders. He lamented, complaining. As for guarding me as much as you guard against thieves? What is this thing called? The look in Mirajana's eyes is a bit strange. It seems to reveal what kind of person you are. I have already seen through it. Oh my God! Yan'an wailed even more miserably. Those who heard it were sad, and those who saw it shed tears. When can men stand up? Puff! Looking at the exchange between the two, Urza couldn't hold back her smile anymore and started laughing again. Myra Jane hugged Urza and stared closely. It was like guarding against thieves. But at this time, Yan'an couldn't care about anything else. At this moment, his mind was filled with images of Myra Jane and Urza hugging each other, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. If he remembered correctly. In this era, Urza and me when Raj met, they were incompatible with each other, and they quarreled when they met. Later, it stopped because of Mirajana's personality change. But now, he actually saw Myra Jane and Urza hugging each other. What a long time to live. See you. Yan'an is a little regretful. It's a pity that there is no camera here to record this classic scene. What a pity. Myra Jane doesn't care what Yan'an, the pervert, is thinking at this moment. She only has one thought at the moment. Then yes, protect Urza's safety from this pervert. Well, can you tell me who you are? At this time, when the two were confronting each other, Urza, who had been silent just now and did not resist in Mirajana's arms, suddenly spoke. Chapter 17. Cabin. A long time. As Yan'an explained the entire process of rescuing Urza from the ocean, of course, some parts of it had hundreds of millions of artistic touches. No. I didn't notice that Mirajana's eyes looked wrong. With an expression like I've seen through you, I've seen you through, she stared at her. Yan'an was so stared at that she broke out in cold sweat and laughed twice. Urza was silent for a while, after hearing this. I want to get off the bed quickly. She wanted to personally thank the savior who saved her life. What are you doing? Mirage noticed something was wrong with Urza. She frowned slightly. She always felt that Urza in front of her had some unknown thoughts. "I'm going to get up and say thank you," Urza said very calmly, and then stood up again. He staggered. Myra Jane quickly ran over to hold him and fixed him. "You can't move around due to your current injury." Stern reminder. Urza's only exposed eye was silent for a while. Urza nodded. Yan'an, who was watching from the side, interrupted at this time. "Urza, if you have no place to go, you might as well come to Fairy Tale." She spoke in an affirmative manner as soon as she opened her mouth. Yan'an's expression was as usual, still the same cute face, without any change. Urza was still silent. For a long time. In the end, Urza nodded. After accepting Yan'an's proposal, nothing changed in the whole process. Myra Jane couldn't stand it anymore, and interrupted the conversation between the two, with her hands on her hips, her face full of displeasure. "Hello. You two, what do you mean by leaving me, Myra Jane, alone?" "Feel sorry." Urza lowered her head. She had just escaped from the Tower of Paradise, and she was still feeling a little down. Well. At this time, Myra Jane also saw it. "Never mind." Walking lightly, Myra Jane opened the door, and the sea breeze blew from outside. "The weather is so good, why not play for a while first?" The breeze was blowing. Myra Jane didn't notice that the black cloak blew down, revealing a demonic face, and her eyes widened. Etc. Mirage quickly tried to cover her with the black robe. She turned around. She saw Urza consecrating herself, and her movements suddenly stopped. "Sorry, it's ugly." Myra Jane's mood also dropped a little. This time, it was Urza's turn to smile, slowly shook her head, and said softly, "No. I feel beautiful." Mirage's eyes widened, her face turned red, and she was moved. "Thanks." "Thank you." Although no one she met in the past few days said anything about her appearance, Myra Jane could still feel that they were very concerned about her appearance. As time went by, Myra Jane G was also inevitably worried that she would never change back. Although the president and others had been comforting her, saying that she would definitely be able to change back, she still had no idea in her heart. "Thanks." Said again. Myra Jane felt that her whole heart was warmed at this moment, but at this moment, "I never expected to see such a scene." Yan'an seemed to be sighing on the bed. Mirajana's whole face suddenly collapsed, her complexion was livid, and her huge eyes turned and stared. "What do you mean by this?" The tone was very bad. Myra Jane had every reason to feel that Yan'an was definitely hinting at something, as if her relationship with Urza shouldn't be so good. There was some sweat on Yan'an's face. "No, nothing. He is really a little afraid of Myra Jane. She is really a crazy girl." Mylamai smiled ferociously, raised her hand slightly, condensed a ball of dark light, and smiled even happier. Yan'an did not. Feeling half happy. Sure enough. The scene that happened next was not what Yan'an expected at all. "Go to hell, scumbag." Mirage directly threw all the dark balls over, making a huge noise. The wooden house trembled. The smoke dispersed. The wall on this side was completely damaged. The most miserable thing was that the bed completely fell apart, and Yan'an collapsed on it. Under the sawdust. "You guys are so merciless." Yan'an was depressed for a moment. He didn't look injured at all. He untied the bandage and stood up from the pile of sawdust. This attack was still far from breaking his half-dragon body. But it made Yan'an sad. It's not this. But, this Mirage really doesn't know how to show mercy at all. Yan'an was so depressed. Mirage heard these words and sneered a few times. "There is no need to show mercy to scum. And you weren't injured." Yan'an covered her heart, showing a hurt look. "I was severely traumatized, beside." Puff. Urza, who had been watching the interaction between the two people just now, suddenly smiled, clenched her fists, and then relaxed her fists slightly. A whole new life. Urza seemed to be remembering something. Eyes sparkling with memories. Simon, I will never let you down. Urza's eyes suddenly became firm. I will start a new life with this identity, fairy tale. And beside, Yanan, who was fighting with Myra Jane, felt something. She turned her head and looked at Urza next to her, as if she sensed some change in her at this moment. Have you started a new life? Yanan is sincerely happy for Urza. Her childhood was too miserable. The Tower of Paradise. Yanan narrowed her eyes. Sooner or later, this place that brought Urza pain will be destroyed. Completely destroyed. But now. Jalal, don't let me down. Your power. The corners of Yanan's mouth suddenly thought of it and curved out. Bang. Yanan was directly knocked away. He was actually distracted while fighting with me. Who are you looking down on? Myra Jane held her smoking fist and stared with fighting intent. Yanan stood up from the rubble and rubbed the left side of her face, looking very painful. I don't know that Myra-chan is a little lighter. Mirage sneered at this. Although her current offensive was extremely fierce, she also discovered that no matter how she attacked, in fact, the man in front of her did not break through the defense at all. The difference in strength was really obvious. You guy. Be more serious. I was serious about fighting. Mirage pounced directly. Bang. Mirage's figure stopped. Yanan firmly grasped her fist, and her expression became a little more serious. Are you still fighting? Mirage tried to break away, but found that she couldn't break away from this seemingly weak hand, so she gave up. Forget it, no more fighting, I lose. When she said the 3 words I lost, Mirajana's face showed obvious unwillingness. She has never experienced the feeling of losing since she was a child. This is her first defeat. Chapter 18. So strong. Elsa looked on with an expression full of amazement. She originally thought that the girl was stronger, but she didn't expect, the strongest one turned out to be this boy. Yanan turned her head and focused her eyes on Urza. On the body, an invitation was issued. How about it, do you want to come to Fairy Tale? Elsa was stunned, and then nodded. Now that she was homeless, and adding Simon's words about a new life, she accepted the invitation without hesitation. Yanan laughed. So. A fishing rod was thrown over. It's still a fishing mission. Hey. Urza took the fishing rod, a little confused. Why? Your first mission as a mage is to go fishing with us. Yanan smiled very brightly. The number of tool men accompanying her for fishing has been increased again. This task will be completed very quickly. You, Myra Jane next to her was very speechless and didn't know what to say. A few days later. Fairy Tale Guild. The guild was filled with cheers and clinking glasses as always, and the fairy tale wizards gathered at the table to drink and eat. Makarov was drinking at the counter as usual, smiling at this scene. He is already satisfied that Fairy Tale is thriving. Boom! The door burst open. The Fairy Tale wizards all stopped to raise their glasses when they heard this sound, and all their eyes focused on the door. Makarov's eyes were also on the door. I'm back. Yanan is still feeling refreshed. On the contrary, the mental state of the 2 girls next to him is not very good. I'm back. One spoke very quietly, and the other didn't say a word at all. The entire guild fell silent, and there was a moment of silence. Moment. As if wanting to bring back this quiet time, the entire guild fell into an unprecedented chanting. Hey, hey, is it true? I went out and brought back such a beautiful girl. Xiao Yenan is surrounded by so many girls at such a young age, and her future is limitless when she grows up. Why? I am still single and might as well be a child. The fairy tale mage was so drunk that he couldn't help but focus on Urza. Although she was still young, she could still see that she was a beautiful embryo. As beautiful as a ruby. Makaro the husband jumped over and came to Yan'an, carefully looking at Urza next to him. What an incredible magic potential. Are there so many monsters these days? It's unscientific. He, Makarov, has been looking for talents worth cultivating for so long, but they are not as good as the talents Yan'an found when she went out casually. Makarov pulled Yan'an to the corner of the guild. How did you find it? Yan'an also whispered, quietly. Found it casually. Hearing these words, Makarov almost fell down. Good guy. He specifically looks for children with potential, why not just find them casually? It's so ordinary. Makarov's eyes were full of resentment. How about you do more tasks in the future, not too many, just 10 tasks a day, and just 1 or 2 like Myra Jane every day. Yan'an almost burst out after hearing this, and her eyes became a little weird when she looked at him. Can geniuses like Urza and Myra Jane be found easily? What a waste. Makarov is also a bit brilliant. Chan quickly waved his hand to save his old face. Just kidding, just kidding. Yan'an looked back with I understand and left here. Urza watched the conversation between the two, a little confused. Yan'an took Urza's hand. Come. With that said, he took her to the guild counter. Urza was calm from beginning to end, not like a little girl at all. Even when Yan'an held her hand, her expression did not change. Yan'an he picked up the guild seal and said. As long as you put this on, you can be considered a member of Fairy Tale. Urza stared at the seal and murmured. A member of Fairy Tale, someone like me. Certainly. This sentence was said by Makarov, from behind. Makarov jumped on the counter, grabbed the guild seal, and cursed, you kid, do you want to rebel? I'm the one who stamped the guild seal. Haha. Yan'an touched the back of her head, looking careless. Makarov didn't care, and turned to look at Urza. His expression suddenly became serious. No matter what kind of past you have, now that you have come to Fairy Tale, go to hell with those pasts. If those annoying pasts come to you, then let's cut them off. When we come to Fairy Tale, we are a family. Protecting your family, this is the meaning of Fairy Tale. Urza's eyes suddenly fluctuated a little, and her bright eyes emitted a dazzling light. Guardian. Simon's shadow appeared in front of Urza. Let's move towards a new life. Urza. After untying the knot in her heart, Urza rarely laughed again, but found that it was still a bit difficult. Bang! Yan'an gently put her hand on Urza's head. Don't think so much, just relax. Immediately afterwards, Urza's smile fully bloomed. President, I join Fairy Tale. The words fell. It was announced that Urza had chosen to join Fairy Tale. Makarov laughed. Fairy Tale was thriving and happy, and there is one more family member to protect. Muttered to himself, but overall it is a good thing after all. Family, after all. The more the better. Makarov stood up with a serious face. All the guild members stopped and looked over. Stopped their movements. Cup. Urza Zheng looked at it, a little confused about what was going on. The entire guild became serious for less than a second. Makarov's seriousness disappeared, and he turned to look relaxed and shouted, family, there's a party. Welcome our new family. Oh! There were extremely warm cheers in the guild. All the guild members were happy for Urza's arrival. Yan'an laughed. Myra Jane on the other side crossed her legs and curled up the corners of her mouth. Drinking a drink. This is Fairy Tale. Elsa's eyes were filled with brilliance. Simon, you are right. Only when you leave that place can you see the vastness of the world and the warmth of home. This is home. Thanks, thanks. Urza's eyes couldn't help but shed tears. A handkerchief wiped the tears. Yan'an smiled. Don't cry casually, come and have a banquet together. Chapter 19. 1 year later. On the street, everything is so prosperous, the passers-by around are busy with their activities, setting up stalls, shouting, everything is so beautiful. And in this calmness, a scream broke this beauty. Ah! Catch the thief! When a lady just took out her wallet, a thin thief quickly grabbed the wallet and ran towards the street. The passers-by frowned, but they didn't want to meddle in their own business when they saw the thief. See you! When the thief comes running, all the passers-by dodge and get out of the way. There is no obstacle to the thief along the way and he runs faster. Hey hey! It seems that I can make a fortune if I come here. Thanks to these timid people, I am prosperous. The thief ran and looked back at a group of timid passers-by, showing a disdainful sneer. It was this group of people that made the thief so rampant. But now they all took advantage of him. When he looked back again, the thief's eyes widened. In front of him, there was a cute young man blocking his way. Is this man really not afraid of death? Kid! Get out of the way! The thief showed a fierce look and took out a knife from his pocket to threaten. The thief sneered even louder in his heart. He also has a plan B. Do you think everything will be fine if a kid who wants to die stops him? He is so naive, look at me and scare him, cry him. The boy in front of him is Yanan, who has grown 1 year taller after nearly a year. Yanan also looked a little helpless at this time. With so much courage, there is nothing wrong with doing anything but this. Sighing slightly, Yanan's eyes narrowed and she rushed forward. Nanny! The thief was startled and a little confused. Are brats these days so courageous? When he saw the knife, he didn't retreat and cry for his mother. Instead, he rushed forward. It's too late. Never mind. Kid! Since you are looking for death, I will help you. The thief's eyes became completely fierce, and his whole person exuded murderous intent. The passers-by were shocked. Be careful! Boy, get away quickly, it's too dangerous. Whose boy is this? He is so reckless. Passers-by couldn't bear to watch, feeling that tragedy was about to happen in front of them. At this time, no. One of the young people's eyes exuded the light of faith that's from fairy tale. The other side. Yanan was not afraid at all, she smiled and went up to him, jumped up, and the knife that was pierced directly shattered, unable to penetrate the body at all. What? The thief's expression changed dramatically. Only then did he realize that the kid in front of him was no ordinary person. The crowd. The young man with faith looked at the cute boy who exuded confidence as if he were looking at a god that's a goblin. The light dragon with the tail, Master Yanan. With these words, there was silence in the crowd, and everyone's eyes were looking there. There! Yanan gave a flying kick, and the thief flew up. He rolled his eyes and fell unconscious. The wallet he snatched fell. Falling on the ground. Yanan landed, her whole body exuding confidence. It's 100 years too early to deal with me with this little means. The heroic figure fell into the crowd. People cheered directly and shouted Guanglong's name. Is this the light dragon Sama from fairy tale? So cute! Legend has it that Lord Light Dragon is the dragon slayer of light. He can deal with a mere thief easily, right? Dragon slayer? Isn't that already lost? It seems that according to rumors, it is the 2nd generation or something. People were talking a lot, and even a few words were inseparable from remarks such as Dragon Slayer is very powerful. Yanan could barely maintain her posture when she just defeated the thief and fell down, and the corners of her mouth kept twitching. In the end, Yanan still endured it. I can't stand it any longer. Turning around, Yanan argued loudly. I am not a light dragon slayer magician. I declare once again that this is definitely not a light dragon slayer magic. The voice spread into the crowd. But it had no effect. The crowd was still talking about it, and after hearing Yanan's shouting, it became even more intense. Did you hear that? Lord Light Dragon is not a dragon slayer. Lord Guanglong is so humble. That is, in the Mage Weekly, Lord Guryua was rated as the most humble mage. Even though the identity of the Dragon Slayer mage is already known to the world, he still claims that he is not the Dragon Slayer mage. Lord Guanglong. I really like. The people in the crowd became more intense and excited. The lady whose wallet had just been robbed also stumbled over at this time, feeling like she was walking quickly. Yan'an also took the opportunity to pick up the wallet on the ground and handed it to her. Passed. Give. Your wallet. Unexpectedly, the lady didn't even look at her wallet. She focused her eyes entirely on Yan'an, her face flushed. Ah! Lord Guanglong. It's the living Lord Light Dragon. Lord Guanglong, I am your fan, please sign it. Yan'an almost dropped her chin. The figure of the lady in front of her was so beautiful. She weighed about 200 kilograms and was so fat that she couldn't get enough of it. Yan'an saw the lady's appearance. I almost vomited. It's eye-catching. Lord Guanglong, please sign. The lady came closer again. Yan'an's expression changed drastically. Even if he were to face the black dragon and die now, it would be much better than staying here. No. A shrill cry. It took a long time. Yan'an wiped her cold sweat from the crowd and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was fast, otherwise I would have been unlucky. At that critical moment, Yan'an directly got into the crowd at extremely fast speed. Ah! That's Lord Guanglong. I don't know who shouted this. Yan'an's expression changed drastically, and she ran quickly, with the crowd behind chasing her. Finally, after some hard work, Yan'an finally got rid of these crazy crowds and came back. On the familiar streets of Fairy Tale. Oh, it's Xiaonan. Passers-by greeted Yan'an in a normal tone. In the past year, Yan'an has become familiar with the neighbors. They are not as crazy as people outside. But the people here are still very friendly to Yan'an. Yan'an casually caught the apple thrown from nowhere. Scratching the back of his head. Yan'an knew where the apple came from almost without thinking. Uncle Fairy, you really don't have to give me an apple every time. Yan'an was very distressed. Uncle Fairy laughed a few times. There was a pile of apples in front of him. There were bright red and translucent apples everywhere, with good color. He said with a careless eye. This is the apple that just came in. Eat it quickly. Yan'an had no choice but to accept the apple directly. She walked a few more steps. There were more bananas in Yan'an's hand. Chapter 20. Every few steps I took, there was always a little something extra on my body, until I reached the door of Fairy Tale. Yan'an's hands were no longer free, and she was holding the pile of various items, shaking left and right. Boom! With a kick like this, the door opened. The lively and joyful voices in the guild came from the door. Yan'an was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. Step through the door. Yan'an stood at the door holding a lot of things, gritting her teeth. Someone help me. All the magicians in Fairy Tale looked back and laughed. I wonder who it is. It turns out that our light dragon is back. Is this the downside of being too popular? Our dragon slayer of light from Fairy Tale is so awesome. Ha ha ha. Everyone was talking sarcastically. At this time, Yan'an didn't care much about various items and the like. When he heard words like Dragon Slayer, his eyes instantly turned red. What a Dragon Slayer! How many times have I said this? I'm not a Dragon Slayer. Slander. It's simply slander. The power of the majestic blue-eyed white dragon has turned into a Dragon Slayer wizard in everyone's mouth. Everyone in Fairy Tale is laughing, they have seen Yan'an look like this many times. Pass on, Xiao Yan'an is not a Dragon Slayer. Oh, Xiao Yan'an is a Dragon Slayer. Did you hear that? Xiao Yan'an is a colorful Dragon Slayer wizard. Several black lines appeared on Yan'an's head. These ignorant guys were teasing him more and more outrageously. Now, the thing he regrets the most is the annihilation of the Dark Guild branch half a year ago. At that time, he didn't kill them all. So much so that when the younger brothers from the Dark Guild saw him, they just said, "Damn it! It's Fairy Tale's Dragon Slayer of Light. Go and report it." Every time Yan'an wiped out the Dark Guild, she was speechless. At the end, with the help of those unscrupulous media, Yan'an Guang's reputation as Dragon Slayer magician successfully spread throughout the entire continent. Yan'an didn't even know what to say. All in all, so speechless. Without paying attention, Yan'an was slightly distracted, and countless items fell down, in Yan'an's wide eyes. Buried him inside. A hand appears outside. Moment. Yan'an emerged from the pile of items. "Have you had enough trouble?" The guild was silent for a second. Subsequently, "No," everyone said in unison. Yan'an almost fainted from the anger. Fortunately, her heart was strong and she gradually got used to it over the years. She packed up her belongings, then came to the guild counter and sat down. Brother Yan'an is back. Lisana was in the guild, helping to entertain everyone. After almost a year, Lisana became more and more beautiful. Yan'an was very angry and complained. "Lisana, can you tell them that I am not a dragon slayer?" Lisana smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Brother Yan'an is not a dragon slayer, but don't be too modest, Brother Yan'an." Yan'an sighed and became even more speechless. "I didn't expect that even you didn't believe me." When she didn't get a reply, Yan'an simply ended this bad topic and changed it to another. "By the way, where are your sister and Urza?" When talking about these two people, Yan'an saw some helplessness in Lisana's eyes. Lisana said with a polite smile, "Sister Myra and the others have been doing missions these days, and Urza is also doing missions and has never stopped." Yan'an sighed, with a little confusion in his eyes. "Myra Jane and the others have been complaining that the mission is boring." Urza is not surprised. After all, it has always been like this. But Myra Jane, is this a fight with Urza? Over the past few months, the relationship between Yan'an, Myra Jane, and Urza has become better and better. Occasionally they will go out to do tasks together. Now that Myra Jane and Urza cannot be seen, Yan'an still it's a bit out of habit. Just when Lisana was about to explain why Myra Jane and the others were not here, Yan'an touched her chin, leaned against the counter, and said thoughtfully, "Even Kana has disappeared from the guild recently. Is that strange? This is really unprecedented." In these months, Yan'an has never seen Kana not in the guild. But these days, Kana often disappears, drinking and wandering off somewhere. "Yan'an commits suicide again," Guzii spoke. "The old man doesn't know what he's been doing lately, so he doesn't drink here anymore." Lisana explained beside her. "I think I know what the president and Sister Myra are doing recently." Yan'an moved her head over and let out a light sigh, a little curious. "Do you know what the old man and the others are doing?" Lisana chuckled twice and looked outside the guild door. "Guild president, he is probably still preparing for the S-level assessment. As for Sister Myra, they are frantically doing tasks for the S-level assessment." Yan'an finally remembered and suddenly realized. "By the way, the S-level assessment is about to begin." But at this moment, an inappropriate voice sounded from the side. "No matter how they prepare, they are just a group of weaklings." Hearing this, Yan'an frowned and looked away. Lisana also looked a little unhappy. She looked over. Laxus was sitting on another chair, shaking the wine glass, and sneered disdainfully, "This how can a person who sharpens his weapon in battle compete with me for an S-class mage? This time I, Laxus, the S-class mage, is bound to win." Yan'an frowned, glanced at Laxus's wine glass, and frowned deeper. "The old man said that minors are not allowed to drink in the guild." As soon as he heard the title of old man, lightning flashed across Laxus' body, and his mood became a little unstable. How can that old man restrict me, Laxus? Sooner or later, I will inherit the entire guild and eliminate all the unnecessary weak ones. And now, becoming an S-class mage is my first step. Yanan's face also darkened. Anyone can insult her old man, but Laxus can't. The old man worked so hard for him. She dodged. Yanan grabbed Laxus' arm and used force. Apologize. With a cold face, he said. Apologize to the old man. Laxus' expression changed slightly, and he suddenly sank, provoking. How about not apologizing? Is it possible that you still want to hit me? I have absolute confidence in my own strength. Chapter 21. Yanan's face turned colder, and she held her hand harder. You can try it and see if I dare. Don't think that the old man can protect you. Laxus's face was livid, and he felt the warmth on his arm. He was unable to break away no matter what, and lightning flashed across his body. Get out of here! Bang! The counter exploded, and everything around it was overturned. What? What's happening here? Laxus and Yanan started fighting. Everyone in the guild stopped drinking and turned their eyes solemnly to the place where the explosion occurred. Lightning crisscrossed. This place formed an absolute field. Laxus exploded with all his strength, and his strength was so terrifying. But it was such terrifying strength. Yanan didn't waver at all. She held her hand tightly from beginning to end, with no intention of letting go. Use force. Yanan even tightened her grip. Apologize. Apologize to the old man. Yanan said in a cold voice, her expression even colder and murderous. In these months, he has been looking for the Dark Lord a lot. The troubles naturally accumulated some murderous intent. Laxus's face was ashen and he was in a dilemma. He felt very unwilling and helpless. He found that he was no match for Yanan at all. Damn that guy! I will never apologize to the old man. Laxus is still obsessed with it. Yanan's face completely turned cold, and she has decided to teach Laxus a profound lesson. Then don't blame me. Just as he was about to use magic, Makarov's voice appeared next to him. Forget it, Yanan. Yanan gave up her strength, turned her head to one side, sighed slightly and said, even so, do you still want to protect your grandson? Old man. Makarov stood in the ruins, with lightning on the ground intertwined. Makarov didn't care. Only his strength can intervene in this war. Laxus is my grandson after all. Makarov stared deeply at Yanan. Now I am just an ordinary old man who wants to protect his family. Hearing this, Yanan completely relaxed. At this time, Laxus seized this rare opportunity, broke away his hand, and condensed an electric ball of amazing power with his other hand, heading directly towards Yanan. His face was covered. Go to hell! Yanan turned her head, her eyes widened, and there was some anger in her eyes. Smoke rose. Ahem, what happened? I remember Laxus seemed to have attacked Yanan secretly. No way. Everyone in the fairy tale guild couldn't believe it. Who was Laxus? He was Makarov's grandson, but they didn't expect to do such a thing as a sneak attack. It was a shame for all the 10 saints. Makarov's face. Under the worried gaze of everyone, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing 3 figures. Ahem. Makarov's blood dripped to the ground. His right shoulder was hit by Laxus' full blow. Makarov blocked Yanan's front. You guy! Yanan was about to get angry and glared angrily. When he was about to go around Makarov and give Laxus a painful blow, Makarov stopped him with one hand. It's okay, let's stop here. Makarov didn't pay attention to his injuries at all, and still stopped, trying to protect his only grandson. And Laxus. Even if he hurt his grandfather, Laxus's expression remained calm, as if he was not hurting his grandfather. But like a stranger, extremely ruthless. Va! Laxus stopped his hand and let out an extremely unhappy mouth, then walked towards the guild gate, extremely cool and unrestrained. Wait. Yanan's eyes moved to Laxus, and she glared angrily. You hurt your grandfather like this, so you have nothing to say. Ah? Speak, Laxus. These words were almost shouted. Yanan was already extremely angry. He could bear the hatred of hurting his relatives and sneak attacks because the old man had dedicated his life to the guild. Laxus turned his head and said the old man was injured because he was not strong enough. What does it have to do with me? Okay, I have to prepare for the S-level assessment, so I don't have time to play with you. Waving his hand, Laxus prepared to run away. Do you want to escape in such a mess? Yanan looked straight at him. Laxus stopped. What do you mean? Yet. Nan's eyes could almost see through Laxus's heart. You mean you don't want a weak guild? Then I'll tell you. Yanan's power spread throughout the entire guild. My fists were clenched until they were almost shaking. Everyone in the guild smelled this magic power and felt like they couldn't breathe easily. This magic. Goo. It's hard to imagine that this is the magic that an 8-year-old child can possess. This is simply a monster. Shocked, horrified, unbelievable, all kinds of eyes were looking towards the most dazzling place. Yanan raised her fist in front of her face with a firm gaze. In front of me, you will always be just a weakling. I am here. You will never become an S-class mage. You are the one who should get out of this guild the most, the weak one. Bang! The breath exploded completely. Yanan looked down at Laxus like a high god at this moment. At the same time. Bang! Laxus's breath also exploded, with a ferocious face. Hey? Weak? Ha ha ha, then give it a try. Awful. Don't think that you can compete with me just by completing some weak tasks. I didn't use my full strength just now. You'll know it when you get to Tenro Island. After saying this, Laxus had no intention of staying in the guild anymore and pushed open the guild door directly. He walked out. Yanan withdrew her gaze and focused on the injured Makarov. Supported me and became worried. Old man, are you okay? Makarov smiled. Very good, at least he can live for more than 10 years. Yet. Nan was full of self-blame. I'm sorry, old man, if I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have done it at all. The words are not finished yet. Makarov stopped what Yanan was about to say next. Nothing, you have done a good job, but that kid Laxus. At this point, even Makarov couldn't help but sigh. Yanan smiled and promised Makarov, don't worry, President, I will definitely be able to make Laxus change his ways. I promise to do it within your lifetime. Makarov didn't say much. Closed his eyes. Chapter 22. After Laxus left, Yanan came to the guild panel and casually scanned the various tasks on the panel, but did not find any interesting tasks. The interesting tasks are all on the second floor, which is really not interesting. Yanan thought silently, but suddenly in an inconspicuous corner, Yanan discovered a mission that interested her. There was a meteor falling to the ground in the forest, and the sound of a little girl crying was heard every night. Yanan took the mission parchment and read it word by word. His brows wrinkled slightly. He always felt as if he had forgotten something. Correct. Yanan suddenly remembered a time period in fairy tale. Year X777, the day the 6 dragons arrived. Just a few days ago, 6 dragon slayer wizards passed through the eclipse gate, spanning 400 years, and this mission, if nothing goes wrong. A young figure appeared in Yanan's mind, always falling to the ground. Can't help but laugh. Interesting. After making the evaluation, Yanan took the mission parchment to the other intact part of the counter. She had just fought with Laxus, and half of the counter was directly damaged. Do you want to do this task? Brother Yanan. Lisana took the guild seal, glanced at the mission and then stamped it. Since the guild president has been busy with the S-level assessment recently, Lisana is here to help receive the mission. With her the ability is more than enough to cope with this. Yan'an nodded casually, but then laughed. If nothing happens and the judgment is correct, our guild will have several more companions. Lisana was a little confused. Yan'an didn't explain. After taking the parchment, she walked outside in the direction of the guild. Bye now. Lisana smiled and waved goodbye. Goodbye, brother Yan'an. The guild is still lively, just like usual. Afternoon. Yan'an's carriage, after a series of reprints on foot, finally arrived at the location of the mission. Right here. Yan'an felt a little ashamed, looking at the huge forest with no end visible. Inside the terrain of Fairy Tale, the flowers, plants, and trees are a bit lush and dense. Why? I hope I won't get lost. Yan'an was helpless. He was really not a roadie, he was just burdened with the curse of the forest. Take courage and take a step. Yan'an walked directly into the forest until he completely disappeared. However, on the other side, in what Yan'an doesn't know yet, Laxus is not idle either. He is also making preparations for the upcoming S-class assessment. Hateful. Laxus hammered the wall, and a dent appeared in the wall in an instant. Laxus recalled the entire process that had just happened, and laughed angrily. Am I weak? Ridiculous. But immediately, Laxus recalled the sense of oppression he felt in the guild. This is a power that he is absolutely inferior to now. Do you want to borrow that power? Laxus was a little hesitant. In the end, his face relaxed and he made a decision. He dialed the phone. Hello. Old guy. I've decided. Laxus' eyes became firm. I want to become a dragon slayer. In a place of ice and snow. Kana's figure is walking on it. She is only 11 years old. She is wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket and has footprints with every step she takes. She braves the wind and snow to walk on her way. I must become an S-class mage and let my father recognize me. This is the obsession in Kana's heart. Before becoming an S-class mage, they must not recognize each other. Otherwise, he will lose his father's face. His father is the most powerful mage in S-class. Kill. Das. Ku. Open the wine bottle, take a few sips of wine, warm up your body, and then Kana walks alone in the ice and snow. Definitely, hold on. Sirius Island. The injured President Makarov did not go to the medical room for recuperation. Instead, after doing some simple bandaging, he chose to come to Tianlang Island alone. The Holy Land of Fairy Tale Guild. An elf tree so huge that it stands in the center of the sky. It's most central. It is the burial place of Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale. Step. Makarov brought the wine bottle to Mavis's grave and sat up cross-legged. He took out the wine glass and placed it in front of the tomb. Makarov filled it up. The third-generation president of Fairy Tale, Makarov, will hold the S-class assessment here in 3 days. Makarov said an oath like a line. After finishing speaking, Makarov's eyes gently raised. I hope that you, the first generation, can bless those children so that they can grow up healthily and happily, and the guild will become more and more talented. Close your eyes. Put your hands together. Makarov made a prayer. When everything was done, Makarov stood up, turned around, and turned his back to the grave. Ready to continue to Tianro Island. Make some arrangements. Everything is unfolding in an orderly manner. Makarov did not notice. In front of the tomb of the first generation seemed to be blooming with light, and vaguely, a barefoot girl, like an elf, emitting elf-like sounds, light voice. Ding-ling-ling. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared again. This time there is something different about the S-level assessment. Everyone is preparing with all their strength, and there is no room for carelessness. Evening. After Makarov arranged everything, he wiped away the cold sweat and showed a relaxed expression. Finally done. Is it done? There was a voice next to him. Makarov was not surprised at all by this voice. He turned his head and smiled at Gildarts. Have you done it over there, Gildarts? The corners of Gildarts' lips raised slightly. Of course I have done it, and I also added some interesting things. Makarov smiled so much that his teeth showed, and he was very interested. Yes, that's really something to look forward to. Gildarts looked up at the starry sky, and after a while, asked President, how many people are tentatively determined to be qualified for S-level this year? Makarov sat on the stone, watching the dots on the starry sky and drinking wine. Why ask this? Gildas also came over. Nothing, just curious to ask. Makarov laughed, without any concealment, and said bluntly. This S-level assessment. The number of qualified people is 1 person. Raising his head, Gildarts looked at Makarov. He felt relieved for a moment. He also raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. It's to choose the most dazzling star. Update the 2 chapters that have not been updated first. Chapter 23. Big Forest. The flowers and grass are luxuriant and the leaves are numerous. The sun hanging high in the sky is reflected in the entire forest. The trees block it from the sun. The dew leaves are dripping with water, and the birds and insects are singing. Exactly, early morning. And in such a quiet and peaceful scene. Bang! The sound of a tree falling to the ground. The birds were frightened and flew away. Immediately, somewhere in the forest, Yanan's eyes were red and he kept making a hoarse howl. Impossible. There is absolutely no way I am a road idiot. To this day, he is still unwilling to admit it. Even though I traveled all night. Even though I made the unique forest markings all night, I still didn't find anything strange. Not only that, he got lost in the forest. After Yanan saw the claw mark she left on the tree, she immediately became silent and fell silent. He seems to be going in circles all the time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I understood that there must be someone from an evil dark guild hiding in this forest. They used evil illusion magic to make me have the illusion that I was a road idiot. It was so evil. Yanan said seriously. Until now, he is still unwilling to admit the fact that he is a road idiot. Just when Yanan was still doubting life, suddenly, the sky became gloomy, and there was a heavy feeling in the atmosphere. Breath. Something's wrong. The magic here is changing. Yanan also discovered this fact. Her eyes were bright, she became completely serious, her face was tense, and the flow of magic in the air was obviously not right. Using a metaphor, it was more like a precursor to the launch of some kind of large-scale magic. The place where the magic flows. Found it, there. Yanan sensed the location and ran quickly towards the location where the magic power changed. As fast as an arrow. Only halfway through the journey, Yanan suddenly heard crying coming from the forest not far away. Grandier! Where are you? Wendy, miss you so much. Vaguely, Yanan heard such a sound. It was very vague and it could be seen that it was a bit far away. Wendy. Stopping, Yanan heard a name in her heart. This is a name that I was familiar with in my previous life. Yanan looked towards the direction of the change of magic power, and then towards the direction of Wendy's cry. In my heart, I made a decision. Do not care. Yanan raised her head, ran quickly towards the side where the cry was coming, and disappeared into the jungle. The magic power is still gathering. In the jungle, young Wendy had a cute face and tears in her eyes. She looked blankly at the unfamiliar scenes around her and cried from time to time. Grandil, where are you? Helpless, weak, and other words all appeared on Wendy. A little girl appeared in the forest. After crying for a while and realizing that it was of no use, Wendy walked deeper into the forest, shivering. Grandier. Wendy is so scared. Lie down. A stone tripped her feet. Wendy didn't pay attention and fell directly. The whole person looked even more embarrassed and pitiful. Grandy lie. Ignoring her injuries, Wendy stood up and walked forward. At this time, a voice came from behind. Although she looks weak on the outside, she may be strong on the inside. Wendy turned back with a blank look on her face. Hey! Yan'an stood in front, looking at Wendy with a calm smile, with an inexplicable look in her eyes. First time meeting, Wendy. My name is Yan'an. Waving her hands to say hello. Wendy turned around with beady eyes and was even more frightened. She squatted down directly, her body was trembling. Woohoo! Wendy closed her eyes directly, which was very cute. Yan'an was stunned by the unexpected scene. What is this scenario? That, you, Yan'an was just about to say something. Wendy's tears became more obvious. Grandier taught me not to talk to strangers, saying that they like strangers to kidnap little girls like us. Yan'an was immediately petrified. This stupid dragon. Yan'an is also speechless. He is not a bad person, although he looks very similar. Well, Wendy, I'm not a bad person. Yan'an's tone was very gentle. After hearing this, Wendy stood up slowly, raised her head, and squatted down again in less than a second. She was shaking even more. Yan'an couldn't figure out what on earth this was. Condition? Wendy. Yan'an just wanted to get a little closer to see what was going on. When the distance was less than 1 meter, Wendy suddenly took action and kept waving, as if to ward off flies. Don't get close to Wendy. Yan'an was even more confused, and the corners of her mouth twitched again. Does he really look like a bad guy? Okay, I won't go there, I won't go there. Yan'an waved her hands, but there was nothing she could do. She sighed and stayed where she was. After a long time, Wendy slowly stood up and moved forward. Yan'an also moved. Wendy moved to the right. Yan'an also moved to the right. After following for a while, the shy Wendy couldn't bear it any longer, turned back and shouted in a very cute voice, please, please don't follow Wendy. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became. In the end, he could almost no longer hear the sound. What did you say? Yan'an deliberately pretended not to hear, and was shameless. Wendy couldn't hold it anymore, and shouted at such a loud volume in her life, don't follow me, bad guy. Wendy hates you the most. After saying that, he ran away. Yan'an was left alone, messy in the wind. Does he really look like a bad guy? Wait for me, Wendy. Yan'an yelled. She didn't care about so much now and hurriedly chased after her. They chased each other and shuttled through the forest. Stop it, Wendy. Yan'an chased after her. Wendy closed her eyes and ran away, not daring to look back at all. There is. Yan'an's anxious voice came from behind. Wendy stepped on the air and her lovely eyes widened. Hey! Wendy looked down and found a river below. Oops! About to fall. Grandier. Wendy quickly closed her eyes, tears welling up, not daring to face. Damn it! This was the last word Wendy heard. Bang! Yan'an fell into the water. At the last moment, Yan'an ducked behind Wendy, pushed her out, and fell into the river. Wendy opened her eyes. I opened my eyes and saw the scene where Yan'an fell in love with her. Why? Yan'an smiled. Of course it's because you are cute. Wendy's face turned red. Then Yan'an fell into the water. Wendy fell to the ground. Regardless of herself, even though she was in a mess, she looked back at the river with tears in her eyes. Big brother. You don't want to die. At this time, a pair of gentle hands dipped in water gently touched Wendy's head. Chapter 24. What to say? How could your brother and I die so easily? She was already soaked all over. Yan'an went ashore, stroked Wendy's head, and comforted her. Pu. It seemed as if she heard some deflated sound. When Yan'an saw Wendy again, her face had already changed. She was so red that she couldn't even look like it, and she lowered her head slightly. Wendy, Wendy. Her eyes are dazed, so cute that you can't help but. This, I felt a little guilty for no reason, as if I had done something wrong. Yan'an smiled bitterly and asked. Am I that scary? No, that's not the case. Wendy lowered her head, her face already red. It's just, Big Brother, very gentle. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito bite. Yan'an smiled, without saying much, just asked, then you can still stand up now. Well, it's okay. Wendy stood up with strength and smiled cutely. Let's go then. Yan'an smiled, held Wendy's hand, and walked out of the forest. Neither of them said anything during the journey. And the atmosphere of silence spread. It seemed that they had made some determination. Wendy suddenly asked, with a somewhat hesitant look on his face, well, Big Brother, why do you know me? Are you and Grandilly friends? No. Yan'an shook her head and denied it, continued to hold Wendy's hand and walked forward. I don't know any Grandiri. Wendy looked disappointed. The conversation changed and Yan'an spoke again. But I know where Grandy is. Wendy's expression instantly changed from disappointment to surprise, and she loudly said, Really? Then Big Brother, can you take me to find Grandil? Yan'an shook her head and refused. Tears of loss and sadness appeared on Wendy's face. She almost cried. At this time, Yan'an stopped, bent slightly, and put her hands on Wendy's shoulders. Don't cry, or you'll never see Grandil again. Wendy. Hearing this, Wendy quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said firmly, Wendy will never cry again. Wendy must let Grandil come back. Very good. After patting it, Yan'an praised it a few times. Only in this way will Grandil come back. Grandy list her. When Yan'an mentioned the name Grandy Lai, Wendy's expression would become extra serious every time. Yan'an looked at it and laughed. Wendy is quite cute. Turning around, Yan'an's expression became serious. Grandiri went to a very far away place. He said that she would only appear again after Wendy becomes stronger. So, Wendy, don't cry, otherwise you will never see Grandil again. When Wendy heard this, her face turned pale with fright. The tears she was about to cry got stuck in the crevices of her eyes, and she refused to let them out. Choking. Wendy will never let Grandilly leave Wendy. Some children have bad tempers, but Wendy seemed to be stronger at this time. Maybe it was just a thought when she grew up. Yan'an smiled more gently. Grandiri will definitely come back to Wendy. However, before that, need a home. Wendy's expression became awkward again, and she hesitated. She looked cute for a moment. Wendy has no home. Wherever Grandy was before, that's where Wendy's home is. Now. Wendy has no home. Despite being so sad, Wendy still swallowed her tears forcefully, trying not to let them fall. Her little face turned red from suppressing it. Yan'an couldn't help it anymore. Wendy was so cute. Once again, she touched it with her hands. On Wendy's head, Yan'an's face softened. Really, thank you for your hard work. Wendy shook her head negatively. It's not hard work for Wendy, but it is hard work for Big Brother and Grande. Yan'an smiled even more happily, feeling the soft touch on Wendy's hair, feeling Wendy's unique fragrance, and felt refreshed. What a good kid. Yan'an suddenly changed the subject and her expression became serious. But, people still need to have a family. How about it, Wendy, are you coming? Wendy nodded, her face flushed, and she looked a little embarrassed. Wendy will go wherever Big Brother goes. Yan'an's gentleness has captured Wendy's heart. Wendy has never experienced this feeling before. She always feels, beside her elder brother, she has the same sense of security as Grandiri. Just when the two of them were still together while feeling tender, Yanan's eyes suddenly looked towards the grass on the right, her expression became more serious. How long do you want to hide? Come out. The grass rustled, and a masked man emerged from it. There were many staffs in his hands and back. Sorry. The masked man was polite at first, then looked at Yanan seriously, and pointed his staff directly. Can you please keep that little girl? Yanan was silent for a moment, not understanding what kind of trick this was. When he just found someone behind him, he thought it was some bastard with evil intentions, such as someone from the hateful dark guild that kept him lost. The result is Mist Gang. Yanan can't be mistaken. This guy with his head covered, his face dressed up in a weird way, and many things inserted into his body, is clearly the future S-class mage in the guild. Mr. Gun. What a new long. Is there any misunderstanding? Yanan doesn't really want to fight. Even if she does, it will be extremely embarrassing to meet in the guild in the future. Mist Gang took out another staff and looked a little more serious. There is no misunderstanding. You are a human trafficker, that child must have been abducted by you. I just saw this child crying all the time, it was clearly a signal for help. This oolong happened. Yanan touched her forehead and had a severe headache. This oolong was really a big deal. What could this be? Never mind. Yanan put on a posture. If you can't explain it, just give it a beating. We'll talk about it after we meet in the guild later. Appear. Yanan's body of half a blue-eyed white dragon was revealed. Mr. Gong's eyes almost popped out. Got. What kind of magic is this? What the hell? Do the magicians on Eslenden's side still have such magic? Then as the opposite, Edraz's side hasn't even heard of it. You must be cheating. Wendy from the audience next to you, but I recognized some clues. These are dragon scales. Very good. Since the eldest brother can transform into a half-dragon, he must be connected with Grandil, who is a dragon. It seems that Grandil left him because he thought she was too weak. Grandiri, Wendy will definitely become stronger. Then see you. Wendy encouraged herself and her cheeks puffed up. At this time, Mistgun also calmed down a little. Forget it, if you haven't heard of it, then you haven't heard of it. It's probably because he is ignorant. Mistgun's the breath of a magic circle rose above her head, and the magic power in the atmosphere changed. Yanan became a little more serious and couldn't be careless. If she could become an S-level mage in Fairy Tale in the future, she would definitely have two skills. Chapter 25. In the forest, the spring breeze blew, and autumn leaves drifted across the battlefield between the two. Yanan and Mist Gang looked at each other in a stalemate. The anger has reached the point of being on the verge of panic. Cold sweat dripped from Wendy's head, and she watched this rare battle carefully. Bang! Mist Gang took the lead in attacking, raising her staff high, and at the same time, a staff behind her floated up. 3 magic arrays gathered in the sky above the head. Penglajan. The 3 magic wands broke away from Mr. Gong's hand and were all aimed at Yanan. A huge whirlwind swept over. Like a storm. Big brother! Wendy shouted worriedly next to her, with a very worried look on her face. After all, the power of this tornado was too scary. The tornado swept Yanan in. But until the moment before she was sucked in, Yanan's expression remained as usual, without any trace of anything. The change. Okay, it should be fine. Mist Gang relaxed for a moment. This is his rare attack magic, so it should be fine. Just when Mist Gang was about to take back the staff, Yanan's voice sounded from the tornado. Is that all you have? Then it seems that I think too highly of you, Mistgun. No. Should I still call you His Highness the Prince of Edras? Hearing this, Mr. Gong's pupils tightened and he couldn't believe it. Why did you do that? And in the next moment, the tornado suddenly broke open, and Yan'an walked out of the tornado without even scratching the corner of her clothes. His face is always calm. No matter how powerful the tornado is, it will always have an eye. As long as you find the right eye, it is not difficult to break it. Miss Gang's face was full of confusion and shock. Yan'an's move made him dare not underestimate this opponent. The opponent seemed to know him very well. Miss Gang's face suddenly darkened. Who are you? Why do you know my true identity? Yan'an's mouth showed a provocative smile, with some fighting intent in her eyes. Want to know? Just have a fight with me. I'll tell you if I win. He is also a little itchy to see the hunter. Originally, he didn't really want to fight, but now, let's fight, the more intense the better. As for what to do when the guild meets in the future, we'll talk about it then. Now he just wants to vent his power unscrupulously. Yet. Miss Gang's face turned serious, and he took out a cane from behind again. It seems that I can only ask slowly after I defeat you. Ha ha ha. Yan'an laughed, her smile was particularly unscrupulous, and her face looked crazy. If you can do it, try it. Come and defeat me, Mist Gone. Invincible. Tenacious. The strongest. The power of the blue-eyed white dragon is absolutely invincible. Yan'an kicked off her left leg, and a deep pit was directly stepped out. The violent white dragon's power was released wantonly, and the dragon's claws directly grabbed it. Bang! The smoke rose and the sound of trees falling to the ground was heard. Mist Gang jumped out of the smoke, coughed twice, and his expression became extremely serious so fast. And it is very powerful. What kind of physical power is this? Yet. Nan walked out of the smoke and looked at the bleeding scar on Mr. Gong's left abdomen. It seems that I think too highly of you. You don't seem to be very strong. Miss Gang's expression darkened again, and a magic circle rose above his head again. Dream mirror. Such a powerful body gives him a chance to act arbitrarily, and the situation is not good. There is only one chance. Directly use Kirigami Nariku's moves that are stronger than Kirigami Nariku's hypnotic ability. The magic beam hits him directly. Yan'an. Success. Mist Gang looked happy. The only thing he was worried about just now was being avoided. He didn't expect this man to be so arrogant that he wouldn't even hide. Now, the battle should be over. Phew, this battle is really not easy. Unexpectedly, the first time I came to Island, I was in a tough fight. Miss Gang's face became much more relaxed, but he was still out of breath. Yet? This is your first time coming to Island. Yan'an's voice came out from the light beam. Soon, the light beam disappeared, and Yan'an was still in high spirits and was not affected at all. What? Impossible. Mr. Gong's eyes widened. He couldn't believe this scene. His most powerful hypnotic magic was actually broken. Is this a joke? He was dreaming. Mist Gang bowed his body and picked up the 12-point spirit, not daring to be careless at all. Ask me again, who are you? Yan'an's smile is still wanton. I'll tell you if I win. Is that so? Mist Gang took a deep breath, his eyes condensed, all 5 staffs on his back floated, and 5 colorful magic circles appeared above his head. I ask again, who are you? A threatening tone. Yan'an's smile became even brighter. That's it. Only in this way can it be worth defeating. For a long time, the sound of silence filled the air. Well, this is your answer. Seeing Yan'an's silence, Mr. Gong's last patience disappeared and he warned, be careful. I have no control over the power of this magic. 5-fold magic circle Mikagura. The 5 magic arrays were connected in series, and the huge magic power shot into the sky. Within a moment, it landed and hit the top of Yan'an's head. The strong light covered Yan'an's whole body. It's over. Mist Gang looked at Yan'an, who disappeared into the beam of light. This beam of light will not kill people, but will only give people a good sleep. On the other hand, Wendy watched Yan'an disappear into the beam of light, with tears in her eyes. Once again, I couldn't help but shout, "Big brother!" I couldn't help but run. Seeing this, Mr. Gang quickly stopped and was a little anxious. "What are you doing? It's dangerous out there!" Wendy cried. "Let me go, you bad guy! I want to save my big brother!" "What?" Mr. Gang was shocked. Wendy actually volunteered. So, the corners of Miss Gang's mouth could not help but twitch under the mask. "This is a big mistake, but..." Miss Gang's expression still a little solemn, "It is still suspicious why the London people here know that he is the Prince of Death." Mr. Gang comforted Wendy and touched his head. "Don't worry, your big brother is fine. The magic will just let him have a good sleep. It's fine." Wendy stopped crying and said tremblingly, "Real? Real? Well..." Seeing that Wendy was not crying, Mr. Gang's expression finally relaxed. He really couldn't handle such a small girl. At this time, Yanan's excited laughter came from the magic circle. "Since I have used the strongest magic, I will also use the strongest magic to entertain you, a guest from afar." Chapter 26. Slowly walking out of the beam, the silver-white dragon scales were even more dazzling, exuding a different kind of brilliance under the gloom. Mr. Gang looked at the unharmed Yanan with shock in his heart, and his eyes widened. How is this possible? This is his most powerful magic. Yanan didn't give him a chance to think. She disappeared from the spot and hugged Wendy aside at a very fast speed. So fast. No reaction at all. Miss Gang's gaze shifted, and his heart was even more shocked. There was already a storm in his heart. Who is he? Yanan was still smiling, slightly lowered his head to look at Wendy in his arms, and said warmly, "It's okay now." Well, Wendy stayed quietly, her little face already steaming and flushed. Yanan smiled and didn't pay much attention. The top priority now is to end this battle as soon as possible. Try this trick. Yanan grinned and stretched out her free hand. "Wait, Your Excellency." Mr. Gang was about to try to negotiate. Since the other party is not a bad person, it should be possible. But Yanan didn't listen. He just wanted to have a good fight now, and all other things had to come later. The dazzling and noble white light emerged from his hand. Yanan activated his most powerful magic. Exploding Holy Shock Bomb. A brilliantly white beam of light emitted from the hand, vaguely containing the power of a dragon, and headed straight for Mist Hill. The blue-eyed white dragon's unique move. What? There was only this piece of white left in Mr. Gang's eyes. During this white time, he actually vaguely saw a silver-white dragon roaring towards him. This is a dragon. It completely hit Mr. Gang, but he didn't care so much anymore. His eyelids were heavy and he murmured, "I never thought that dragons still exist in this world." The extreme and brilliant beam of light continued unabated, gradually moving away from the end of the forest, until it finally exploded. Bang! The rumbling vibrations echoed through the sky in this forest. Bang! 5 staffs fell on the ground. On the ground, Mr. Gang's body was covered with injuries, and there was no intact place. He fainted completely. The battle was finally over. Yanan calmed down slightly, exhaled a heavy breath, and smiled, especially brightly. "It seems that it is I won." Wendy glanced at her head and looked around, but hesitated to speak. Finally, overcoming the shyness in her heart, Wendy spoke. "Big brother, Wendy will treat you." With that said, she struggled to free herself from Yanan's arm. Wendy stretched out her hands, her eyes focused and extremely serious. Just when she was about to cast the dragon-slaying magic in the sky, a pair of warm big hands covered Wendy's on the head, caressing gently. "Well, no need, I wasn't hurt at all." While feeling the warmth on Wendy's body, Yanan spoke, without caring about how much of a blow he would bring to people. There was such a fierce battle just now, but there was no injury at all. Wendy was stunned and lost in an instant. "Big brother, Do you think Wendy is useless, can't help in fighting, and can't treat Big Brother? Wendy, who was only 5 years old, doubted herself. Among the dragon slayers, she was the youngest. She should have been in the arms of her parents at this age, but due to fate, she had to come 400 years ago. From now on, Yanan's eyes became even gentler, and her touch became lighter and softer. How could it be possible? Wendy is not useless. So what's the use of Wendy? Wendy still denied herself. Yanan pointed to one side. Wendy raised her head, turned her head and looked over. That was the place where Mist Gang was unconscious. Wendy, you can give him some treatment. Yanan said thoughtfully, after all, as a guild member in the future, you can't do nothing. He is such a good person. He also helps with treatment. Wendy muttered, he is a bad guy, and he beats his elder brother, when I don't want to treat him. Looking at the willful Wendy, Yanan couldn't help but laugh or cry, and said in a coaxing tone, be good. Wendy, he misunderstood me because he cared about you. He is not a bad person. After hearing this, Wendy's expression relaxed slightly. Then, Wendy went to treat him. If your brother is in pain, don't endure it. Wendy knows how to treat him and will definitely cure him. It's really cute. Yanan sighed softly in her heart, and her face became serious. Don't worry, if it hurts I won't bear it. Wendy then felt relieved and went over to treat Mr. Gang. She squatted down and stretched out her hands gently. Wendy closed her eyes and communicated with the dragon-slaying magic power in her body. Her hands exuded dazzling particle-like magic power. It was continuously transported. It was on Mr. Gong's body. Mr. Gong's painful expression continued to improve until it disappeared. The injuries and bruises on his body slowly improved under this treatment and disappeared completely. The cracked wound had healed. Yanan is here. Looking at the moment when Wendy used the dragon-slaying magic in the sky, she sighed with emotion. You are truly worthy of being a dragon-slaying magician. Compared to fake dragon slayers like him, only magic like Wendy can be called a real dragon slayer. This is the magic learned from the heavenly dragon Grandiri, and it naturally brings with great power and potential. Wendy hasn't fully developed this magic yet. Otherwise, the therapeutic effect and power may be even greater. Yanan looked at the thin beads of sweat on Wendy's forehead and made a comment. She walked away. No, I can't hold on anymore, the magic power is not enough. Wendy shouted in her heart and closed her eyes. Suddenly, bang! Yanan put her hand on Wendy's shoulder and channeled her magic power and Xin, leave the magic power issue to me, and you can concentrate on Miss Special Treatment. Hearing Yanan's words, the fine sweat on Wendy's forehead gradually disappeared, and she also felt the magic power conveyed from her body. This is the magic of Big Brother, so warm and strong. Wendy marveled in her heart, and increased the output of her hands. The injuries on Mist Gun healed faster. All the wounds completely disappeared, and even some hidden wounds in the body disappeared. It's not just this battle, as well as the hidden wounds left from previous battles. All right. The light particles slowly dissipated. Wendy stopped and continued to deliver magic power. She wiped the sweat from her head and smiled. Big Brother, it's done. Like a child asking for praise for doing something right. Yanan reached out and stroked Wendy's blue hair. You did a great job, so let's go. Let's go back to Fairy Tale. Wendy nodded excitedly and agreed. Fairy Tale, what kind of magical place is that? Chapter 27. Before leaving, Yanan took one last look at Mr. Gang, who had passed out, and then looked back to the front. What's wrong? Big Brother? Wendy turned around and asked. Yanan slowly shook her head and looked ahead. No, it's nothing. The magic power fluctuations in the atmosphere that were felt before the arrival of Mist Gang have disappeared, so the super large magic that caused the magic power fluctuations in the atmosphere before is obvious. It is the reverse use of hyperspace magic and anima, which will cause mice to the special post was teleported here. Interesting. Yan'an shrugged slightly, and without further care, she led Wendy towards the far end of the forest. The sun was high, and Mr. Gang fell unconscious on the ground alone. The entrance to the Fairy Tale Guild Gate. You can vaguely hear noisy sounds that are different from the past. At this time, Yan'an's hands were already filled with various things, which were all gifts from uncles and aunts in the nearby streets after completing the mission. Wendy followed, her eyes full of longing. Is this Big Brother's guild? It's so lively. Yan'an's mouth twitched and she was speechless to death. It's indeed lively, but it wasn't this lively in the past. Is it really strange? Yan'an wanted to scratch her head, but she couldn't do anything. She could only stand there in confusion. Could it be that something happy happened? Wendy guessed the reason for this unusual excitement. Well, it's possible. Yan'an nodded. But no matter what, let's talk about it after we get in. Lifting her legs, Yan'an was about to kick in the door as usual. She heard someone in the guild say, "Are you considered a dragon slayer?" Dragon slayer? Hearing this familiar word, Yan'an stopped moving, frowned, and frowned. Dragon slayer mage? Wendy exclaimed. She was even more familiar with this vocabulary. This hesitation didn't last long. As usual, Yan'an kicked the door open. "I'm back. I just finished shouting," and there was silence in the guild. There was no drinking and noisy atmosphere like usual. The roar of the fire dragon. The voice of a child came from nowhere. Yan'an discovered that what greeted them was not the cheers of the crowd, but a scorching hot bomb, which was obviously the child who just made the roar of the fire dragon. Came out. With the word "well" popping up on her head, Yan'an stopped caring about the various items in her hands. She fired the Shenglong fist and sent the roar of the fire dragon up into the sky, and roared. "What the hell are you guys doing?" The members of the guild looked happy and shouted excitedly, "It's Yan'an! Yan'an is back!" That expression was like seeing a savior. Yan'an was still scratching her head and couldn't figure out what was going on. The voice of a child suddenly came from a table next to her. "How can it be? My fire dragon's roar was actually knocked away." Suan. Shang turned around and saw a little boy with fiery red hair and full of energy standing on the table, jumping up and down. The food on the table was a mess. Yan'an understood. Oh, I bet it was this young boy's impetuousness that affected their banquet. After realizing it, Yan'an was a little gloating, holding her stomach and laughing. "Ha ha ha, you are actually here today." The guild members instantly felt unhappy. "Hello. Yan'an, that kid just hit you, don't fight back." "Yes, and this guy is a dragon slayer just like you. Let's watch a battle between dragon slayers. Every word you say and what I say makes you angry." It's not a big deal for guild members to watch the excitement. Yan'an waved her hands and smiled, "A little bit mean. Forget it just now. I was very happy when I saw you couldn't hold the banquet." I'm not a dragon slayer. The guild members have heard "not a dragon slayer" hundreds of times and are used to it. Seeing Yan'an not avenging them, she continued to fight against them. "If you don't avenge us, be careful that guy brings you trouble." That's right, that kid is not worried. Yan'an doesn't care at all. He also knows this child. He is the protagonist of Fairy Tale in the original work, Natsu. Although he is a little careless, Yan'an does not hate it. No. Yan'an smiled and walked over, touched Natsu's head, and said with a smile, "He shouldn't come to trouble me, right, Natsu?" The next moment, the frustration on Natsu's face disappeared, and his blood became excited. "Okay. Let's challenge." Yan'an's hand touching Natsu's head suddenly stopped, and veins appeared on his head. It's really embarrassing. Seeing Yan'an's loss of face, the guild members became even happier. "Haha, look, this is just not listening. Our consequences." Natsu raised his fist, and his fist was instantly covered with dragon flames, shouting "Fire dragons!" Not finished yelling yet. Boom! One punch. Yan'an directly punched Natsu on the head. Natsu immediately fainted with a bag on his head and went to see the fire dragon Igneel. Yan'an muttered unhappily and glanced at the guild members who had just laughed. Who else has anything to say? Cold sweat broke out on the heads of the guild members and they all shook their heads. The newcomers of this monster can't withstand a punch. How can they withstand it? Can't afford to offend. When Yan'an saw the silent people around her, she nodded with satisfaction and led Wendy to the other side of the counter. The momentum disappeared without a trace. Everyone who survived by chance was patting their chests, their faces full of joy. It was so dangerous just now, I almost thought I was going to die. That is. Some people echoed. And more people sighed. Xiao Yenan is really getting stronger and stronger. With these words, the people around him fell silent. He felt that they were all living like dogs. The imposing manner of an adult in his 30s was completely crushed by an 8-year-old child. What a monster! Someone spit out. The people around nodded in agreement. This sentence simply expressed their feelings. At the age of 8, they already have such momentum and magic. If they are not monsters, they are nothing. Counter. Yan'an sat on the chair and opened her mouth. Saying 2 drinks, please. Wendy next to her also came up. Inside the bar, Lysina was wiping the plate carefully. When she heard someone ordering, she raised her head and looked over with a surprised expression. Brother Yan'an. Quickly picking up 2 drinks and straws, Lysina walked over and placed the 2 drinks in front of Yan'an and Wendy. Yan'an was right in front of the counter, smiling and joking. We haven't seen each other for a few days, and Lysina is becoming more and more beautiful. Chapter 28. Where is it? Brother Yan'an, please stop teasing me. Lysina became more and more shy, but the corners of her mouth gradually rose, showing how happy she was. Next to her, Wendy was a little annoyed. Yan'an made a glass of orange juice and handed it to Wendy. Drink. Thanks. Wendy thanked her in a low voice, then took the glass of orange juice and drank it. Lysina saw this scene and said with a smile. No wonder you told me before you went out that there would be one more person in the guild when you came back this time. It turned out that you were going to pick up this little sister. Ahem. Yan'an almost squirted out the orange juice in her mouth. After wiping it with a paper towel, she rolled her eyes. Who do you think I am? Of course, he is a person who is bold in sex, likes the new and hates the old, and has lived among thousands of flowers. Lysina said as if it was natural. Poof. Unable to hold it in any longer, Yan'an completely spurted the orange juice out of her mouth. Ahem, then I'm worthless in your eyes, Lysina. Yes, it is. Lysina smiled and raised the corners of her mouth. But even now you are such a good-for-nothing brother Yan'an, I also deeply like you. Listening to these words that were almost a confession, Yan'an was stunned for a moment. In the end, she did not choose to respond directly, and said carelessly, is that so? He took out a paper towel in his hand and wiped the orange juice on the bar. Lysina's hand was placed on Yan'an's hand. You? Yan'an stood up for a moment, then fell silent. Lysina, I. Lysina shook her head slightly, with sadness in her eyes. Well, I understand. Compared to my sister and Urza, I'm just a useless person. Not like this. Yan'an looked a little excited, and then recounted everything Lysina had done one by one. You serve everyone in the guild every day, washing dishes, sealing seals, and entertaining guests. These may seem insignificant, but in everyone's hearts, you are already a family member. You are no worse than any of Ramage or the others. Yan'an looked at Lysina and spoke word by word. Lysina buried her head and shed tears of reluctance on her downcast face. But you didn't regard me as a candidate for your wife? I like it. I like you more than anyone else. From the first time we met, I have been longing for you. Why don't you look at me? Listen to me. Yan'an was ready to say something more. Lisana suddenly raised her head and smiled, as if the words she just said were not his, but the tears in the corners of her eyes betrayed him. I'm fine, brother Yan'an. By the way, you came here to stamp the new members, so I'll stamp them right now. Lisana quickly hid back as if running away. Yan'an watched quietly, without saying a word for a long time. He seemed to have broken a girl's heart. Wendy next to her lowered her head, her face flushed, already red to the roots of her ears. His eyes were blurred, and he kept saying Wendy didn't hear anything, she didn't hear anything. For a child as young as hers, Lisana's words are still too impactful. Soon, Lisana brought out the guild seal, looked at Wendy carefully, and liked it a little. She is really a cute little sister. Wendy was a little shy and said politely, "Hello sister Lisana." Lisana's smile opened wider, and Wendy's politeness made her mood a little better. She looked at Yan'an with resentful eyes and muttered, "Where did you abduct such a cute child from?" Poof! The orange juice that she just drank in her mouth sprayed out again. Yan'an was not angry. What is a guai? I clearly saw injustice on the road and drew my sword to help. Wendy also echoed. Big brother is very gentle and even saved me. Really? Lisana looked at Wendy and touched her gentle cheek gently. Well, sister, let me tell you something now. There is no one in this world who is nice to you for no reason. Be careful of liars. Yan'an had cold sweat streaming down her head. Hey, hey. Who are you insinuating? Lisana. At this time, Lisana gently pinched Wendy's cheek and asked, Little Wendy, what kind of magician are you? Wendy's face was pinched, and her speech was a little unclear. Wendy is a dragon slayer. The hand pinching her cheek suddenly stopped. Lisana was stunned for a moment, unable to believe her ears, so she asked again, Wendy, what type of wizard are you? Wendy is a dragon slayer. This time there was no obstacle and I could hear it clearly. Silence spread throughout the entire guild. Silence. Everyone could clearly hear the 5 characters Dragon Slayer. Big brother. Wendy was a little worried. Everyone was so quiet. Could it be that the status of a Dragon Slayer was not good? Yan'an smiled on the spot and gently stroked Wendy's head. Don't worry, everyone is just too surprised. Seems to be verifying Yan'an's words. The guild, which had been silent just now, suddenly fell into a carnival. Yet, counting the fire dragon boy just now, our guild has a total of 3 dragon slayers. Yan'an, this kid is really a lucky star. Even if he could fight, he was so lucky that he brought Urza, Myra Jane, and the others to Fairy Tale one after another. Everyone in the guild got excited. There are 3 dragon slayers. 3 extremely rare magics. Their guild has a total of 3. When this is said out, it will be very embarrassing. Long live Fairy Tale! Everyone shouted loudly. And Yan'an, who was sitting at the bar, heard the words of everyone in the guild, and the orange juice spurted out again and spilled to the ground. She looked a little crazy. How many times have I said it? I'm really not a dragon slayer. It had no effect at all. The guild member waved his hand. Yes, Xiao Yenan is really not a dragon slayer. He is so humble. It would be great if the fire dragon boy just learned from Xiao Yenan's humility. He is indeed the representative of the most humble wizard named by Wizards Weekly. Even though the title of Guanglong has spread throughout the continent, he still insists on being humble, which is so touching. After Yan'an heard these words, she almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Wendy next to her suddenly realized. It turns out that the eldest brother is also a dragon slayer. Pfft! Yan'an wanted to vomit blood and die even more, but now it's over. Not only did the number of people who believed that he was not a dragon slayer not only not decrease, but there were even more people. And this one was not an ordinary one, he is also a dragon slayer. If this dragon slayer says that he is also a dragon slayer, how can he be cleansed? Even if he jumps into the Yellow River, he will not be able to clean himself. Chapter 29. On the side, Lysina covered Wendy with the fairy tale logo and smiled. It was really appropriate. Wendy was also very happy. She saw that Yan'an had a beautiful fairy mark on her arm, and now she has it too. Thank you, Sister Lisa. Wendy thanked her. Lysina smiled and stroked Wendy's head. Next to her, Yan'an was drinking orange juice and watching this very warm and harmonious scene, with a smile on her lips. Behind her, there was no Natsu. Harassment, the guild returned to its normal state, and Serena became busy again. Serve the wine. Everyone was drinking happily again, and Natsu had already been thrown into the corner. Lysina brought the wine up, put it on the table, and opened the bottle for him. Drink slowly. A very gentle tone. Macau at the wine table joked. Lysina-chan is so good, I really don't know which boy will be cheaper in the future. Lysina paused slightly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve down. After putting the bottle down, she smiled again. I go first. With that said, he picked up the plate and ran away. After Lysina left, the companion next to him scolded Macao, you just went too far. Macao didn't know why, he was still drinking wine, his cheeks were already red, and he said carelessly, what did I do? His companion was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Forget it, drink, drink, drink. That's right, uncles like us should just stay out of the affairs of young people. The guild returned to its normal state again. Bang! The ground in the guild suddenly trembled. Everyone in the guild was shocked and stood up directly. What on earth happened? Snort! The corners of Yan'an's lips curled up as she realized something. A guild member opened the door. He stopped and his face fell into horror. That is. The guild members who followed also stopped and trembled all over. The guild door was open. A red-haired girl could be vaguely seen, carrying a big fish like a blue whale, dragging it on the ground. The shadow gradually revealed her true appearance. Yan'an, who had not moved a step in the guild, sensed the movement coming from outside and said to herself, you are back. Urza. The shadow dissipated, and Urza's exquisite face was fully revealed. One eye stared at everyone present, and finally placed it on a figure from behind. Yan'an. Urza thought, and instead of paying attention, she turned her attention to the other guild members. She scanned them one by one. When she reached a place, she paused. Urza took it seriously. Macau, didn't I tell you not to drink so much? Smells all over. Feel sorry. Macao humiliated. His friend secretly laughed at the side. Macau, I told you not to drink so much, now Urza has taught you. Urza shifted her gaze to him again, her eyes fixed again. And you, oh Max, have told you not to eat so much. Look, you've gained weight again. Feel sorry. Macao's friend Amik also lowered his head, without any intention of resisting. Urza's eyes then scanned. Everyone who was scanned lowered their heads deeply, as if they were afraid of being noticed. This is... Wendy became confused. At this time, Lysina next to her explained, Urza is the disciplinary committee member of our guild. This is approved by the president. Urza is powerful and has a serious personality, so everyone is afraid of her. Wendy lowered her head, this is it. Yan'an stretched out her hand, touched Wendy's head, and smiled. Don't worry, you are so cute, Urza will not come to trouble you. At this time, Urza's voice sounded again. Yan'an. Yan'an turned her head. This girl was causing trouble for him again. I don't know why, but she was always very strict with herself. Urza stared at her eyes for a while, forget it. Never mind. But at this time, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Urza, creating a pothole and smoke. Ahem. What happened? While the guild members were still confused, the devil's claws stretched out from the smoke, the outline of Lamaja appeared in the smoke, and a voice came from the smoke. Damn Urza, you actually beat me to it, Lamaji. The front of Sister G's head doesn't want to live anymore, right? The smoke dissipated. Myra Jane stared at Urza with contempt, and her displeasure was revealed in the corner of her mouth. Urza did not show any weakness, and used the disguise magic to replace a sword and pointed it directly at Myra Jane. Bar counter. Wendy trembled and looked. The relationship between these two sisters seems to be very bad. Yanan laughed disdainfully and told Wendy, don't be deceived by appearances. In fact, the relationship between the two of them is that of good sisters. This sentence was just spoken. At the same time, Myra Jane and Urza's eyes were staring in Yanan's direction, and their eyes revealed evil. Yanan, what are you talking about? How could I be good sisters with this ugly monster who turned into a demon? Who do you think is ugly? Hey, pervert, you said that this cowardly and incompetent guy in armor is my good sister. My sister Myra Jane is the first to deny it. Yanan pouted, two arrogant monsters. What did you say? Urza and Myra Jane both spoke in unison, glaring at each other. At this time, a figure appeared on the second floor of the guild, and Laxus looked down at the people below. It seems that all the qualified guys are here today. As soon as Laxus' figure appeared, Yanan's expression condensed, and a white light appeared directly on her hand, exploding sacred impact bomb. It turned into a beam and attacked Laxus. Cut. With the corners of his mouth raised high, Laxus looked at the incoming beam with disdain. Thunder transfer. The whole body turned into lightning. Laxus's figure appeared in the center of the guild on the first floor. The burst of holy impact bombs that just exploded had penetrated the ceiling of the guild, flew into the sky, and turned into fireworks. Are you so eager to start a war? Yanan. Laxus had a rebellious smile on his face, and raised his head high. Yanan tilted her head, looking over with a cold eye, and replied, not to be outdone, I just want you to calm down, the guild is there. Second floor. Ha ha ha. Laxus held his head and laughed wildly, provocatively. It's just to familiarize yourself with the terrain in advance, so as not to know which S-class mission I should take when I become an S-class mage. Chapter 30. Yanan took a deep look. You won't stand a chance. Really? Laxus looked dismissively and raised the corners of his mouth. The me now is different from the me before. Suddenly, with two fingers pinched, a card appeared in the gap. Laxus turned his head and looked over, with a somewhat evil expression on his face. Do the weaklings these days only use some despicable and shameless sneak attacks? Kana's figure appeared from the crowd with a smile. This is how I need to deal with you. It's no use. Not always. Kana had a bit of evil in her eyes, and activated her magic. Temperance of Fools. The Fool's control allows the card to release magic that can put it into a deep sleep. The card that was just caught released a large amount of smoke in an instant, expanding and covering Laxus. Cut. Use small tricks. Thunder. Lightning light erupted from Laxus' whole body, defeating all the surrounding smoke. The corners of Kana's mouth raised. You've fallen into a trap. Laxus frowned suddenly, not understanding what kind of trick this was. How the weak were playing tricks. They were definitely no match for the strong. You said you're best at Thunder's magic? Kana suddenly laughed, her eyes twinkling. Take a good look at the top of your head. Laxus looked over his head sharply, his pupils tightening. This is it. The top is full of densely packed cards, covering 3 layers. These cards are covered with lightning magic that even Laxus is a little thrilling. This is the lightning superimposed on everything. When was it arranged? Laxus couldn't figure this out. Suddenly, he remembered. When the smoke was just released, there was enough time to shoot out a large number of cards. Hateful. Laxus was angry. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss due to his carelessness. Taste what it feels like to be struck by lightning. Zhao Lei's fate. Kana manipulated the card, and the thunder and lightning magic on the card became more intense, connected together, and formed a thunder pillar falling downwards. Laxus' pupils reflected the thunder and lightning like a punishment from heaven, and suddenly became inexplicably strange. He laughed. The thunder pillar fell and penetrated the earth. Everyone in Fairy Tale was shocked and extremely excited. I didn't expect that even Kana would become so strong. Haha, that Laxus usually looks down on us, so he must be at a disadvantage now. Let's see how he still hangs out in the guild. Everyone in the guild was whispering to each other, and they all looked like the outcome was already decided. Just kidding. Such a terrifying lightning. Even if Laxus is a lightning mage, he has lightning resistance. It's too powerful. It's so powerful. It is comparable to S-level magic. Yan'an sat on the chair and narrowed her eyes when looking at Lei Zhu. Kana is in trouble. The thunder pillar dispersed. Laxus' unscathed figure appeared, slowly exhaling hot air from his mouth. Even the corners of his clothes were not damaged at all. Seeing this, Kana took a few steps back in panic. What? This is impossible. This is impossible. She made a shocking calculation and finally managed to arrange 3 layers of connected lightning guide cards, but the result was S-level magic power, no injuries at all. Impossible. I do not believe. 2 cards appeared in Kana's hand, and she fired them. The explosion of the sun. Facing these 2 cards with flames, Laxus didn't even bother to hide. The thunder and lightning on his body emerged. Thunder Strike Spear. The huge thunder and lightning gathered in Laxus's hand, forming a spear. He threw it out. The spear carried unparalleled volts and penetration, quickly destroyed the 2 cards, and went straight to Kana. Go! Kana's eyes reflected the shadow of this spear, and she shed unwilling tears. Father! It seems that I can't catch up with you. Bang! The entire guild trembled and trembled under the power of this spear. Smoke. Rising. Everyone in Fairy Tale looked solemnly at Kana's location. The result, what was the result? Kana, should she? Everyone was extremely worried and did not want to see this scene. Will not. Urza's eyes flashed with an inexplicable look. He took action. Everyone was stunned. Then they reacted, and their expressions immediately cheered up. The smoke dissipated. The corners of Laxus' mouth curled up, and his eyes were provocative. You can't help but take action after all. In front of her, Kana was in a daze, staring blankly at the boy standing in front of her. When the lightning gun was only 1 millimeter away from her eyeballs, she caught it. Yan'an's face was full of indifference. She grabbed it slightly. She just returned it. The extremely ferocious lightning strike gun suddenly deflated, turned into thunder and lightning, and disappeared. Yan'an stood in front of Kana and stared at Laxus. Have you had enough? If it weren't for me now, I would accompany you. You? Kana's face turned red and she was about to cry. She slightly pulled the corner of Yan'an's clothes. No need, really no need. Yan'an turned around and smiled brightly. You have worked very hard, come on. Getting approval for the first time, Kana's eyes were now filled with Yan'an's figure, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth unconsciously. Yet. Have you had enough of playing house? Laxus looked at this scene unhappily. It's just a cuddle between weak people. It's really unpleasant. What family? Yan'an turned around with a sarcastic look on her face. Are you jealous, your grandpa? At the mention of the old man, Laxus's pupils tightened and his fists clenched, then he slowly released them, took a deep breath, and said seriously, Yan'an, today is not the time to fight with you, just wait until the day of the S-level assessment. I will defeat you with my own hands. Let that old guy see how unbearable the bonds, beliefs, and family he has always relied on are. In this world, Only power is the most real. Laxus said grand words, put his hands in his pockets, turned into a bolt of lightning, and flew out of the guild through the ceiling. He disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone in Fairy Tale was unhappy and made rude remarks. What the hell? What else did Laxus say about defeating Yan'an? The title of Light Dragon has spread throughout the continent. How could a mere Laxus be our little Yan'an's opponent? I have to say that Laxus's popularity in this guild is very poor. He is a weakling who opens his mouth, is useless when he closes his mouth, and has his nostrils raised to the sky. No one will like such a person. Everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild has no respect for Laxus. What a good impression. Yan'an turned back, but her eyes remained firm. I actually don't have much confidence that I can win against Laxus, but I will try my best to make Laxus pay the price. On the S-level assessment. 3-day summer promotion, recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, August 13th to August 15th. Chapter 31. The next day. Early in the morning. The guild was still as usual, but the difference was that the atmosphere was a little more serious, and even the people who usually held banquets in the guild were wearing formal attire. Yan'an, Jeremiah, and Urza were all in the crowd, and Kana was drinking alone. Even Laxus, who was walking alone, was standing in the team for the first time, casting hostile glances at Yan'an from time to time. Yan'an ignored it. In such an atmosphere, Makarov's figure slowly walked out from the backstage, jumped to the handrail on the second floor, and looked down at everyone in the guild. The annual S-Class Magician assessment officially begins now. As the words fell. Silence. Goo. Everyone in the guild was nervous. Even Yan'an and others were all tense and did not dare to slack off at all. A parchment was opened. Makaro the husband slowly read the name above. Urza. Urza's beautiful figure stood out from the crowd, and her heroic posture made Ramaj curl his lips in displeasure. Mirage. With the arrogant expression of "you know I'm here," Myra Jane came out of the crowd with her arms folded, her fangs exposed, and her eyes full of motivation. Kana, who was drinking alone, stopped and stood unsteadily in front. Laxus. Laxus walked away slowly, full of domineering, and came to the front. As well as, Makarov paused as he muttered a name. Everyone in the guild suddenly became nervous. Never be yourself. Finally. Yan'an. Yan'an smiled and slowly walked out of the crowd. After reading, Makarov closed the parchment, raised his head, looked at everyone in Fairy Tale, and said seriously, the above is the journey to Sirius Island personnel taking the S-level assessment. The guild was silent for a moment. Then, there was a deafening cheer. Every time this time comes, it is a day of cheers. Everyone in the guild is discussing. Awesome! It's really incredible. None of these people are adults. This is definitely the assessment of the youngest S-class generation since the establishment of the guild. It feels like times have changed, and I'm afraid we old antiques will be eliminated soon. Overall, it's still a blessing. Everyone in Fairy Tale has no jealousy towards the people standing in front, only a deep sense of joy. Family, naturally the stronger the better. Yan'an looking back at Fairy Tale like this, I also showed some happy smiles. I am afraid that such an atmosphere can only be achieved in Fairy Tale. This is absolutely impossible in other guilds yet. Nan did not regret joining Fairy Tale. The next moment, Makarov jumped down from the second floor, setting off smoke. The contestants took the boat with me to take part in the assessment, while the rest stayed at the guild. An order was given. Everyone obeyed, and Yan'an and the others followed Makarov and walked out of the door of the Union. Afternoon. Tianlang Island at this moment. Yan'an and her group came to the outer layer of Tianlang Island, which was a beach. There was also a boat that a group of people took on the shoal. Makarov led them, walking in front, and said, "Sirius Island is the holy land of fairy tale and the origin of fairy tale. The hometown of the first President Mavis is on Sirius Island, so this place is very important to us." Yannan and the others listened carefully to what Makarov said. Only Laxus was absent-minded, turning his head to look at the sea, not knowing what he was thinking. So Makarov stopped. Behind them, Yannan and Laxus also stopped, and even Laxus turned his head. He also looked like he was listening carefully. Makarov looked at every young face present and smiled. "You are all young fairies, and the future of fairies belongs to you. But now..." Makarov's expression became serious. "Because you are too young, you even need to go through a more stringent assessment than the previous S-class wizards. In the past, as long as there were enough S-class wizards, only 2 people could pass. And now, your qualifying criteria is 1 person." Makarov spat out word for word, saying cruel words. "In other words, among people like you, the ones who finally pass, only 1. After saying that, Laxus suddenly laughed, clenched his fists, and sent out electric sparks. "Ha ha ha, it's exactly what I wanted. Only by selecting the strongest magician can he become S-class." Makarov glanced at it and said nothing. After all, in a sense, Laxus was right. This S-class assessment is essentially to select the first person of the younger generation. Facing the old man's silence, Laxus smiled even more happily. Yannan stood up next to him, looked at Makarov and said, "In that case, old man, please explain the rules of this S-class assessment." Hearing this, all the other contestants looked at Makarov with questions in their eyes. Makarov did not hide anything and directly talked about the rules. "There are various beasts on Tianro Island. Guildarts and I arranged 3 sets of number plates from 1 to 10 and placed them on random beasts. After collecting a set of number plates from 1 to 10, you need to go there." Makarov pointed his finger at the Sirius tree, and then continued. "When you get there, you will meet Guildarts on a necessary road. As long as your strength can be recognized by him, you can go to the tomb of the first generation and participate in the final assessment." Yannan understood these rules and nodded silently. To put it simply, there are 3 groups in total. Once you collect the number cards from 1 to 10, you will be qualified to challenge Kildas. The number cards from 1 to 10 come from different sources. Limit. That is, even if it is deprived from others. If you are unlucky, you might be eliminated from the beginning. And there are 3 sets of number plates in total. This means that only 3 of the 5 of them can get the number to challenge Kier. With DOS qualification, all the remaining people will be eliminated. What a cruel rule! Yannan lowered her head and murmured alone. Makarov took a deep look at Yannan, and then said to everyone, "Then the above is the entire content of this S-level assessment. About the final assessment, I won't reveal it until you get there. So everyone, come on." After saying these words, Makarov flew into the forest at an extremely fast speed and disappeared from sight. Only 5 assessors were left. 3-day summer promotion, top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab your deposit now. Activity time, August 13th to August 15th. Chapter 32. So now everyone is a competitor, so let's spread out our search. Yannan said seriously to Urza, Myra Jane and Kana. Just what I wanted. Myra Jane looked excited and had high fighting spirit. "I don't want to find the number with this pervert." The corner of Yannan's mouth twitched. How much resentment did Myra Jane have towards him? Even now, she still can't forget the name Sex Demon. This name is really as stubborn as the name of that damn Dragon Slayer mage. Ah! Urza didn't mean to go with us either. She looked at the road on the far right and pointed, "I'll go this way. Then I'll go this way." In order to fight against Urza, Myra Jane specifically chose the leftmost path. After seeing Urza and Myra Jane leaving, Yannan turned her attention to Kana, the only one who had not left yet. Laxus, that guy had already chosen a random path as soon as the president left. There are only 2 of them now. Where are you going? Kana asked, turning her eyes to the side with bright eyes. Yan'an answered without hesitation. I'll take the middle road, the one Laxus took just now. Kana's eyes instantly became complicated. Yesterday, Laxus was unharmed by the thunder pillar attack she arranged. She still vividly remembered. I'll go with you. It just so happens that I also want to find that guy Laxus and I have a debt to settle with him. Yan'an nodded and did not refuse. One more person means more strength. With Kana's strength, although she can't fight head-on, there is still no problem in playing support from the side. That's fine. Yan'an and Kana walked into the middle road together. Everyone entered the forest. The deepest part of Tenro Island. First-generation cemetery. Makarov drank wine and, together with Gildas beside him, came to the grave of the first generation and sat cross-legged in front of it. The third-generation fairy tale guild leader, Makarov, and guild member Gildarts laid the foundation stone for the first generation. Makarov's cheeks were drunk and he was shaking his head. Moreover, I have also brought the new generation of guild power, and they will put on the most gorgeous performance in front of you in the first generation. Gildarts on the side was also drunk and echoed Makarov's words, yes, yes. Located on the other side of Tenro Island. Urza was staring at her surroundings warily, exuding the pressure of a swordsman. Her armor had been put on and her sword had been unsheathed. Sudden. There was an unknown sound rustling in the grass not far away. Who? Urza's eyes narrowed and she stared at the bush with caution. Soon, a large number of rats with red eyes rushed out of the bush and headed straight towards Urza. Dress up! Heavenly Wheel Sword of Chaos! Without any panic, Urza changed into the armor of family. She jumped up high. Countless swords surrounded Urza. In an instant. At the same time, the swords spurted out. Whoosh! Blood splashed everywhere. Countless rats with red eyes were hit, and they fell miserably into a pool of blood. At the same time, the other half of Tenro Island. Myra Jane turned into the devil Satan, grabbed the tail of a huge creature and smashed it on the ground. What's wrong? Haha, monster, weren't you very arrogant just now? The monster left miserable tears and was unwilling to do so. Left. Before death. A number plate fell down. This is... Myra Jane was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that this was probably the number plate needed to pass the test this time. I didn't expect to be so lucky. Myra Jane picked up the number plate and took a look. Several blue veins popped out of her head. This uncle. Next to the number 8 on the number plate, there is a unique photo with the words "Gift from Kildas" written on it. Sooner or later I will tear this lecherous uncle and that pervert together in half. Mirage tore up the photo, accepted the number plate, left the place, and continued to look for other remaining number plates. Relatively. Yan'an and Kana, who were walking on the middle road, had a safe journey and did not encounter any monsters at all. While walking, suddenly I heard a huge rumble ahead and dazzling thunder and lightning. That is... Kana was stunned for a moment. Yan'an said without hesitation, it seems that Laxus guy is in front. Let's go quickly. Maybe we can meet that guy. That guy in front has stolen a lot of our prey. Kana nodded, her face serious. There is no doubt about the strength of Laxus. If he were in front, they wouldn't even have a sip of soup. All the monsters have been taken away. Let's go quickly. Yan'an urged. Yan'an and Kana quickly rushed towards the place where the loud noise was coming. Beside the grave of the first generation. Makarov drank, shaking the glass in his hand, and smiled. Gildarts, you think it's those 3 little guys coming to us? Ha ha ha. Kildas laughed a few times and kept the smile on his face. Who knows, it wouldn't be surprising if any of them came in front of us. After all, they are all the proud sons of heaven. Makarov was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed loudly. Also, fairy tales new generation has great potential. Gildarts, here's to celebrating the dawn of a new era. Makarov raised his glass and invited him to drink. Gildarts also raised his glass, with an equally happy expression on his face. They all knew that a new era had come. This era is unique to fairy tale. In the forest, Laxus's clothes were slightly stained with dust and he looked calmly. This huge dead creature in front of me. Stretch out your hand. A number 4 appeared in Laxus' hand. For a guy of this level, no matter how much he comes, it's all in vain. Laxus was about to turn around and leave. In his opinion, this exam was too boring. Let's end it quickly. Just as he was about to take a step, Laxus stopped where he was and turned his eyes to the forest. Deep inside, grinning. Here we come. On the shadow side of the forest, 2 figures moved quickly. They came to the sunshine and in front of Laxus. Yan'an held Kana's hand, her expression serious and angry, recalling what Laxus had done before. She was angry from the heart. Got you. Laxus. Bang. Endless lightning surrounded Laxus, and his arrogant smile was unbridled. You've come just in time, Yan'an, let's have a fight and see who is the strongest in fairy tale. Chapter 33. There was an atmosphere of war in the air, as Yan'an and Laxus faced off against each other. Neither of them dared to be careless at all. Appear. The half-dragon's blue-eyed body appeared, shining brightly under the light of the sun. No matter how many times I see it, I still think it's beautiful. Kana thought in her heart, took out 2 cards from her pocket, and stood ready. The figure blocking her in front of her made her unable to help but fall into the memories of a year ago. Who is that? Kana thought so a year ago. Looking at Yan'an, who was brought into the guild by Gildarts, she envied this boy from the bottom of her heart. He was able to be so free with Gildarts, her father. Say hello. Pulling her thoughts from the past to the present. Kana looked at Laxus solemnly. The card in her hand was filled with flames, and she did not dare to be careless. Even though Laxus was 1 against 2, his expression did not show the slightest sign. There was no fear, and his eyes were full of confidence. Whoosh! Kana panicked, and Laxus completely disappeared in front of her. Watch out, Kana! Yan'an's anxious voice sounded. Kana turned her head, her pupils tightened. Laxus teleported in front of her, and hit her with a fist carrying thunder and lightning. Thunder fist! Oops, too late. Kana screamed frantically in her heart, get away quickly, but it had no effect at all. The gap in physical ability could not be avoided at all. In a moment of crisis, Kana saw a figure blocking her in front of her, and her pupils tightened. Yan'an. Bang! The dragon claw collided with the thunder fist, producing a secondary effect. A strong explosion occurred. The aftermath blew Kana's entire body away and fell to the ground. Just like Fu, who fought in the guild that day. Moment. The moment the two collided, an absolute realm was suddenly formed. Along the central aftermath, all the surrounding animals and plants were unable to survive and suffered a devastating blow. Potholes appeared. Neither Yan'an nor Laxus could survive. He refused to let go, constantly testing his strength. The hole under his feet became deeper and deeper. Is that all there is to it? Yan'an. Laxus's head was dripping with dense sweat, but he still refused to be outdone. Yan'an also shed some sweat on his head, but Laxus's progress was a bit scary. He might have been transplanted with the Dragon Slayer of Thunder. The magic crystal of the magician has become a Dragon Slayer. The growth of the body is truly astonishing. You are way behind. Yan'an suddenly exerted force, and the powerful force came out along the dragon's claws. Feeling this oppressive force, Laxus did not choose to resist, but directly turned into thunder and lightning, and moved not far away. Chance. Kana saw the opportunity and saw the opportunity. The 2 cards in her hand were equipped with thunder and lightning magic. Zhao Lei's fate. Yan'an looked at the side and saw that Kana added lightning magic to the card, and couldn't help shouting, "Kana, don't use thunder magic." What? Kana was stunned, but it was too late. The 2 magic spells with thunder and lightning had already been shot out. Snort. Facing the 2 cards, a sneer appeared on the corner of Laxus's mouth, and he opened his mouth. He bit on the 2 cards, and steam came out of the corner of his mouth. Laxus's whole body was even more powerful. After a while, the magic power just consumed became abundant. The thunder and lightning carried on the card had disappeared. What? Kana's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was Laxus able to avoid the lightning and catch her attack with his teeth? Is the gap between them really that big? His magic power was restored. Kana couldn't believe her eyes. At this time, Yan'an came over, patted Kana's shoulder, who was still trying to conquer the gods, looked at Laxus and said solemnly, "This is not your problem, but Laxus's problem. He has become the Thunder Dragon Slayer mage. Thunder attribute attacks are useless to him, but will become his food." What? Kana couldn't believe what she heard. The lightning attack was ineffective and she was still supplying supplies. Is the Dragon Slayer really so invincible? Laxus in front of him breathed out hot air from the corner of his mouth. "Thanks for your treatment." The next moment, Laxus disappeared from the spot and disappeared from Kana's sight again. Yan'an sensed something, soared into the air, and grabbed out a pair of sharp dragon claws. She grabbed Laxus, who was moving at high speed. Si intercepted it directly. "The same trick won't work the second time," Yan'an said in a deep voice, with fighting intent and anger in her eyes. Laxus was covered in thunder and lightning, and his fighting intent became more intense. "Don't get in the way." The punch that entangled the thunder and lightning struck again. Yan'an dodged and kicked Laxus down. Smoke enveloped. A huge hole appeared on the ground. Before the smoke dissipated, the thunder and lightning came from smoke rose, and Laxus jumped into the air again, his muscles all flexing. Jaws of the Brontosaurus. The power of the huge thunder dragon was concentrated on both fists, and they were struck out together, hitting Yan'an, who was in the air. The dragon's claws protected his face. Yan'an was directly knocked away, and several big trees fell down. Smoke also rose. Kana covered her face and choked twice, and shouted worriedly, "Yan'an!" In the smoke, Yan'an's voice came out, especially excited. "It's okay." He rushed out instantly. It turned into an afterimage and came to Laxus. The roar of the silver dragon. The huge dragon's roar turned into a life-threatening magic sound from Yan'an's mouth, disturbing everyone who heard it. Kana on the ground covered her ears and knelt on the ground with a look of despair. The 2 people looking at the sky. Can I really defeat the 2 of them and become an S-class mage? Those 2 monster-like guys. In sight. Laxus's whole body was wrapped with thunder and lightning, and his body was covered with dust. His clothes had been destroyed by the explosion of muscles, and his 8-pack abs were shining out, like the god of thunder. Similarly, half of Yan'an's body was shining brightly. Hui, with a unique dragon body, is roaring like a dragon at this moment, like an ancient dragon that has been extinct for 400 years, reappearing in the world. Why is the gap between people so big? Kana is powerless. Kneel down on the ground, cover your ears, cry silently, tears flowing to the ground. Woo woo. In the fight between these 2 people, she couldn't even intervene. Laxus moved several times, and she couldn't even catch it with her naked eyes. If Yan'an hadn't come to help, she might have been knocked down by Laxus from the beginning. I don't even have the right to cry here. In this way, what is the meaning of such a life? Kana burst into tears, very sad. Chapter 34. Sirius Island. The other side. What is that sound, dragon? Urza stopped and continued fighting. The sword stayed in the air and did not continue to swing. The monster in front of her had already covered its ears, kept wailing, rolling on the ground, and letting out a shrill scream. Next moment I made a judgment, and a name flashed in my mind. Yan'an. Yan'an must be fighting with someone. Who can force this move out? What on earth happened? Looked towards the distance of the forest, as if she wanted to see the situation clearly. Myra Jane clenched her fists excitedly and laughed with a pair of fangs. This is Yan'an's voice, it's correct. Ha ha ha. Sister Myra Jane is here. Leaping up to the tree, Myra Jane kept jumping between the trees. Soon she disappeared without a trace. And in the deepest part of Tianlang Island, located under the Sirius tree, in front of the tomb of the first generation, Makarov listened to this sudden roar in surprise, with a look of astonishment on his face. This is a dragon. Gildart's solemn expression came from the side. Old man, look. Makarov was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the air in the forest, looking at the magic power of Tianro Island, full of astonishment. How is it possible? The magic power of Tianlang Island is trembling. At the center, Laxus looked excited. In order not to be disturbed by the sound, he took the initiative to use the lightning magic in his body to destroy his eardrums. Now he can't hear anything. Ha ha ha, that's it, Yan'an, let's have a fun duel. The berserker-like Laxus struck again, and the magic power of the thunder dragon covered his fist. This magic power made a sizzling sound. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus's fist shrouded in thunder and lightning blasted out, heading towards Yan'an's face. There was no panic. Yan'an's face was still calm, and everything was as he expected, except that Laxus destroyed the eardrum with lightning. It was a bit unexpected to crack his silver dragon's roar. Everything else is under control. You've fallen into a trap, Laxus. Yan'an said, and activated this very dangerous magic that he had never activated before. The power of blue eyes. This skill already exists, and its power is terrifying, but because the changes in the eyes will be particularly obvious when activated, people with rich combat experience will avoid these eyes, so it needs to be designed. Now it is too late for Laxus to close his eyes. Yan'an's eyes changed strangely, turning into dragon eyes and vertical pupils, and her whole body exuded indescribable power. Nanny. Laxus looked at the changes in Yan'an's eyes and wanted to close his eyes, but it was too late. He couldn't close his eyes until Yan'an's transformation was completed. What's this? Laxus braved the unparalleled power of the dragon and moved forward bravely, but his body was constantly trembling, and he could not exert even 10% of his strength. Even vaguely, Laxus even saw Yan'an in front of him turning into a blue-eyed white dragon. This terrifying white dragon was looking directly at him. Although he did nothing, Laxus still couldn't find the courage to challenge. It was too scary. Damn it! Who do you think I am? I'm Laxus! Laxus roared, the lightning on his body exploded, and he waved his fist towards the blue-eyed white dragon in front of him. It was just an ordinary fist. But Laxus hurriedly seemed to have been as long as a century. Amazing, how dare you face your fear? Yan'an praised without hesitation, but this is worthy of praise. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage. Laxus can face fear and dare to shake his fist towards fear. This in itself is a strong quality. However, Yan'an quietly looked at Laxus' fist. She did not choose to dodge, but directly faced it. When the fist touched her cheek, it did not cause any ripples and landed quietly on it. The fist raised by fear on the other side had some strength in it. Yan'an explained softly, and the pressure on her body disappeared. At this time, Thunder Dragon fanged Yan halberd. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning gathered in Laxus's hand, gathered together, and finally formed a large halberd. This thunder halberd was not facing Yan'an. Instead, it was Laxus himself. Without the slightest hesitation, Laxus inserted the thunder halberd into his thigh, and the blood dripped down his thigh. It fell to the ground. Drip, drip. It was still dripping. With such a horrific injury, Laxus even frowned. He didn't even wrinkle, he just looked at his thigh quietly, then raised his head to look at Yan'an. This way you can continue to have a good fight. Sharp. Yan'an praised Laxus for the second time, for being able to use pain to dispel the fear in her heart by hurting herself. What kind of awareness is required to be able to do such a thing? Let's leave aside the character and philosophy. In terms of strength, in terms of fighting will, Laxus is definitely a T0 level monster in fairy tale. So keep fighting. Since his thighs could not move, Laxus grinned, opened his mouth, and continued to inhale the magic in the air. Brontosauruses, roar! The terrifying thunder dragon lightning spurted out from Laxus's mouth, and the roaring thunder and lightning shock waves that destroyed the world continued to tear apart everything under his powerful magic power. Face this blow full of enlightenment. Yan'an laughed, and the fighting spirit in her eyes was as high as ever. That's right, Laxus. That's it. Fight. Invincible. Tough. The strongest. The power of the blue-eyed white dragon, fully activated. Suddenly, the dragon scales on Yan'an's face had a faint tendency to spread, covering 2/3 of her cheeks, almost becoming a draconian. Laxus. Let me use my strongest tricks to entertain you. Yan'an also opened her mouth and continued to absorb the magic power in the air. The amount of magic she inhaled was about 10 times that of Laxus just now, and her expression became serious. Bursting. Gale Blast Bomb. The even more terrifying roar of the white dragon erupted from Yan'an's mouth, and the dazzling white light covered the entire forest. In an instant, it seemed as if only white was left in the world. The world of thunder and lightning and the world of white collided with each other. Together. Roar versus roar. In the end, Yan'an's exploding wind destructor bomb was better, directly destroying Laxus's roar. The terrifying white light shock wave hit Laxus' position. Chapter 35. That's it, Yan'an. Laxus looked like he was going crazy. He was not afraid at all when he saw the white shock wave that hit him. Instead, he screamed. Bang! A huge boom sounded. This boom made Kana on the side stop crying and clenched her fists, clutching the dirt on the ground. I must become an S-class mage. After saying that, Kana stood up again with firm eyes. She looked at the battlefield opposite. The huge smoke slowly dissipated, and the forest on Laxus' side was completely destroyed by the roar of the white dragon. Hoo! Zizi! The remaining lightning in Laxus seemed to gently tell people that he was now at the end of his strength. I will never give up. Laxus raised his head with firm eyes. Even though his body was scarred, it could not destroy his firm will. His eardrum was damaged. His thigh was stabbed, and all his magic power was exhausted under the roar just now. But so what? As long as he still has a breath of existence, then this battle will not be over. He, Laxus, has not lost. With a strong will and heavy eyelids, Laxus tried to take a step, but almost fell down. Yan'an frowned and couldn't bear to look at it. You are already injured like this, do you still want to continue fighting? No matter what, Laxus is a member of the guild. He is the grandson of the guild leader Makarov. He is a family member. Yes, Laxus's philosophy is indeed different from that of fairy tale, but in the final analysis, he is thinking about the guild. In the final analysis, Laxus is still an immature and rebellious person. He hopes to be his grandfather's exclusive favor, just a child. Yan'an's words did not receive any response, but Laxus's eyes have told him this much: he will never admit defeat. He is really a child who will not grow up. Muttering, Yan'an finally decided to help Laxus and walked over slowly. Just have a good sleep. The power of the dragon exuded from his body. Laxus, who was at the end of his crossbow, relied on his will to wait and see. Yan'an in front of him had changed from a person to a noble, majestic silver-white dragon. This dragon was caressing him, roaring softly, as if you don't want to hurt him. It's really a powerful yet gentle stupid dragon. Laxus smiled bitterly a few times, and kept his body strong until now, unwilling to fall down. He was unwilling to give in. He could still fight again. He would fight to the end of the world with this stupid dragon in front of him until the end. But he couldn't. My body is failing. Laxus felt that his eyelids were gradually blurring, and he was about to faint. Seeing Laxus, who was so powerful in the past, but now so embarrassed but unwilling to admit defeat, Yan'an's eyes showing sympathy, all past grudges and hatreds disappeared. Only admiration for Laxus remained. What a talent! However, even if it is a beautiful jade, it requires careful carving before it can become a gem that everyone loves. Yan'an looked at Laxus and walked quickly. 2 cards flew past and hit Laxus. Flames ignited on his body. Laxus, who was already weak, gritted his teeth and refused to let go. She let out a wail of pain and felt the burning of the flames. 2 more cards appeared in Kana's hand, with freezing magic attached. The Icicle of Death. Without any hesitation, Kana's eyes were cold, and the 2 cards flew out directly. Bang! Hit! But Kana's eyes suddenly widened, her pupils flashed, and she was shocked. Yan'an. At the critical moment, Yan'an, who was standing in front of Laxus, blocked the card for Laxus without making any resistance or even defense. She changed back to her normal form. Ice had already formed on her body. Laxus's eyes widened behind him, and his eyes kept trembling. This scene really shocked him. Yan'an, who was an unrelenting enemy just now, actually blocked the attack for him. That's enough, Kana. Yan'an said matter-of-factly, with extremely soft eyes. Laxus has received the punishment he deserves. You also gave him 2 cards, which is considered repayment. No matter what, we are still family, right? Kana took a deep look at Yan'an's frozen body, slowly put away the cards, crossed her hands, and said with a proud look on her face, since you said so, then forget it, but... Kana looked at Laxus behind her. I don't recognize that guy as my family. After saying that, Kana walked towards the depths of the forest and disappeared from sight. Yan'an breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Kana leave. Then she turned her head and looked at Laxus, who was still behind. Taking away all the numbers obtained from Laxus' pocket. This is my trophy, no problem. Yan'an grabbed this string of numbers, including 8, 6, 7, and 1. Laxus was unable to answer and kept breathing. When Yan'an saw Laxus not answering, just assume he agrees. Then you should reflect on what you did before here. Yan'an took a deep look at Laxus for the last time, turned around and left in another direction of the forest. This place, only Laxus was left standing there blankly, with scars all over his body. Respite. What a humiliation! The last thought flashed through Laxus's heart, and then he fell to the ground, unconscious. In front of the tomb of the first generation. Gildas, who was drinking, suddenly asked Old Man, "Are you satisfied with Laxus, child?" Makarov poured the wine for a moment, and his expression became complicated. Not satisfied, but not dissatisfied either. Makarov had a happy smile on his face. I remember Laxus used to tell me with a smile when he was little. When he grows up, he will turn fairy tale into the best guild. Gildas lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking in his mind. Is this so? Why are you saying this? Keep drinking, drink. Yes, come on, cheers. Makarov and Gildarts drank together and got very drunk. It's hard to imagine. When the next 3 challengers come, whether Gildarts will still be able to fight. It's really doubtful. In the evening. In the long night, Tenro Island is like a paradise, independent on the sea. Huge magic guards this quiet and peaceful island. The stars in the sky are connected. Makarov and Gildarts are both already drunk and unconscious. He fell to the ground, snoring. In front of the tomb. The tomb of the first generation emitted a soft light, and a barefoot girl could be faintly seen. She was sitting on the tomb, swinging her legs. Really looking forward to it. Time to see you again. Chapter 36. Silent Forest. Two shadows appeared on the left and right, moving rapidly. Sensing something, Urza stopped running quickly and raised her head to a tree not far away. Marajana's figure appeared, looking at each other as well. Cut. Myra Jane curled her lips in displeasure. I didn't expect to meet a coward like you here. Urza was also a little uncomfortable and stared at her with sharp eyes. I didn't expect to meet an ugly guy like you here. Myra Jane's eyes fell on Urza's waist. Through her powerful eyesight, she could clearly see the numbers 4, 6, 1, 2, and 3. Unexpectedly, you, a coward like you, haven't been eliminated yet and collected 5 numbers. Myra Jane showed no mercy. Urza was not to be outdone and sarcastically said, that's right. I'm afraid you, the ugly guy, don't have as many numbers collected as the coward like me. Myra Jane was not angry and took out the number in her hand. It showed 5 numbers 8, 5, 7, 9, and 10. These were exactly what Urza didn't have. It seems that this battle is destined. Whoever wins will be promoted and become an S-class mage. Miraj's eyes sharpened, and she transformed. The demon Satan appeared, pointing his sharp claws at Urza. Her long red hair danced in the wind. Urza put on a set of black feather armor, and inserted it into her back. With a pair of black wings, the armor was black. A magic circle appeared in her hand. Urza took out a spear from the arsenal. The evil-breaking spear. A spear that can destroy all evil forces. It is extremely powerful against demons. The restraint effect. Myra Jane was not afraid at all, put on a posture, and even more sarcastically said, still the same look, she has always been a cowardly girl who restrains herself and does not dare to fight head-on. That is. Urza flipped up her red hair, not feeling ashamed but proud of it. A reckless and ugly monster like you probably doesn't know what fighting wisdom is. What did you say? Myra Jane looked furious. She stepped forward and rushed towards him at a fast speed. Then let me see what your so-called combat wisdom looks like. Urza stabbed out a spear with the wind. Marajana's sharp claws blocked the spear, making a metallic collision sound, and she laughed excitedly. No. Urza, is this all you have? There was no response. Urza swiped her spear. Myra Jane retreated to avoid it. Seeing this, Urza stopped and rushed directly towards her. The spear kept waving in her hand. The devil's wings behind Myra Jane flapped, sending out a violent wind. Urza couldn't open her eyes and quickly covered her face. Myra Jane then pursued the victory and clawed at Urza's face. Although Urza had her eyes closed, her hearing was not still keen. When he heard the sound, he knew exactly what Myra Jane wanted to do. He changed the position of the spear in his hand. Urza took it in her hand and turned it. Waves in the wind. This spear has strong evil-destroying properties. Did not dare to break through head-on, and directly controlled the claws to retreat, creating a distance. The confrontation ended temporarily. Taking advantage of this gap, Urza quickly opened her eyes and looked at Myra Jane, her face wary, her mouth not to be outdone. I haven't seen any improvement in strength in a few days. In the past, I almost cried when I beat him. Myra Jane also put up a defensive posture and stared. What nonsense are you talking about? It's you. In the past, you couldn't say anything even if I didn't criticize you? Why are you so sharp today? Hey! Taking a deep breath of the magic contained in the air, Urza took advantage of the victory and ran over with a big gun. Myra Jane jumped onto the tree. In terms of agility, she was even better than Urza. She jumped into the air. The big gun carried the power of destroying demons. She swept out. Myra Jane dodged, and the control of the air was in her hands. After dodging, she waved the devil's wings and teleported to Elu. Behind Shat. The sky is my domain. He grabbed Urza and made her unable to move. Urza's expression tightened and she continued to struggle. Useless. Mirage laughed wildly and fixed her arms harder. How can the strength of an ordinary person like Urza compare to the power of a demon like her? Everything was just in vain. Urza did not panic at all, instead of struggling. Have you given up? Urza, as long as you give me your number, I will let you go. Mirajan was very proud and kept persuading her. With an expressionless face, the light on Urza changed again. The transition was over. Myra Jane could barely move and fell to the ground. Fortunately, she still flapped her wings to stabilize herself. Stay. Urza has already changed into a pair of armor at this time. The base color is silver, covering the whole body without leaving any gaps. There are pieces of protrusions between the arms, and both hands are holding white shields. It is the armor that Urza has the strongest defense. Armor. Armor of King Kong. When Myra Jane saw Urza put on this armor, she understood what she was planning. She wanted to transform into a hedgehog through this armor. Her attack was very harmful to Urza. Shadow has no effect. I didn't expect you to have such armor that looks like a turtle shell. Mirage taunted. She had already seen Urza display armor that she had never seen before in this battle. It seems that Urza put a lot of effort into this S-level assessment. The corner of Urza's mouth Yukiao. How about it? Do you have any idea? Veins popped up on Mirajana's head, and the wings on her back carried Urza flying up into the sky. Don't underestimate me. See how I destroy your turtle shell. When Urza saw Myra Jane take her completely up into the sky, reaching a height where she could almost see the entire Sirius Island, she understood what she was planning. Do you want to fall from a high altitude like an eagle catching a turtle, and use the impact to break my armor? Urza asked, her tone almost certain. Myra Jane raised the corners of her mouth. That's right. Be afraid. If you surrender to me, call me Myra Jane, I was wrong, and kowtow to me 3 times, I will forgive you. Urza just looked down at the whole view of Tenro Island without saying a word. Myra Jane was sweating profusely. She had reached her limit after flying here and could not continue going up. What's up, Urza, are you scared? Myra Jane looked at Urza provocatively. Urza was not afraid at all and replied. Fear? I'm scared because you're such an ugly monster, you're out of breath now, I'm afraid you can't even fly safely now. Chapter 37. Tough talk. Mirage finally said. But I'm a little different from the eagle you imagined. What? Urza was stunned for a moment. Then Myra Jane took Urza down at a very fast speed. Like I said, I won't give you any chance. If it's like an eagle and lets go when it reaches high altitude, I'm afraid it will give Urza a chance to turn defeat into victory. She, Myra Jane, will not make such a mistake. Let's fall to the ground together. Mirajan's speed was faster, and she quickly fell towards the ground. The surrounding scenes were constantly changing. Urza had some cold sweat on her forehead, and she kept struggling. Myra Jane was very happy. It turns out that you also panic sometimes. Falling at a faster speed, Myra Jane will not give Urza a chance to make a comeback. When she is about to reach the ground. About there. Myra Jane muttered silently in her heart. Her original plan was to take Urza with her, then suddenly let go when she was about to land, and use her air retention ability to fly in the sky. When Myra Jane was about to let go, she unexpectedly discovered no matter what, she couldn't let go. When Myra Jane looked, it was Urza's hand that firmly grabbed her arm, preventing her from leaving. Damn it! Myra Jane cursed. It's too late now. Urza smiled proudly and shouted. Let's go down together. Myra Jane was so angry that she yelled. Damn Urza! The two fell to the ground together and fell into a big pit. The dust spread. The other side. The silver dragon's hook. Yan'an directly penetrated the body of the monster in front of her with one shot, and a number appeared on her hand. She casually put the photo above into her pocket. Yan'an looked at the number above. 2. Yan'an will this number plate was put into his pocket together. At present, he was still short of the last number 10 before he could go to the Sirius tree and face Kildas. Thinking back to the days with Kildas. It seems like they haven't had a formal fight yet. Yan'an is looking forward to seeing what kind of strength Gildarts, who has one of the best combat capabilities in fairy tale, has. But there is no doubt that his strength is definitely much more terrifying than that guy Laxus. At present, Laxus has not yet reached his peak. But Gildarts is already at his peak. It must be a tough battle. Also, the revenge of that time, the abominable Gildarts. Yan'an recalled what happened with the seal when he first joined the guild. Gildarts fixed him in place, with veins popping out on his forehead. Yan'an walked further and further, looking for monsters everywhere. Looking for the last number. The number 10. Two figures emerged from it, first was Urza, and then Myra Jane. Hey! Both of them gasped and looked at each other. Urza's diamond armor had cracks, and as it spread, the entire armor was completely shattered, and the person fell into the light again. The dark protective shield on Mirajana's body disappearing little by little, she was still panting. At the critical moment, she opened the protective shield. But because the protective shield consumes so much energy, she now has very little magic power left. This is the end. Myra Jane gasped, her claws extremely sharp. Changed her clothes. Urza wore a bra wrapped around her body, and wore fiery red trousers on her legs, with her skin exposed. Bring it on. The evil destroying spear in Urza's hand was also replaced by an ordinary sword. Mirajana's expression darkened. If she won because Urza let her, then she wouldn't want this victory. Where are your other weapons and armors, Urza? Myra Jane shouted. Why don't you hide in that armor of yours? Using the provocation method. Urza's face was calm. The breeze blew by, and an eye covered by red hair appeared, full of determination. No need. Urza pointed her sword directly at Myra Jane. If I want to defeat you, there is no use hiding in armor. And Urza changed the subject and was still out of breath. The magic power in her body was gradually exhausted, and she didn't even have the strength to open the arsenal. He no longer has the ability to change to other armors. In order to block Mirajana's blow just now, Urza spent most of her magic power to enhance the defense of the diamond armor, and then she could barely resist it. Myra Jane didn't know. She thought Urza looked down on her, and the expression on her face became even more angry. Come on, Urza. Mirajana used her last strength to rush over. At the same time, Urza also used her last strength to rush over. The sword flashed with a dazzling cold light. A sharp edge flashed across. Mirajana's body appeared after suffering dozens of stab wounds. He rolled his eyes and fainted on the ground. I win. Urza was half kneeling on the ground, maintaining her sword-wielding posture, and was about to stand up and declare victory. Severe pain in the abdomen. Mirajana's scratch directly destroyed Urza's bones. Bang! Urza fainted. This time, Urza vs Myra Jane, a draw. The last number. Yan'an knocked down the monster with one blow. After the monster was knocked down, a digital number engraved with 10 fell to the ground. Pick it up. Yan'an headed towards the core of Tianlang Island, Tianlang Island. He walked in the direction of the wolf tree. No monster could stop him along the way. The only way to visit the tomb of the first dynasty. Gildarts sat cross-legged on the ground and covered his head, feeling a little headache. I had a little too much wine last night. Even now my head is still a little dizzy. If only someone could come over and help me sober up. Gildas was particularly troubled and held his head. But he also understood that this was impossible. The numbers 1 to 10 were not so easy to complete. It would probably take tomorrow before someone would challenge him. He just said finished. Gildarts had already heard the footsteps, with a look of interest in his eyes. Now someone actually has the numbers together. Is it that little guy Yan'an? The word Yan'an just appeared from his mouth. The figure of Yan'an walking slowly, and the wine appeared in Gildas's sight. Gildas couldn't help but laugh. The sober person is here. Yo! Xiaonan, you are here. But I am the one who planted this mountain. If you want to go over there, you have to knock me down. Gildas said hello, his face became much more serious. He stood up directly. He exuded unimaginable power. Under this power, Yan'an even felt that it was difficult to breathe. A little deeper, taking a breath and adjusting her condition. Yan'an came to Gildas and looked into his eyes. Uncle Gildas, it's not easy to pass your level. Chapter 38. You said you can easily pass my test. As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, Gildarts laughed loudly. No one can easily pass him. Even the black dragon Akulokia in the legendary Apocalypse. Gildarts laughed loudly. Gildas also believed that it would never be easy. But now, he actually heard that someone could easily pass his level. How could it not be funny? Gildas drew a circle with his foot. Yan'an couldn't understand. A little confused. Gildas waved to him and said, "Come on, if you can let me leave this circle, I will let you go." Yan'an suddenly laughed without knowing why. Isn't this simple? Simple. Gildarts laughed, but then his face became extremely serious, and his momentum exploded. Yan'an felt as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. This momentum was really terrifying. She is indeed the strongest in the guild. Gildarts is one of the best beings in fairy tale. Even Yan'an felt the momentum carefully and silently estimated it. Even the end of the 10 saints would be hard-pressed to resist under this momentum. He is really not an opponent. But it doesn't matter, she also has a trump card. Yan'an raised the corner of her mouth and took out a bag. Gildarts couldn't understand. Why would you use the bag when you were already fighting? Could it be that there was an artifact inside? Yan'an smiled mysteriously, and he took out a chicken drumstick from the bag. Gildas, do you want to eat it? Oh! Of course yes! Gildas's eyes were shining. Under the temptation of the delicious food, when he was about to go over to get the food, he suddenly paused. His feet quickly retracted. Gildas wiped a cold sweat. Good boy, I almost fell into your trap. If he had gone out of the circle just now, he would have lost. But I really want to eat. Gildas swallowed. He has seen Yan'an's craftsmanship before. This is simply heaven on earth. Do you want to eat? Yan'an then tempted Gildarts and even put the chicken legs in the circle. Gildarts's eyes lit up and he quickly grabbed it with both hands. In the next moment, Yan'an put the chicken legs away. He went back and started eating by himself. While eating, he kept saying, "If you don't want to eat it, forget it. I'll eat it myself. It's a pity that you won't be able to enjoy such a good thing." Yan'an bit off a piece of meat and looked intoxicated. It's fragrant and crispy, not bland or salty, and the taste is just right. It's so good. Being able to eat wild game here is nothing more wonderful than this in the world. Gildas swallowed his saliva again. He wanted to circle around and enjoy the food several times, but stopped again. Yan'an, boy, don't try to seduce me, it won't work on me. As soon as he said this sentence, Goo! Gildarts' stomach already made a sound of dissatisfaction. Gildarts looked a little embarrassed, holding his stomach and pointing to the chicken drumstick in Yan'an's hand. How about give me some points? Yan'an rolled her eyes at him. It's not like I won't feed you, there's still a lot in this bag, so you can take it yourself. Yan'an put the bag on the ground. Gildas looked very ugly and was in a dilemma. Is food more important? Or is fighting more important? He hesitated for less than a second. Gildas made after making the decision, he rushed out of the circle, picked up the chicken drumsticks in the bag and gnawed on them. Fuck the fight. What is more important than delicious food? Gildarts took out the drumsticks and took the first bite. The whole person suddenly froze on the spot, looking intoxicated. It's so wonderful. The freshness of the fish and the taste of the game are perfectly blended together to form a unique flavor. There is also the fragrance of grass in the chicken. When Gildas opened his eyes again, he was already in a grassland, with fish swimming in the water, deer in groups, blue sky and white clouds. Gildas was lying under the tree, breathing in the fresh air quietly. Air. Fantastic. Gildas covered his cheek and returned to reality again. Opening his eyes, Gildas pointed at the chicken leg. What kind of meat is this? You guess. Yan'an smiled and moved her eyes to the back. But Uncle Gildas, should you let me pass? You are already out of the circle. Gildas was stunned for a moment, and then looked back. At some point, he was already several meters away from the outside of the circle. The word well appeared on Gildas' head, and he was annoyed with himself. Why could he be so unable to resist temptation? What? So tempted by food? It doesn't count. This time it doesn't count, try again. At the critical moment, Gildas acted like a child. Yan'an was silent and looked at Gildas with contempt. He went back on his word. Ahem. Gildas coughed twice and changed the topic suddenly. If you give me this bag of food, I will let you pass. You can get through with just a little food. What a bargain! Just when Gildarts thought Yan'an was going to agree, Yan'an spoke. Don't want. Then this bag is. As soon as he was halfway through his words, Gildarts was stunned and his eyes widened. You refused? You actually refused? Such a good deal. As long as you give me some food, you can get through it. Gildas' eye looked more anxious than Yan'an. This food is so delicious. If Yan'an doesn't agree, he can't continue eating. This feeling is simply worse than death. Gildas shrugged. Can you tell me why? Yan'an put on a show. Jojo, his face suddenly changed in style, and he answered. What I like most is saying no to people who look confident. Ah, is that so? Gildarts turned into bean-eyed, a little unclear that Yan'an still has such a habit. And Yan'an returned to her normal face and suddenly smiled. 2/3 of her silver-white dragon scales covered her cheeks, and she once again transformed into the form of a blue-eyed half-dragon. I also want to try it, the only S-class magician in the guild. The momentum burst out violently. Yan'an seemed to have transformed into a blue-eyed white dragon, and her whole body was full of dragon power. This momentum was actually comparable to the momentum released by Gildarts just now. Interesting. Young man, if that's the case, then I'll help you. Gildas vaguely saw a silver-white giant dragon, but he was not afraid at all, and his aura was released. The dragon is a good dragon. But it is too childish. Such a childish aura cannot be overpowered at all. Gildarts, is the only S-class mage in the guild. His aura. The hellish aura that he had just withdrawn reappeared. Come on, boy. Gently waving, Gildas's back continued to exude a strong aura. Chapter 39. Without being polite, a ball of light appeared on the dragon claw on Yan'an's hand, and a white magic circle appeared. Here we come, Uncle Gildarts. The blood in her body was boiling. Only by fighting against a strong man like Gildarts can your blood boil. Gildarts, he is too strong. Come on, boy. With the corner of his mouth raised, Gildarts waved easily, signaling for him to come over. Yan'an didn't hesitate at all. The light in her hand bloomed, and she shouted. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. The terrifying light spread out and covered the surrounding area. Gildarts was in this area, motionless. He laughed. It's not enough. Xiaonan, at this level, let alone knock me down, you can't even move me a step. Kildas stretched out his hand, and a terrifying white shock wave appeared from his hand, hitting the spreading white. Bang! Everything was calm. All the trees in front of Gildas disappeared, leaving only a piece of scorched earth. Yan'an he stood on the ground with one hand, half kneeling on the ground, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and raised his head. You are so merciless. Uncle Kildas. Gildarts smiled helplessly and said, you are not an opponent that can be dealt with mercilessly. Kildas looked serious, and there was no smile on his face. I know this all too well. Feeling the majestic pressure coming from Kildas, Yan'an only felt that the dragon's blood in her body was boiling and burning. She slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Yan'an looked at Gildas, with the same serious look on his face. If you want to defeat me at this level, you are still far from it. The momentum on his body exploded. It was on par with Gildas's momentum. Gildas shrugged helplessly. He is worthy of being a dragon slayer, and his aura can actually be compared with that of me, who has been training on the path of a magician for many years. Yan'an's aura suddenly relaxed, and veins popped up on her forehead. I'm really not a dragon slayer wizard. Gildarts waved his hands and clasped his ears. Yes, yes, you are not a dragon slayer. Who are you fooling? The word well appears on Yan'an's head. This is simply unbearable. The most powerful blue-eyed white dragon has turned into a so-called dragon slayer wizard in this world. Look. He will become a blue-eyed white dragon in the future. Can these people tell the truth about the dragon slayer? Uncle, do you dare to take this move from me? Yan'an's face became serious. Gildas continued to press his ears. You kid, you don't need to provoke me. Just use whatever tricks you have. I will never dodge them. That's good. Yan'an smiled mysteriously. The current Gildarts is difficult to beat, but it does not mean that the weakened Gildarts will be equally difficult to beat. The majesty of blue eyes. Yan'an's pupils became filled with the power of a dragon. In Gildart's eyes, Yan'an in front of him had turned into a silver-white terrifying dragon looking down at him. A monster indeed. Facing this attack, Gildas shed some cold sweat. Although it was false, it was still too terrifying. The dragon that had been extinct for 400 years actually reappeared in the world. But Gildarts changed the subject. White light erupted from his hand, and he rushed towards the silver-white dragon. Light shines. In the surrounding scene, all the silver-white dragons have disappeared. It's just a dragon, I'm not afraid even if it's real. Gildarts's eyes exuded confidence in his own strength. Yan'an suffered the backlash of this attack again and coughed up blood. It's really impeccably powerful. Yan'an looked up and found that Gildarts had not moved a step until now. This almost desperate gap made Yan'an a little shaken. But she became firm in the blink of an eye. If you look for it, there will definitely be a flaw. Yan'an cheered herself up, stood up again, and looked for Gildart's weaknesses. What's wrong? Gildas waved his hand and said provocatively. Why didn't you attack? Could it be because you were afraid? Afraid? Yan'an laughed, jumped up high, and hit Gildas. There was no weakness at all. That monster. All Yan'an had to do was to find Gildas when he took the attack. Weakness, pass the level. Seeing Yan'an flying towards him, Gildarts suddenly smiled inexplicably, his expression a little playful. Try a trick your pet tried for you when you first met. A net came out from his hand. Yan'an couldn't dodge and was directly hit by the net. It split into small pieces. The next moment. Gildarts, it's easy for you to deal with me alone. So there are thousands of me. Thousands of small Yan'an rushed towards Gildas. The terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, and the white light behind Gildas enveloped each small Yan'an. The small one's Yan'an was all suppressed and fell to the ground. What did you say, Xiaonan? Kildarts was still smiling and never moved even half a step from beginning to end. Desperately powerful. Hateful. Yan'an shouted. Countless him instantly merged together, and finally merged into a large version of him. Really, hopelessly powerful. No matter what you do, you can't find any weakness. No matter how you fight, it's all useless. Kildarts still hasn't even moved half a step. Yan'an's head is covered with dense sweat, and her mouth keeps breathing, even though his strength has reached the level of an S-class mage. But he is still too fragile and powerless in front of the 10 saint-level combat power of Kildarts. He can't find any way to win at all. Even if I can't find any loopholes, I will fight until the last moment. Roaring, Yan'an's eyes were bloodshot and staring. Kildarts' eyes revealed a look of praise. Yes, in the face of this overwhelming power, we have not given up the fight yet, but... Young magician, there are some gaps in the world that cannot be bridged by mere fighting spirit. The aura on Gildas's body is a little deeper. It has brought a deeper abyss, and despair. He has not yet used all his strength. Yan'an's face is horrified. The battle that was originally difficult to fight is now even more difficult to fight. Tomb of the First Dynasty. Makarov looked back, looked forward, and narrowed his eyes. Kildarts, why are you so serious? If you were so serious, I'm afraid no one would be able to become an S-class mage. Yan'an swallowed her saliva, and the fighting spirit in her eyes became even more high-spirited. That's it, that's the battle. The dragon blood in Yan'an's body boiled completely, and the dragon scales on her face continued to spread, and she was about to turn into a dragon. How about adding me? Kana's voice sounded from behind. Chapter 40. Interrupted Evolution. Yan'an looked back. A large area of skin was exposed on Kana's upper body, and a beautiful woman was drinking wine, her face already red. After finishing the wine, he threw the bottle to the ground. Smash! Kana laughed and looked at the fighting figures of Yan'an and Kildarts in front of her. Several cards appeared in her hand. Add me. Yan'an's eyes wavered. Kana. Kildarts looked more playful and interested. For some reason, he always felt that the Kana in front of him seemed familiar. Let go of this feeling soon. Oh, 2 against 1? Come on then. Kildas wasn't afraid at all, it's just 2 people. Kana came to Yan'an with a serious face and burped, you don't mind if I interfere in your battle? Yan'an, who knew all the reasons, would naturally not object, of course. He couldn't beat him in the first place, so it's okay for Kana to come. After hearing the agreement, Kana directly shot out a card. Moderation of Fools. Kildas dodged and smiled. Is this all you have? This kind of ability is not suitable for becoming an S-class mage. Kana laughed back. Who knows? The card was inserted into the ground, emitting a hypnotic smoke that enveloped Kildarts. Success. Kana looked excited. Yan'an's face was still solemn. He knew that Kildarts was so tricky that he would never be defeated by such a little trick. Not bad, but it's still just a little trick. Kildarts' voice came from the smoke. The next moment, a burst of magic was released. The smoke disappeared. Kildarts' face was still smiling, and his steps still didn't move. Kana, help me. Yan'an said something and rushed forward directly. Hateful. Although she was unwilling, Kana also knew that Yan'an was right. If he had to choose someone who could defeat his father, it would definitely be Yan'an. You have to give him a good beating, or I won't forgive you. Kana shot 3 cards with different attributes as a cover. Kil turned his head and avoided the first card. He still had time to look back. He found that the land was on fire. Oh! The card of fire. Turning around again, Kildas dodged a card again. Kildas also looked back. The land was scorched. Is it a card rich in thunder and lightning this time? Kil stretched out his right hand and clamped the last card between his fingers. The frosty ice layer froze Gildas's hand. Oh! The last one is ice. When Gildas was about to use magic to break the frozen hand, Yan'an had already arrived in front of him. The silver dragon's hook. The sharp dragon claws stretched out. Facing this attack, Gildarts did not dare to take it hard. He had seen the sharpness of this claw before. He covered his hand with a layer of magic. Gildarts reached out to in front of Nan's face. A white shock wave appeared. Kana next to her shouted worriedly. Yan'an. It took a long time for the white shock wave to disappear. Yan'an's dragon arm was in front of her. The other half of her body was scorched black, but the other half of the dragon's body was still silvery white. Fine. Yan'an looked down and suddenly said something, extremely calm. Gildas smiled and said, "How about it? Do you feel the gap between us? Fear is not shameful, it will make you understand your own weakness. Because you know your own weakness, people will become strong." Gildas exuded his own momentum. It was like the abyss of hell. Kana opened her eyes wide, feeling the magic in disbelief, and her whole body was stiff and suffocated. What is this? Such magic! Can't believe it, but also a little proud. This is her father, Gildarts. At this time, Yan'an has already raised her head and raised the pair of still silver-white dragon claws, with the sharp edges on them clearly visible. Word by word. I already understand your weakness. Gildarts looked sideways, looked at the pair of dragon claws, and immediately understood where Yan'an's confidence came from. Kana next to him couldn't believe it. He shouted. Do such monsters also have weaknesses? Just like the old world view was broken and reshaped, Kana only felt as if she had broken into a world that did not belong to her. Every one of them was a monster. Yan'an next to her did not pay attention to Kana's expression at this time. She raised her hand. Those dragon claws. Are you afraid of my dragon claws? With the sharpness of these claws, you simply can't bear it. In other words, as long as I hit you once, I will win. This is a weakness that is not a weakness. With the sharpness of the blue-eyed white dragon's claws, Gildart's originally strong body seemed extremely fragile in front of these claws. Yan'an understood his half-dragon form at this time the strongest weapon. It's not the light magic of the blue eyes white dragon. It's not the powerful body contained in the blue eyes white dragon's body. It's the pair that have never been weakened. The blue eyes white dragons, dragon claws. Yeah, there is a strong fighting spirit in Nan's eyes again, and there are flames in her eyes. Has it evolved? Gildas looked at Yan'an gently and understood that he had successfully evolved in this battle of blood and fire. Understand his own strongest weapon. It's not dragon-slaying light magic. It's not a strong body either. But those monster-like sharp claws that even Gildarts would be afraid of. But... can you touch me? Xiao Nan. Gildas suddenly laughed. Yan'an's eyes were firm. How difficult is this? Yan'an put on an unprecedented posture. The claws of the blue-eyed white dragon were placed in front of her, and her legs were already spread out. Brush! The figure disappeared from the place. Kana screamed. So fast! Gildas's eyes kept moving and he could completely see Yan'an's figure. Dragon's claw. Gildas was covered in magic power and blocked it with his hand. What was blocked was Yan'an's ordinary hand. The other dragon's claws grabbed at the door below Gildas. Not good. Gildas quickly stepped back, but even so, his cheek almost brushed against him. Gildas pulled away. The black robe was moving, constantly swinging, even though it had stopped now. You moved, Uncle Gildarts. Yan'an laughed, her smile was particularly bright and dazzling. Gildarts didn't reply, and 3 blood stains appeared on his cheek. Gildarts touched his cheek. Blood. After reading this, Gildarts re-examined the evolved Yan'an. She is no longer the head-on type she used to be. She can cheat. What fun! Gildas suddenly laughed, even more powerfully. This is really bad. His blood and fighting spirit seemed to have been ignited. Chapter 41. Kana. Yan'an, who was looking at Gildarts, suddenly called Kana's name. Kana next to her was suddenly stunned. She didn't understand why Yan'an suddenly called her at this decisive moment. I need your help. Yan'an didn't beat around the bush, and there's no time now. I don't think so. Gildas's voice rang from the side, touching the scars on his face. You passed the test. Although I really want to continue beating, the seedlings are too immature after all. At least they should be matured. Let's call again next time when you have time. Gildart's eyes widened. Yan'an looked back. He also understood that he was qualified and had fought enough until now. He also knew that he was still weak and needed to become stronger. That's it. Only by becoming stronger can you protect your family when the crisis comes. Clenching her fists, Yan'an recalled the scene in Fairy Tale where the Black Dragon attacked Sirius Island. This will never be allowed to happen. Yan'an's eyes were full of power at this time, and his huge belief supported him. The round pupils gradually turned towards the vertical pupils. The dragon eyes first appeared. The next moment they changed back to the original. Yan'an looked at Gildas, glanced at him and turned back. Kana, we have passed the customs, let's go. Good. Kana was stunned and followed closely. Gildarts was silent in the shock brought by those eyes just now. He is really a monster, simply a monster among monsters. In those dragon eyes, Gildarts, he felt it, and he would die if he took action. There was no suspense. Tough. Power. Noble. No words in the world could describe it. The silver-white dragon he just saw was covered with silver-white scales, and its 4 claws reflected light. Incomparably sharp. Finally. It roared at him. He could no longer muster the courage to take action. He mustered up the courage and waited until Yan'an gradually moved away. Only then did Gildarts regain his mobility. Hoo! Cold sweat broke out on Gildarts' head. This time he really felt alive and well. He had just challenged the power of the dragon god. What's wrong? A caring voice sounded from the side. Gildarts raised his head, and Kana was looking at him with a worried look. Bang! The heart beat again. That inexplicable feeling of intimacy came again. Kana, I'm fine. Gildarts said lightly, having already recovered more than half. Kana was relieved when Gildarts said it was okay. At this time, Gildarts stopped her and raised the corners of his mouth. Are you still there? If you can't pass, you haven't passed the test yet. Kana laughed, her eyes full of fighting spirit. Come on. Through this assessment, she understood that her strength is not enough to become S-class. With her current strength, even if she follows Yan'an, she will just be a foil. Being able to fight with her father. This is Ka'al-Na's wishes. Just let me knock you down. Kana threw the card in her hand, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Gildarts also laughed. Fighting with Kana always has an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Just like a daughter. Bring it on. Gildas's eyes were also full of fighting spirit. Sirius Island. The bird was standing on top of Laxus's head, pecking lightly. Dozens of birds were standing on Laxus's head, pecking lightly. Tingling pain. Well. Laxus slowly woke up and looked at the big tree in front of him. I am. He was still a little bit unconscious, so he held his head with his hands, which scared away all the birds surrounding Laxus. Recalling why he was here, Laxus thought of something and suddenly his eyes widened. By the way, I lost. He was also saved by that stupid dragon, haha, what an irony. Reluctant, Laxus punched the ground angrily. Now that he was exhausted, he couldn't even punch through the ground with one punch. He could only vent his anger. A real strong man does not need rescue, Laxus being saved. Doesn't that mean that he is also weak? This is the greatest irony and insult to Laxus' philosophy of the strong above all. No. I'll just keep fighting. I will never be willing to defeat that stupid dragon. Laxus felt the weakness in his body, and stood up with difficulty holding on to the tree. It was extremely difficult to even move around with his body covered with scars, so there was no need to fight. Is this the only way? Laxus looked at his scarred body and made up his mind. He took out a bottle of black potion from his pocket. This bottle of potion was filled with an ominous aura at first glance. Laxus looked at the bottle of potion and fell into deep thoughts and memories. He had just finished implanting the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal and became a Thunder Dragon Slayer mage. His father Ivan stopped him and gave him a bottle of black potion. Wait, Laxus, you are going to take the S-level assessment. Take this bottle of potion with you. It might be useful. Why give me this? Aren't we father and son? It's not natural to give something. Don't talk to me about this. Laxus himself didn't believe what Ivan said. Seeing this, Ivan also told the truth. Laxus, this potion is not given to you for free. It can heal your injuries and physical strength, and greatly increase your magic power in a short period of time, but at the price. That is, the future potential is greatly shortened, and the lifespan is 10 years. The reward is, just ask for some information for me. Come back from the memories. Laxus drank the potion decisively without any hesitation, and the next moment, he screamed. Ah! The birds in the forest were frightened and fled quickly. In front of the tomb of the first generation, Makarov drank and glanced at the road. Are you here? On the road, Yanan was walking step by step. After looking at Makarov, she walked over at a faster pace. Old man. Yanan walked up to Makarov. Makarov had a smile on his face, full of pride and pride. I didn't expect you to pass Gildas. Yanan curled up her lips and boasted. That means you don't even see who I am? I'm Fairy Tale's light dragon, just Gildarts. Oh? How do you say you admit that you are a dragon slayer? Yanan's eyes widened and she looked at Makarov with a smile in front of her in disbelief. Her voice spread throughout the area. Damn old man! You plot against me. Also, I am not a dragon slayer, how many times do I have to say it? Chapter 42. After venting her anger, Yanan had no choice but to deal with the smiling Makarov. This bad old man was simply indifferent and very bad. Haven't seen you for a long time. A light yet ethereal voice came to her ears. Yanan's eyes widened. This voice was quite familiar to him. Isn't it the first generation Mibis in Fairy Tale? Why did Mibis move towards when he spoke? He looked very friendly. Old man, did you hear anything? Makarov sat in front of the grave, drinking wine, with a drunken look on his face. Where is the sound? What did you hear? No, it's okay. Yanan's frown soon relaxed. In any case, Mavis is the original president of Fairy Tale, so she shouldn't want to harm him. In this case, it's okay. Yanan is free to do so. He found a seat and sat down, closing his eyes and concentrating. Makarov looked at the side and nodded in agreement. He was unfazed by honor and disgrace. He is really the most suitable guy to become an S-class mage. What's wrong? Kana, this strength is not enough. Gildarts held 3 cards between his fingers without even a trace of sweat on his head. Shut up. Kana was sweating profusely and shot 3 more cards over. Useless. Crush. Gildarts stretched out his hand, and the 3 cards were split into several large pieces the moment they touched each other, and then disappeared. Cut. Kana started running, and now she felt the pressure from Yanan just now. This is simply invulnerable. Moderation of fools. Kana shot out a card in her hand. Gildart's expression remained unchanged, looking at the incoming cards with a smile, and said with a smile, is it the same little trick just now? Kana, with this little strength, S-level magic is still too early for you. Arms stretched out again. Burst. The card exploded and mist filled the air. Gildart's figure was submerged in the explosion. Don't underestimate me. Asshole! Kana yelled angrily. The two cards in her hand fired volleys unabated, one ice and one fire fused together. She attacked Gildart's. Crush! Kildiz's voice rang out in the smoke, along with the cards of the two heavens of ice and fire. Gildiz's hand emitted a white light, and all the smoke and cards dissipated under this white light. The most essential substance in the world. Don't underestimate me. Asshole! Kana's voice came from above, and Gildart's looked up. Kana actually raised her fist and hit him. Innocent. Gildart's commented that an attack like this could make Kana disappear from the world if he wanted to. Becoming an S-class was still too much for her. Kana. Feel sorry. You'd better get some sleep. Kildiz turned his head to avoid the punch and grabbed Kana's arm. Phew. Laxus knelt on the ground, sweat dripping from his head. His injuries and physical strength had been fully restored, and his physical strength had increased a lot. He stood up shakily. Laxus looking firmly ahead. Yan'an, Laxus, have come back from hell to find you. Take a step forward and walk out. After Gildart's grabbed Kana's arm, he showed no mercy at all and knocked her unconscious to the ground with a blow of his hand blade. Kana rolled her eyes and fainted. Gildart's hugged Kana and slowly looked at the familiar sleeping face. The inexplicable feeling of familiarity and déjà vu came over him again. I always feel like this kid looks familiar. Kildiz gently put the child aside. His eyes were on the bag next to him. It's dinner time now. Gildart's opened the bag of food, took out a chicken drumstick, and gnawed it. After fighting for so long, he was finally able to eat. Laxus walked through the forest, looking for prey. A prey is coming. Laxus glared at him. The prey suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his back, and was so frightened that he ran away. Where are the remaining numbers? Laxus said, walking to a place and stopping. This is... Laxus narrowed his eyes and looked at Myra Jane and Urza, who were unconscious on the ground in front of him. The most important thing is not this. The number was scattered all over the floor. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 10 numbers gathered together. The corners of Laxus's mouth curled up, and there was fighting spirit in his eyes. Reappeared. Coming to find you, Yan'an. The next moment, the aura on his body had disappeared. Laxus grimaced and bent down to pick up the numbers scattered everywhere, slowly picking them up one by one. The sun was about to set. The sunset was infinitely better. Kill. Das was eating chicken legs while admiring the sunset. The scenery and wonderful feeling were simply too good. What a wonderful scenery! With such emotion. Gildart's paused suddenly and raised the corners of his mouth again. Are you here? Laxus. The person walking slowly under the setting sun was Laxus, with extremely firm eyes, walking towards Gildart's. Gildart's was still chewing on the chicken legs, and after saying this, he returned to his nonchalant attitude. Status. Go. 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 Do not bother me. Gildart's drove Laxus away like a fly. With an expressionless face, Laxus' target was not Gildart's in the first place. He looked at him and asked, Yan'an, where is he now? Kildiz gnawed on the chicken leg and pointed to the back. Thanks. Thank you. Laxus quickly walked in that direction without stopping at all. After Laxus left, Gildart's narrowed his eyes. The abnormal magic power just now was gone. There is no doubt that he took a drug with huge side effects. Laxus. With the last sound, Gildart's happily ate the chicken legs and admired the beautiful scenery of the sunset. Tomb of the First Dynasty. Makarov and Yan'an noticed the footsteps at the same time. He looked towards the road. Lax's figure was approaching step by step, carrying lightning and huge magic power wrapped around him. After seeing Yan'an, Laxus laughed, his eyes filled with fighting intent. "Found you, Yan'an." Yan'an narrowed her eyes and looked at Laxus' obviously abnormal magic power. After a long time, she finally spoke. "Laxus, just how stupid do you have to be?" Next to him, Makarov was already in tears. He had already noticed the source of Laxus' abnormal magic power. Chapter 43. Yan'an looked at Makarov, patted his shoulder gently, and said softly, "Don't worry, although Laxus has lost some things due to the potion problem, isn't he okay?" Karlov wiped his tears and looked firmly. "You're right. I can guess who gave Laxus that thing. Ivan." The aura of Makarov that belongs to the 10 saints was released, and the whole person became calm and intimidating. Feeling this aura, Yan'an even had the illusion that even Gildarts could not defeat him. Makarov. He is indeed a veteran who has been immersed in magic for many years. His strength cannot be overshadowed. "Yan'an, you must teach Laxus a lesson." Makarov asked Yan'an. Yan'an responded with a smile. In the previous battle with Gildarts, his strength had reached the top of the S-class magician, and he was only one step away from becoming a blue-eyed dragon. It's just that far away. Even now that Laxus has taken a drug that is harmful to his body and gained a short-term surge in strength, he is still no match for him. Makarov saw Yan'an's current confidence and strength and also stood up. He stood up with a serious look on his face. "Now, as the third-generation president, I announce that the final assessment will now begin." As Makarov's words fell, "Can I come and watch the fight?" A light and ethereal voice sounded from behind. This time, everyone except Yan'an heard it. Laxus looked sideways, his expression condensed. Yan'an's expression was still normal. He had known it for a long time. "It's over." Makarov looked horrified and turned back to stare at the grave of the first generation. The sound just now came from the grave of the first generation. "Who?" Makarov stared with a serious expression. "This is Sirius Island, the holy land of fairy tale, and the grave of the first generation. If an outsider breaks into this place, it will be his dereliction of duty as the third-generation guild leader." The first generation. Dazzling light particles emitted from the grave. They continued to gather. Finally, they gathered into a light figure, with bare feet, sitting on the grave and swaying constantly. A pair of ears were like shells constantly shaking, and the eyes were as smart as elves. Like a goblin, such a lovely girl appears in front of everyone. "Hello, I am the first president of Fairy Tale, Mavis." Mavis smiled and waved hello to everyone. He became more lively and cute. At this time, Makarov's chin dropped to the ground and his eyes widened. "Hatsudame, you are still alive." The news that the Shadame was still alive shocked Makarov completely. The elf girl, Mavis, didn't pay attention to this matter, and thought deeply, "It's not considered alive, it's more like using elemental life. The form survives here. Just like goblins." Of course, Mavis was very relaxed. Makarov was even more shocked. At this time, he realized that the first generation eye seemed to be watching the battle. But Mavis's eyes had turned to Yan'an, and his face couldn't help but she blushed. Yan'an was confused and felt something was wrong. Mavis seemed to have a problem with his attitude. "Well." Mavis jumped down from the tomb, swaying and jumping, as light as an elf. Just when Yan'an was still stunned. "Bump! Jump up!" Mavis closed her eyes and gently placed her lips on Yan'an's lips. The first generation. Makarov was dumbfounded, and Laxus next to him also looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Yan'an also widened her eyes, full of questions. At this time, Mavis laughed. "Long time no see, darling." Hearing this title, Makarov next to him was instantly petrified. First generation. Laxus also frowned deeply, very puzzled. Yan'an became even more confused. Mavis observed everyone's expressions, especially Yan'an's expression, and patted his chest. "It seems that you didn't meet me, darling." After that, Mavis jumped and sat back on the grave with cute steps. "Didn't meet? Will he meet Mavis in the future?" Yan'an frowned deeply, feeling things don't seem to be that simple, like a layer of smoke shrouding them. "So the game begins now." Mavis is so cute that he stretched out his little hand and acted as a referee. First generation, Makarov was released from the petrified state, and now he had a lot of questions to ask. Mavis looked over and signaled with his eyes. Mrs. Makarov was mature and understood immediately, so she shut her mouth. Mavis' eyes were on Yan'an and Laxus, and more on Yan'an. The expression on this cute little face became much more serious and serious. Seriousness adds a bit of majesty to Kongke's lovely face. "Whoever wins, I will give you the 2 super magics of the guild, Fairy Glory and Fairy Ball." Mavis said it in a very casual tone. Makarov next to him couldn't accept it even more. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't calm down for a long time. Fairy's Radiance, and Fairy's Ball. There were so many shocks today that Makarov became numb. Fairy Tale's 3 secret super magics. Fairy Law, Fairy Light, Fairy Ball. Among them, Fairy Law is a super magic that each generation of Fairy Tale Guild leader must master. Usually only the president does. The other 2 Fairy Tale super magics were taken to the grave by the first generation. And today, will the lost magic reappear? For the first generation, this reward is too generous. Makarov was extremely entangled, and then he said it. It was very connotative. In fact, what he wanted to say was whether he could give these 2 magics to his old bones, but after all, he had no face to speak. The first generation shook his head slowly. After a quick look, "You can understand what Makarov is thinking," and he said bluntly. "These 2 things are not mine, I have no right to make the decision." Makarov didn't pay attention, touched his chin and nodded. He just took it as an excuse that the first generation didn't want to give. Just kidding. If it's not his own, why can he give these 2 magics away as rewards? This reason is inevitable. It's too perfunctory. Makarov's eyes also focused on the situation on the battlefield between Laxus and Yan'an, with a serious expression. Whether Laxus can change his ways depends on Yan'an's performance. In the duel between the Thunder Dragon and the White Dragon, who will win? Mavis sat on the grave, shaking his legs, and the situation at this time was reflected in his eyes. Chapter 44. Yan'an. After a brief stalemate, Laxus couldn't bear it any longer and roared angrily. The muscles in his arms bulged. His fists were covered with dragon thunder. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus rushed towards Yan'an. The power was overwhelming. Yan'an was not afraid at all and looked at everything in front of him calmly. The dragon's claws stretched out and opened slightly. Bang! Laxus's collapse fist. He was held firmly in Yan'an's hand and couldn't move. What? Laxus looked in disbelief. The difference in strength was not that big just now, but now he has taken the potion. The difference in strength has actually become one that can be dealt with one hand. Could it be that 7 days have passed since he was unconscious? Year? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Laxus yelled, covering the thunder and lightning with his other fist, and struck again. Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Yan'an's other ordinary hand easily grabbed the fist, and the thunder and lightning went out. Laxus' eyes widened. This is impossible. Yan'an's face was calm. His gains from this assessment were really great, and they were definitely not comparable to Laxus. Now he is no longer on the same level as Laxus. Nothing is impossible, Laxus. Yan'an spoke calmly, and squeezed the hand she grabbed. Laxus's face instantly became distorted. Ah! The huge pain hit his body. Laxus kept vomiting blood in his mouth, but his face was still in disbelief. This is unscientific. Coach, someone is cheating. Yannan's hand was gently released, and his face was calm. Laxus taking this opportunity, he quickly took out his hand, distanced himself, and started breathing heavily. Who? What's wrong? Laxus. Yannan waved to Laxus, just like Gildarts did to Yannan just now. His face was calm. There was no look down on him, but this is often the greatest contempt. Laxus' face was extremely angry and livid. Ugly to look at. Hateful. How dare you look down on me? Golden lightning exploded all over his body, Laxus sucked in the air, and the magic power of Tenro Island was sucked in. The sky of Tenro Island darkened. Roar of the Brontosaurus. A terrifying thunder and lightning shock wave was emitted from Laxus's mouth, and the terrifying power of this blow even overturned the earth. Yannan watched this move calmly. Well, let me be more serious. Dragon's Claw. Yannan waved the claw on her hand, hit a spot, and grabbed towards the lightning shock wave. Everything was calm. The shock wave that was terrifying just now has disappeared, leaving only a piece of scorched earth, proving that traces of existence. Yannan looked at Laxus. Are you still fighting? Laxus was trembling all over, clenching his fists, full of reluctance. Damn that guy! Why does God favor you so much, you monster? Laxus's mentality was completely shattered. He was evenly matched before he was unconscious, but he was able to crush him in the blink of an eye. What kind of growth rate is this? He must be a monster. Yannan turned around and looked at Laxus. Looking back at the powerful face, his face instantly softened, and his eyes were full of tenderness. Laxus, don't you understand? It is precisely because of bonds that people become so powerful. Yannan clenched her fists and felt the power in her fists. It is precisely because you do not understand the bond that you are so weak. Laxus didn't listen at all, only one word. Weak. Haha, is he weak? I don't believe it. You must have mastered something to be so relaxed. Laxus' whole body erupted and he issued his trump card. Let me show you my newfound power. The secret of dragon slaying. Call you lay. A terrifying lightning shot out of Laxus's hand, and this blow consumed all his magic power. Countless lightnings hit Yannan. Yannan's expression remained unchanged, and she let the attack hit her without any impact. Variety. How about it? You can't move. Laxus became excited. Yannan how didn't move, thinking it was Yannan who couldn't move. Yannan was as calm as water, not affected in the slightest, and her eyes were always like looking at a child who hadn't grown up. This made Laxus very unhappy. Cut. It seems that he is still conscious. Then do it again. Laxus gathered a huge thunder and lightning on his hand. The secret of dragon slaying, Ming Yu Lei. Several terrifying thunderbolts hit Yannan again. However, due to magic power and fatigue, the power of this attack was not even as powerful as the previous one. Yannan silently watched the attack and spoke slowly. Boring attack. Stretched out his claws, the sharp dragon claws reflected the light. In the sky, a bolt of lightning struck down. The pair of blue-eyed white dragon claws shone. Strike. Several lightning bolts were split into two halves and disappeared into the air. Yannan came to the back of Laxus, with some blood stains on the dragon's claws. Heavy rain fell in the sky. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Laxus spit out blood and raised his head to look at the sky, ignoring the raindrops on his cheeks. I paid so much. Not only can't we win. On the contrary, the gap is getting wider and wider. How abominable. I, Laxus, will never accept it. Laxus looked at the sky, and a crazy and bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. This will be his only chance to win. The S-class mage belongs to him. Tenro Island Forest. Gildas was eating chicken legs, feeling the raindrops falling on his hands. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked up at the sky. It looks like it's raining. So. Gildarts stood up, held the bag in one hand, brought it to Kana, and smiled. As a lady, it is not good to sleep here. You'll catch a cold. Gildarts used his other hand to lift up the unconscious Kana. He dragged the bag with his other hand and ran into the nearest cave to hide from the rain. Soon. Kana slowly woke up and opened his mouth. He opened his eyes and looked at the rock ceiling of the cave. This is. You're awake. Gildas's voice sounded from the side. There was a fire in front of him, drying his soaked clothes. Gildas turned around and said. You better come over here by the fire. It's soaked. If you don't dry it out, you'll catch a cold. Kana's face turned slightly red and she turned her head away. I want you to take care of it. However, the body still sat down next to Gildarts and made a fire together. Kana felt that her body bones were slightly warmer. The two spent a long time together, fatherly love. Chapter 45. The other side. Mavis, who was sitting on his own grave and watching, took in Laxus's movements. It seems that he wants to increase his strength by absorbing the thunder and lightning in nature. As a former goblin strategist, Mavis knew the enemy's crazy psychology very well. Makarov next to him was shocked. How powerful the thunder and lightning in nature is. A small thunder mage, it's not worth mentioning in front of nature's thunder and lightning. No. I'm going to stop Laxus. Makarov finally made up his mind and was about to take action. Mavis noticed Makarov's movements and closed his eyes. It's too late, Laxus has already jumped towards the sky. What? Makarov was startled and looked back at the battlefield. Laxus used his amazing jumping power to jump into the thundering sky, ignoring the raindrops on his face. Stop! Laxus, do you want to die? With no time to stop him, Makarov could only shout anxiously. Yanan, who was paying attention to Laxus's actions, did not expect that Laxus would actually do such a crazy move at this critical moment. Now. It was too late to stop him. Boom! There was thunder and lightning. Laxus looked extremely crazy and shouted. Strength! Strength! I want power! Laxus got higher and higher, and finally a bolt of lightning struck him, and a scream came from high in the sky. Laxus! Makarov didn't care about so much anymore. He quickly grew bigger and wanted to rescue Laxus. Yanan discovered something was wrong. Laxus's screams became weaker and slowly disappeared. Everything calmed down. Laxus's body fell from the sky, exuding a terrifying feeling. Natural thunder and lightning. Thumping. I lay on the ground and there was no movement at all. Laxus! Makarov hurriedly ran over, and he was just halfway through. Laxus suddenly made some movement, and stood up slightly. His forehead was covered with blood, and his body was wrapped with terrifying thunder and lightning. This was just now natural thunder and lightning. At this time, Laxus was ferocious and terrifying. The first generation Mavis, who was watching the battle, was amazed. What an amazing will! He actually absorbed part of the thunder and lightning from nature by relying on his will. She sensed Laxus' terrifying aura. Yanan frowned, and her eyes met Laxus's almost crazy eyes. Laxus, do you really want to defeat me? There was no response to these words. Laxus slowly raised his head, and his laughter became crazy. I came to you from hell, Yanan. Yanan's face returned to calmness. For a long time, her expression was extremely serious. Yanan raised her fists and came to the front. Laxus, I will knock you down with these fists. Stop talking nonsense. The thunder and lightning wrapped around Laxus became more and more terrifying, and the huge power made him unable to control it and lost himself. Watch out! Thunder Dragon fanged Yen halberd. With the terrifying thunder and lightning on his body, Laxus, under the control of the dragon-slaying power, slowly condensed a terrifying thunder halberd and threw it directly. Makarov next to him couldn't believe it. What power is this? The first-generation Mibis next to him responded. This is the lost magic, dragon-slaying magic. Makarov turned back in horror. Impossible. As he watched Laxus grow up, there is absolutely no way he could be a dragon slayer. The only possibility is that Ivan. Makarov was angry, and the aura of the 10 saints burst out, leaving no room for anything. How dare that guy Ivan reach out to his precious grandson? This has touched Makarov's bottom line. Calm down. Mavis' voice sounded from the side. Makarov's expression calmed down a little and he apologized. I'm sorry, Lord Shodai, I lost my temper. Mavis slowly shook his head and laughed. I understand. In the battlefield, Yan'an looked at the aura containing natural thunder and lightning, and the terrifying thunder halberd attacked him without any panic. Blue-eyed Shiraishi. A light ball appeared on the dragon's claw, and then the light ball spread out, and the terrifying white light swept towards the thunder halberd. A white world came quietly. Wow! Back to the original world, Laxus he stared at the surrounding environment with his eyes wide open. The area shrouded in white, even the land turned into white, as if it didn't exist in the first place. What's this? Laxus was filled with horror at this power. He is also a dragon slayer. Why is there such a big gap between the two? Is it possible that a natural dragon slayer is not a natural dragon slayer? Is there such a huge difference? Hateful. Laxus clenched his fists, his heart filled with reluctance. Why even though we try so hard, the gap is still so big? I gave it all. Your expression is always dull. Laxus looked over with hatred, and assumed a posture. The lightning potential on his body became even more terrifying. This was the shot that instilled faith in me. The secret of dragon slaying. The power of thunder. The natural thunder and lightning on his body and the dragon's thunder and lightning blended with each other, pouring all the thunder and lightning into his fist. Laxus's fist covered by thunder and lightning contained terrifying power. He rushed towards Yan'an. Yan'an, his face was always calm, and the strength gap between the two was really too big. Even though Laxus risked everything, in his opinion, that was it. Nothing works. Yan'an's face was calm. Faced with such a powerful and terrifying punch, she neither dodged nor dodged, and just received the punch forcefully. Boom! Laxus' fist blasted Yan'an. The white scene behind Yan'an, they all disappeared, creating a huge smoke, but Yan'an's figure was still unharmed. Laxus' fist hit Yan'an's abdomen, as if it hit steel, and could not get even an inch. The gap in strength, it's so big. Damn it! Impossible things! Laxus kept roaring, trying to make the fist go further, but it was all in vain. That's almost it, Laxus. There must be a limit to your nonsense. Yan'an put her hand on Laxus' head and swung it suddenly. In an instant, Laxus' whole body was thrown out. After breaking several big trees, he stopped. Slowly. Slow down. Laxus stood up, his body covered with scars. The trauma in his heart became more and more serious. Chapter 46. Why does the gap become so huge? Laxus hammered the ground with his fist and raised his head. He looked over with hatred. Yan'an's expression was always dull. He was completely disappointed with Laxus. He was hopeless. Haven't you had enough trouble, Laxus? Yan'an asked again. Without any response, Laxus stood up silently and patted the dust on his body. Suddenly, Laxus laughed wildly for no reason. Yan'an's face was full of question marks and he didn't understand. What does Laxus mean by this smile? It took a long time. Laxus's laughter finally stopped and his face became calm. Really, I didn't want to use this trick at first, but you forced me to do all this. Go to hell. Yan'an. Laxus stood up completely, put his hands together, and a ball of light appeared in the middle. It was very quiet and peaceful, and it didn't look threatening at all. And it was this ball of light that didn't threaten at all. Makarov next to him, the husband, got excited and said, "Fairy law." Makarov's eyes widened. When did Laxus learn such super magic as fairy law? But now is not the time to pursue the case. Stop! Laxus, this trick is not for family members. Makarov yelled at Laxus, trying to rush over to stop him. But it was too late. Laxus's hands had already been closed, and he shot towards the non-threatening light ball. Fairy law. Yan'an's face was still so calm, as if the fairy law had no threat to him. It's all over. Yan'an. Fairy law, activate. Laxus roared, and the bright light in his hand spread out with terrifying power. The light covered the entire Sirius island. Everything was submerged in the golden light. All the clouds in the sky they all stopped. The originally calm sea made waves. It took a long time. Everything finally calmed down and nothing happened. Makarov covered his face and slowly opened his eyes, a little confused. It's okay. Beside. Mavis shook her legs, and her eyes reflected Laxus. The fairy law is a super magic that destroys all enemies recognized by the practitioner. That child actually does not regard us as enemies in his heart. Mavis explained. Makarov suddenly understood, looked in the direction of Laxus, and murmured, Laxus. Yan'an had already expected this result, as expected. In fairy tale Civil War, Laxus's fairy laws were of no use and did not cause any harm to Natsu and Gajeel. This in itself proves that Laxus actually regards everyone in fairy tale as his partners. How can it be? Why are you okay? Laxus's eyes widened. He knew the power of this magic very well. No matter what, Yan'an shouldn't be fine. Yan'an couldn't stand it anymore and spoke. Face your own heart. Laxus. This magic reflects your heart. In fact, you regard us as family in your heart, right? Family. Laxus stood there in a daze. What an ancient word. So that wraps it up, Laxus. I learned something new thanks to you. Yan'an slowly spoke at this time. She also closed her hands, and a ball of light appeared in her hand. This was the same ball of light as the one cast by Laxus just now. The law of fairies reappears. Laxus' eye looked at the ball of light in Yan'an's hand, his eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. You just took one look and learned it. What a joke. Makarov was also in disbelief. Is this true? You can learn the super magic of fairy tale and the laws of fairies with just one look. Mabi's next to you, chuckled like an elf, and slowly said, for darling, any light attribute magic is just a look. Things. Fairy tale's three major super magics are essentially all light magic. The pupils of Mavis reflected Yan'an's figure activating the fairy law. After hearing this, Makarov understood a little bit. Yan'an's hands slowly closed, and then closed. Fairy law, activate. Once again, the terrifying bright golden light swept across the entire Tianlang Island. The sky became still again, and the sea surface stirred up waves again. After a long time, everything became calm. Likewise, Yan'an's magic did not cause harm to anyone here, and everything was fine. It's so peaceful. Well. Laxus's eyes widened. Although this magic did not cause any physical harm to him, the mental trauma it caused was particularly huge. Bang! The proud Laxus knelt on the ground and grabbed the soil with both hands. Spoke reluctantly. I lost. Everything was over. Yan'an showed a rare smile, walked over, and stretched out her hand towards Laxus. Laxus looked up and was stunned. He is just an insignificant loser now. Let's go together. Yan'an opened her mouth to invite Laxus. Snort. With a cold snort, Laxus slowly stretched out his hand to Yan'an and said, in that case, then I will reluctantly leave with you. But let me tell you, this competition is not over yet. Yes. Yan'an didn't take it to heart at all. Veins appeared on Laxus' head and he roared angrily, you stupid dragon, are you even listening to me? Yes, I have. Yan'an was very perfunctory. Laxus was so angry that he gritted his teeth and punched the big tree next to him. The big tree fell down. Bang! The two came to Makarov and Mibis. Laxus looked at Makarov's gaze. I'm back. Well, welcome back. Makarov cried with joy. Yan'an and Mibis looked at each other without looking away. The swinging legs stopped, and Mibis lowered his head shyly. Darling, you look at me like this. Several black lines appeared on Yan'an's head. Who is daring? He doesn't know Mibis. You. Yan'an just wanted to ask. Mavis gently blocked Yan'an's lips with her fingers and smiled. This is an agreement between Darling and I, but we can't say it out loud. So now I will return these two magics to Darling. The Radiance of Fairies, and the Fairies' Ball. Chapter 47. Yan'an was still in a daze, unable to react. What? The light of the Fae, and the law of the Fae are his? Mavis had already held Yan'an's hands, and her face gradually softened. The agreement is completed. The dazzling light enveloped the two of them, and Yan'an felt that her whole body was in warmth, especially comfortable. Outside world. Makarov and Laxus looked at the light in front of them in shock. First generation! Makarov shouted. Laxus next to him stopped Makarov, who was about to rush over. Makarov turned to look. Laxus looked at the light in front of him calmly. Don't worry, although I don't know what it is, it should be a good thing. Hearing this, Makarov patted his chest and felt relieved. He looked into the light. Inside the light. In a golden world, Yan'an looked at the surrounding scene and felt the warm light on his arms. Mibis's arm, it also emitted a warm light. The next moment, Mavis rushed over. He threw himself into Yan'an's arms. Yan'an was a little helpless, but also didn't know what to do. She could only gently stroke Mavis' head. Unexpectedly, Mavis suddenly cried, "Don't leave anymore." Although Yan'an didn't know what was going on, she still stroked her gently. "I will never leave, don't worry." Mibis left the warm embrace, with tears in his eyes, and nodded heavily. Then the agreement between Darling and I is now complete. Yan'an didn't know why, her heart was beating fast. Such a cute and smart girl. Mavis turned into light particles the next moment and disappeared in front of Yan'an. Her eyes widened. Yan'an saw Mavis with the disappearance of Bizi. Everything felt as illusory as a dream. The light on the hands had disappeared at some point. Two arms with different tattoos appeared in Yan'an's sight. The left arm was like a kana in the original work. Complex carvings are engraved on her arm, just like the upper half of the fairy tale guild seal. This is the glorious symbol of fairies. And the other arm, Yan'an's right hand, is also engraved with heraldry. A curtain falls on the ball, and below it is a zigzag wavy line, which is also an extremely complex pattern. This is the symbol of the fairy ball. In addition, the law of the fairies that Yan'an has learned. The three superpowers of fairy tale magic is gathered on one person. Yan'an has extremely strong self-confidence at this moment. Even if the person standing in front of him is a god, he will use these three super magics to destroy it. The bright light gradually disperses. Yan'an the figure reappeared in the outside world, and he was the only one left. Makarov hurriedly ran over, supported her, and asked Yan'an, "Where is she, the first generation?" Yan'an looked at Mavis's grave and replied, "He's gone." First generation. Makarov had a complicated expression as he looked at the grave of the first Mavis in front of him. Laxus crossed his arms and walked over slowly, asking, "How is it? Have you obtained Fairy Tale's other two super magics, Fairy Glory and Fairy Ball?" Yan'an nodded heavily, and then rolled up the sleeves on both sides reveal the tattoos representing the brilliance of the fairy and the fairy ball. Makarov stared carefully with a look of amazement. Is this the fairy's glory and fairy ball? As the 10 saints, he could feel the huge power from these 2 tattoos, a power that shocked and frightened him, the 10 saints' great mage. Laxus looked at the tattoo on Yanan's arm and grinned. Very good, this way I will definitely become stronger when I defeat you next time. Laxus. Yanan turned to look at Laxus. He felt that Laxus had really changed. Snort. Laxus turned his head without even looking at it. Yanan retracted his gaze. At this time, Makarov suddenly stood up and announced to Laxus and Yanan on the spot, so, this S-level assessment ends here. Yanan. Promoted to S-class mage. The sound resounded through the surrounding sky. Laxus crossed his arms and showed a smile. The injuries on his body were very embarrassing. Yanan smiled happily and brightly. Inside the cave, Gildarts looked at the unique sky blue after the rain and the sky cleared, and showed a bright smile. Kana next to her also laughed. This S-level assessment was not in vain. In the forest of Tenro Island, Urza and Myra Jane looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. If it weren't for you, I would have become an S-class mage long ago. Ha! Stop talking nonsense and don't forget Yanan. Urza and Myra Jane put their hands on each other's waists and put their heads together, looking angry. You can't even beat me, so you have the nerve to say that, Yanan. I don't know who was knocked unconscious by me. The two kept arguing. Everything is extremely peaceful on Tianlang Island. The next day, after resting for a day, Yanan, Gildarts, Makarov, and others came to the beach of Tianlang Island. The salary of the person who becomes an S-class mage this time. Yanan. Makarov stood in front and announced. Yanan stood up and came to the front of everyone, accepting everyone's cheers. But this cheer was a little different. Hey, okay, luckily you didn't meet me, otherwise you wouldn't be able to become an S-class mage. Marajan turned his head. Urza's lips curled up and she didn't say much. Kana always smiled. He had achieved the greatest gain in this exam. Kana looked at Makarov standing there. Next to him, Gildarts was smiling silently. Gildarts felt the gaze, turned back, and smiled. Kana also smiled. Laxus crossed his arms and didn't know what he was thinking. In general, Makarov was the only one paying attention to Yanan's promotion to an S-class mage. Yanan's expression was calm and she looked at the sea. After the announcement was completed, they took the boat they came here on. Left this place. Tenro Island. The first generation Mibis sat on the tree, looking at the small sailboat gradually going away. His legs kept shaking. Looking forward to our next meeting. After saying that, Mavis' entire body turned into light particles, and he disappeared. Tenro Island returned to silence again, and then... Fairy Tale Guild. Did you hear that? Yanan has been promoted to an S-class mage. Tisk, your news has been out of date for a long time. I heard that Yanan became an S-class mage this time thanks to dragon-slaying magic. So powerful, Dragon Slayer. Who says it's not? Then. From the Fairy Tale Guild, the story of Fairy Tale's S-class Light Dragon Slayer, Light Dragon Yanan, has reached the ears of everyone in this continent. Reading books on May Day is a joy. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 48. A few days later. 3 full days have passed since Yanan became an S-class mage and announced it to the entire continent. During these 3 days, Yanan lived up to her reputation as an S-level mage, taking on several S-level missions and completing them all beautifully. This made Yanan Guanglong's name even more famous. Dragon Slayer of Light, Light Dragon. This figure, who was in awe whether it was the Dark Guild or the Light Guild, was in the hearts of everyone. although he himself has always denied it. I am really not a dragon slayer mage and the like. But such words are nothing more than modesty in the eyes of everyone. Who has not heard of the name of Light Dragon Slayer Mage, Light Dragon now? This day, early in the morning, Yan'an came to pick up the mission early in the morning as usual. The guild was still as energetic even in the early morning. Drink? Haha. Since Xiaoyan became an S-class mage, our fairy tale's reputation has become more and more famous. That is, everyone in the guild was chatting while drinking and eating meat. Bang! The guild door was kicked open as usual, and Yan'an came to the guild holding a lot of things as usual. At the same time, as always, there were Ku. The guild was silent, and countless people looked towards Yan'an. They cheered the next moment. It's Yan'an, Yan'an is here. Haha, our Dragon Slayer of Light is here. Come on, do you want a drink? Everyone in the guild became even more joyful. At the same time, Natsu's voice also sounded nearby. Yan'an, I want to challenge you. Natsu's back seemed to be burning with flames, fireballs appeared on his body and condensed on his fists. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu rushed over. Natsu flew. Yan'an closed her eyes and sent Natsu flying into the sky with a single shot of the Shoryuken, breaking the ceiling in the guild. I will definitely be back. Natsu kept shouting from the sky. Everyone in the guild became very happy when they saw it. Raz was beaten away by Yan'an again. Haha, I've done this so many times, but I still haven't learned a lesson. Who knows? Everyone in the guild watched this scene. In fact, this is not the first time that it has happened. Ever since Yan'an became an S-class mage, Natsu would challenge Yan'an every time he saw her. This made Yan'an take the trouble. Oh, Xiaoyan, you are here. Makarov sat at the bar and greeted Yan'an. Yan'an responded with a smile and went up to the second floor. People in the guild looked at it with envy. All the second floors were filled with S-level missions. That was a place of glory that only S-class magicians can enter. The second floor of the guild. Yan'an came to a small room where she received tasks. There were all S-level tasks here, including 10-year tasks and century-old tasks. The 10-year mission is a mission that no wizard has completed in more than 10 years. The 100-year mission is even more terrifying. It is a mission that no one can complete in 100 years. It is the highest level mission. The purpose of Yan'an's coming here is to take on an S-level mission. Yan'an chose from a large number of S-level tasks, and finally selected a task, which greatly interested Yan'an. S-level mission. Traces of the immortal demon Deliera. Yan'an picked up the parchment and looked at it. It was a mission issued by the mayor of a small town. I'm afraid it was true. Interesting, that's it. Yan'an smiled, picked up the task, left the room, and went down to the second floor. The immortal demon Deliera, if he remembered correctly, was the demon that you sealed with absolute freezing in the original book. Arriving at the counter, Makarov took the task list and glanced at it. This is a task related to the immortal demon Deliera. How confident are you? This is a task that even the 10 saints are not confident enough to complete. Yan'an slowly shook her head and answered truthfully. No. Makarov's face became serious and he coughed twice. In this case, I can't let you take on this mission. President, it's interesting just because you don't have it, isn't it? Yan'an asked back. After hearing this, Makarov burst into laughter. He picked up the guild seal on the side, stamped it on it, and then handed the parchment to Yan'an. Be careful. Makarov was very cautious. Yan'an smiled and waved her hand, saying, Don't worry, I will be careful, it's just the immortal demon Deliera. Gugu. Makarov took a few sips of wine and said. It is said that the immortal demon Deliera appeared once in a small town 3 years ago and then disappeared. This may be helpful to you. Yan'an paused for a moment, smiled and waved, pushed open the guild door, and walked outside. "Thanks, I will remember it." With that said, he left the guild, leaving only his voice. Makarov was drinking, his face already drunk. He held the wine bottle tightly and looked at the guild door. "You must come back safely. Yan'an." The immortal demon Deliura is by no means an ordinary person. After a moment, the door of the union that had been quiet just now was opened again. Natsu's surprised voice came from the side. "Guys, look what I found." Natsu was holding an egg in his hand. Everyone in the guild looked over, with clues on their faces. "What is this, an egg? I've never seen eggs like this before." Makarov jumped over, took the egg from Natsu's hand, and touched his chin. "I remember Wendy seemed to have gotten a similar egg a few days ago." Natsu's face was filled with surprise. "There are eggs like this? Akin." Natsu became even happier and happy. He originally thought that being beaten away by Yan'an would be the same, but he didn't expect to find such an egg. It's really great. What makes Natsu even more happy is that in the guild, there are other people who have the same eggs as him. Well, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't tell what species it was, so Makarov returned the egg to Natsu and said, "No matter what kind of egg it is, let's hatch it carefully and wait until it's hatched." Natsu nodded in agreement, his eyes flashing. He looked at the egg in his hand. "It's a pity that Wendy hasn't come to the guild yet, otherwise you two might be able to study together what the eggs look like." Makarov raised his chin. Suddenly, Makarov's face turned serious. He sensed a powerful magic power. Everyone in the guild. "What happened? Sleepy? I really want to sleep." Even Natsu is. "I really want to sleep." In an instant, everyone in the guild, except Makarov, fell down. Miss Dogon slowly walked in from the guild door. Is it convenient to join a guild? Chapter 49. Riding in a carriage, we arrived at this lively town. After Yan'an gave the groom money, the groom drove his horse away gradually, further and further away. After Yan'an looked at the groom's back, she turned around and looked at the lively town. Bump! Feeling like something touched her, Yan'an lowered her head. In front of him was a handsome boy who was 1/10 as handsome as Yan'an. He was touching his red forehead with a look of pain on his face. Yan'an just knocked him down. "Hello. How do you know the road?" The handsome boy stood up, pointed at Yan'an's nose and cursed. Yan'an was taller than him and several years older than him, but the handsome boy was not afraid at all. Yan'an looked back, a little confused. "It's not you who touched me." The little handsome boy was silent for a second or two, then he raised his head and looked very unhappy. "It's not you who touched me." Yan'an carefully observed this little boy who was about 7 years old and 1 year younger than him. He still had some impression of this familiar face. Gray in Fairy Tale, the future demon slayer of ice. But it's still too immature now. Yan'an is not interested in playing with Gray either. His top priority is to get rid of the immortal demon Deliura. Yan'an turned around and left. But Gray stopped him, feeling particularly unhappy. "You bumped into someone and you didn't even apologize." Yan'an turned around, the pressure on her body was released, and she glared at him. "Then what do you want from me?" Cold sweat dripped down Gray's face. He was so powerful. He had only encountered this kind of momentum in front of his master Ulu. "No, nothing." Gray's momentum dropped unconsciously, and he was quite sincere. "At least, treat me to a meal." Goo. Suddenly, Gray's stomach growled. Gray's face turned red with embarrassment, and he was a little embarrassed. He came out from Master Wooloo in a hurry and forgot to take the money, which led to the current predicament. Gray was also a little embarrassed. Yan'an was silent for a moment and then said, "Forget it, come along, I'll treat you to a meal." "Thank you." Gray thanked him. Yan'an was speechless. How long had this unlucky child been hungry? Yan'an and Gray were walking on the street. A nearby hawker was selling his food, and the surrounding area was crowded with people. It was so busy. Gray cast his curious gaze over. What is this doing? Yan'an was not very interested, and then walked forward. At this time, the hawker's voice shouted. This is the bark of a tree scratched by fairy tales class Majker Yenin. Don't miss it if you pass by. The crowd gathered around. Wow! It's Master Guanglong. Is this the scratch of Master Guanglong? It's so beautiful, ah, I can't do it anymore. Ah! So handsome. People around are obsessed with these barks. Everything related to Guanglong Yenin is now the code of wealth for traders. Yenin stopped. Listening to the people around her talking about herself, she always felt a little ashamed. Forget it. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Yan'an was about to walk in the direction of her destination. At this time, she heard Gray next to her saying, feeling particularly unhappy. What a light dragon! That's because you didn't meet me, Mr. Gray. Boom! Yan'an punched him. Humph! I'm guessing he's not even as good as one of my master's fingers. Boom! Yan'an punched Gray again. Just when Yan'an's fist was about to fall, Gray sneered and caught the fist. What do you want to do? Why are you hitting me? Gray can't understand. Boom! Yan'an punched Gray hard on the head with her other hand, and then walked forward. You don't need to understand. Behind, Gray covered Bao's head with tears in his eyes. Hateful guy! Ignoring the sounds from behind, Yan'an continued walking towards the street ahead. Hello! Just wait for me. Gray's voice came from behind and he ran over quickly. Yan'an walked faster. Hello! Damn you guy, why are you walking so fast? Gray's angry voice kept chasing after him. Finally, Yan'an stopped outside the door of a mansion. Gray behind him was panting, holding his knees with his hands, panting heavily, and raised his head. Why are you walking so fast? Where is this place? Gray raised his head and looked at the door plaque on the mansion. The mayor's house. Gray was suddenly shocked and shouted. Are you the mayor who eats bones? Boom! Yan'an punched Gray again. She really couldn't bear it. She actually regarded a handsome young man like him as the bad old man mayor here. Well. Gray held his head and squatted down again, feeling the pain coming from his head. Damn it. One day I will take revenge. Now his potential is still great, just wait. If you come out to fool around, you will have to pay it back one day. When Yan'an was about to walk in, two bodyguards guarding the door stopped them. Sorry, sir. No entry here. The bodyguard guarding the door was very polite, but still stopped them. Gray became proud at this time. Hey! If you beat me up, I won't be able to get in. Do you want me, Mr. Gray, to take you in? Yan'an ignored the childish Gray and took out a mission parchment from her pocket. As soon as the bodyguard saw the parchment, his expression changed drastically and his attitude suddenly became respectful. He quickly bowed and saluted. I'm sorry, Master Sorcerer. We didn't know it was you, please forgive me. I'm going to inform the mayor right away. Yan'an watched as a bodyguard opened the door and ran into the mansion. Gray stared at Yan'an's figure and kept looking at her. Hello. What is your identity as a guy? Yan'an didn't even look back. You guess. Gray had veins popping out on his head. He wanted to beat this kind of pedant to death. A few minutes later, the fat mayor and the guard rushed over quickly, with a very respectful look on his face. Lord Sorcerer. Please come in. Yan'an nodded and walked in to discuss the matter. Upon seeing this, Gray was about to follow. However, he was stopped by the bodyguard. Let him in. Yan'an's voice came from beside the mayor. The mayor winked. The bodyguard immediately understood and quickly took back the hand that stopped Gray. "See, don't look down on others." Gray yelled a few words and quickly walked in with big steps. "Lord Sorcerer, please." The fat mayor smiled and quickly invited Yan'an in. Yan'an nodded lightly. Gray, who was behind, stepped out and followed. Several people walked into the mansion. Chapter 50. Mayor. Inside the room. Yan'an and Gray came here together under the leadership of the fat mayor, surrounded by luxurious furniture. What a shame. The mayor looked particularly humble to Yan'an. Yan'an looked around and saw that many things were worth no less than 100,000 yuan. She smiled and replied, "If this is a humble home, then there is nothing that is not a humble home." The mayor laughed a few times, sat down on the sofa, and drank tea. Yan'an also sat on the sofa. Gray sat next to Yan'an and listened quietly to the conversation between the two of them. "I don't know what the magician's surname is." "Fairy Tale, Yan'an." Yan'an spoke calmly without any fluctuation. But this name really scared the two of them. The mayor was so frightened that he stood up directly, his voice trembling. You are the light dragon wizard from Fairy Tale." Gray's eyes widened even more, and all the doubts on the road were solved. Yan'an's face was calm and she answered calmly without any fluctuation in her expression, "It's just some false reputation." The mayor reached out his hand and smiled. "How could it be a false name? Everyone knows the name of Fairy Tale Light Dragon. Now, the immortal demon Deliura will definitely be solved." Just now, when Gray was shocked that the person in front of him was actually the famous Light Dragon, he heard the name Deliura. "Where is Deliura?" Gray's face became excited and he lifted up the mayor's collar. The bodyguard next to him widened his eyes and was about to go over to rescue the mayor. "Stop!" The mayor stopped the bodyguards. Gray calmed down at this, gently let go of his hand, and lowered his head. "I'm sorry." The mayor straightened his clothes and said with a smile on his face, "It's okay." Yan'an suddenly spoke at this time. "Regarding Deliura, could the mayor please tell me in detail?" The mayor's fat smile became even brighter and he answered without hesitation. "Certainly. I will tell you everything I know." Gray next to him listened carefully, not daring to be at all serious. The immortal demon Deliura destroyed his hometown, and he must avenge this. The mayor spoke slowly. "This matter still has to start when my citizens discovered the members of Hades Gate. At that time, an accident. My citizens learned of Deliura's existence from the Gate of Hades and reported to me as the mayor. Then I posted the task." The mayor gave a detailed description of what happened at that time. Gray frowned and stared at the mayor closely. Gate to Hades. This force has never been heard of by Gray, who has just joined the army. But Yan'an next to him knows clearly that in Fairy Tale, one of the 3 dark guilds, the Gate of Hades, is also known as Zeref's bookshelf. This is not surprising. Yan'an murmured to herself. While watching the anime, she had been wondering how the immortal demon Deliura appeared out of thin air in a small town, and how the Gate of Hades saved Gray's father by such a coincidence. From this point of view, I'm afraid that Deliura's appearance was planned by the Gate of Hades. Known as Zeref's bookshelf, the guild is full of demons, and it is completely normal to have the immortal demon Deliura. Yan'an narrowed her eyes. Yan'an stood up, shook the mayor's hand, and said, "I know all the information you provided. Don't worry, I will definitely help you solve Deliura's problem." After Yan'an said that, she took Gray and left the mayor's office. Etc. "I can provide accommodation," the mayor shouted from behind. Yan'an waved her hand. "No need, I already have a place to stay." After saying that, he disappeared. After Yan'an left, the fat mayor opened his eyes and opened his fangs. "What a vigilant guy." "Street?" Gray turned his head and said in a condensed voice. "I always feel like there's something wrong with that mayor." Yan'an nodded. "I have already felt it. I am afraid that except for the Gate to Hades, Everything he said is a lie. Gray clenched his fists and frowned. If that's the case, why not expose them? Possible clues about Deliera. No need. Yan'an slowly shook her head and looked at the sky. It's just a small fish, not worth mentioning. When Yan'an entered the mayor's mansion, she had already smelled the smell of the devil, but after all, it was just a little devil. It was not worth mentioning at all. If you want to fish, catch big fish. Yan'an looked back at the mayor's mansion and looked at it quietly for a long time. Gray commented. You are really insidious. Bang! Yan'an hit Gray on the head with a fist, and there was a big swelling on Gray's head. Can you speak? Yan'an rolled her eyes at Gray and walked directly in front. Damn that guy! Gray covered his head and swore, one day I will take revenge. Gray quickly followed him to the restaurant. Gray was devouring his food and kept eating. The diners around him looked over and saw that the dishes were decreasing rapidly. Yan'an was wearing a mask at this time and was in disguise, otherwise the place might be surrounded. If it's blocked, you can't get out at all. Eat slowly, no one will compete with you. Yan'an said slowly. Gray still didn't listen and quickly ate the food. Yan'an sighed, closed his eyes and let Gray eat. It doesn't matter anyway. He doesn't lack the money for the meal. Wait until after Gray finished eating. Yan'an took Gray to pay and left. They came to a hotel. Please get a room. Yan'an threw some money on the counter, then took the key and left with Gray. Hey, why are you renting a room? Gray was unhappy. Sharing a room means that he might have to stay in the same room with this guy. It's really terrible. Yan'an didn't look back and led the way. If you have money, you can also open a separate room. Gray shut his mouth. He doesn't have any money now. How can he get the money? How about asking your master Ulu to pay the bill? Yan'an added another sentence. Gray became even more silent. Just kidding, he just ran away from the master. How could he tell the master where he was? He has not yet sought revenge on the immortal demon Deliera. Yan'an understood what Gray was thinking at a glance and spoke bluntly. If you want to seek revenge against the immortal demon Deliera, then give up. You can't do it, your strength is too weak. What? Hateful! How dare you underestimate me? When Gray heard this, he glared over. Click! Yan'an opened the door and walked into the room. Gray instantly felt like a punch hit the air, and his whole face turned livid.